Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And I see Tony is here. Tony's in the house. Hey Tony. Yes, I hope everyone's having a relaxing evening as well. Getting ready for a great Christmas. Getting ready for Christmas, guys. Tomorrow's Christmas Eve. Forever Nikki's mom says good to see you, Tony, with some Christmas trees. And Merry Christmas all. Hope everyone is having a blessed evening. We have Django over here. He's trying to get in on the camera action. Huh. Yeah. Well, I'll wait for some more people to get in here. I hope you all are having a great holiday. I know it's really, really cold. Some places it's freezing cold outside. And other places like tonight is kind of, it's a little chilly. I think it's like 70 degrees or so. But I hope you all have had a great day. Hopefully a lot of people are off work tomorrow. And for Christmas, I know it falls in the beginning of the, or excuse me, in the middle of the week this year. So I know my daughter has to work and things like that. This is a fun little picture from when she was little and we took her to see Santa. So I have that picture out. And she sure was a cutie pie. She still is a cutie pie. And Forever Nikki's mom says, yes, it's supposed to snow again. Yes. Okay, so you have a lot of snow. See, like, it doesn't feel like Christmas very much here because it's there's no snow. It's not cold. There's Christmas lights and things like that, so that's pretty neat. But other than that, no, we don't have any snow. We don't have any snow, and I don't think we will get any snow. So I found an interesting interview that I wanted to start out with. We are going to go over Chris's interview that he was on Elevated Truth. And so we're going to go over that tonight. But first I wanted to show an interview with Court TV, and it was Jen Coffendoffer. She was on with I believe it's Julie Janae, I think is her name. But either way, she did an interview, and some of the things she said were really interesting. Hey, Star, what's up, girl? What's up? Swoosh. She swooshes in. She swooshes in. And I thought it was really interesting, and it seems like she's had some other footage and she's had access to that for a while. She says she's not going to leak it out, of course. I mean, I wouldn't expect her to leak it out. But she said that she's been seeing it for a long time, and she has her own theories that she's surmised from the footage that she has seen. So it's not, we're not going to see any new footage, but it's footage that she has already looked at. And so I really respect her take on things. She's former FBI, and so we'll see what she has to say about it. But I wanted to start out with that before we get into the rest of the other interview. Hey, Justice Jane, it's really good to see you. Really good to see you. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. And so I'm just going to go ahead and play that now, and we'll see what they have to say about it, because I think we have a couple people in at least. Oh, how cute. That is so cute, Forever Nikki's mom. Okay, so here we go, guys. And let me up to number 1. There we go.
Welcome back. This morning, we're shining the spotlight on the search for Sebastian Rogers and the last known video of him before he disappeared. Security cameras caught Sebastian eating dinner with his mother at a Texas roadhouse in Hendersonville, Tennessee, the day before he vanished. His mother was seen taking photos of him and then sending them to somebody. Now, looking at this video, it's kind of hard to believe he hasn't been seen since then. But that is the case. Sebastian vanished from his mother's home on February 26th. His father says he still has hope he'll be found.
The goal is still the same. Find Sebastian. He needs to be found and brought home to a home that loves him.
Sebastian's 16th birthday was last weekend, and police say that they're still actively investigating this case, and they're not deeming it a cold case as of now. I have a special guest I want to welcome onto the program now. You know her and love her, retired FBI Special Agent Jennifer Coffindaffer. She also, by the way, has her own brand new YouTube show called Break the Case. It is awesome. Be sure to check it out. Jennifer, good morning to you. You were one of the first people to follow this case. I love following you on Twitter, and I remember seeing you were doing the missing person tweets, as you always do, and have continued to follow every single development. Looking at this, as it is hard to not have emotion in it because your heart just breaks for this family, this teenager. Where do you think the investigation is likely to go from here? Does it go anywhere?
Well, Julie, looking at this tape, and I've had it for so long, I just didn't release it until it was released by others. But essentially what I was looking for were the reactions of the mom, of course, Sebastian's actions. One of the things, a couple of things I noticed is his eating style, I thought, was very interesting. It was like he hadn't been fed in a week. I'm not saying he hadn't been fed in a week. I'm just saying the way he eats was very aggressive. He was just constantly eating. What I also noticed from the mother was her staring around, looking around, almost like she was on surveillance for someone. In addition, she was on her phone such a large percentage of the time, seemingly not really engaged with Sebastian. These were just a couple of takeaways. Julie, I also looked at the people around. Was anybody watching them? And there's other film footage that I've personally viewed that might give some credence to somebody else watching them.
That's interesting. That's really interesting, Jen. And thank you for pointing that out, because as I'm watching it, and look, I'm not an investigator as you are, that was the first thing that jumped out was her head's going every which way. She's sitting there with her son, and like you said, she's not engaging him. And just to kind of back up and reiterate, to digest this more, in what you've seen other people looking at them too? Did it seem like they were trying to find each other? Like, is she looking for someone, I wonder? What do you think, Jennifer?
Well, yes, in other footage that I've seen, I haven't released it. It's not for me to release. I think that there may be some questions now regarding somebody possibly looking at them, certainly not acting appropriate. And I'm sure that will be released soon. And when you put it in conjunction with how Katie Proudfoot is acting, it just adds up to something that doesn't make a lot of logical sense.
Sure.
Okay, guys, welcome in, Vera. Nice to see you. So there's more footage, obviously. Oh, sorry, Beagle hears somebody. I know, it's okay, buddy. You're fine. You all right? Go get your bone. Go get it. Go get it and eat it. So there's more footage that we haven't seen, and of course they haven't released it yet. Sorry, I knew that was going to happen sooner or later tonight. He's kind of in rare form. So I apologize. There's people partying outside because, like, where the park that I live in, it's a lot of people who are retired, and so they like to party. And the kids are out of school, so they're like all outside partying right now. I apologize. That was a hot mess for a second. And Star says that dog wants his own channel. Yeah, he does. He wants to sit in my lap. And so I have you guys plugged in because it takes like a lot of power to power the lives. And so he like tried to jump up onto my lap, and he pulled everything down with him. So I apologize. My goodness. I know, Django. Just chill out, dude. You're fine. But he does star. He wants to be the star of the show over here. He wants it to be Mr. Beagle's Raw Narratives. But yeah, so there's a lot more footage out there, apparently. There's a lot more footage. There's a lot more evidence out there pertaining to whether Katie was looking for someone else. And I was wondering why they showed that clip and they zoomed in on her looking around, and she does kind of look, I don't know, there's like a mischievous look or quality in her facial expression, in my opinion. And when I was watching it, I was wondering, okay, why are they panning in and like zooming in on her in that moment? But according to Jennifer Coffindoffer, the rest of the footage does speak to her possibly looking for someone and someone else who was watching them. And so, let me know what you guys think in the chat, and we can star, and we can discuss it if you guys want. I mean, I think it's something that's really interesting. And then also, the fact that she had the tape from the Texas Roadhouse for a while. She said she's had it for a minute, and she's not going to release it, but she definitely has it. Hey, Scranton Strangler, good to see you. Good to see you. She says she looks evil AF. Just my opinion. Yeah, for real, she does. She looks like, kind of has like a sinister, look to her, and definitely like she's about to do something. And if she did do something, guys, I mean, that's as sinister as it gets, hurting that young man, her own son. Star Lambert says the wanting to be a fly on the wall is strong. Yes, yes, it is. It is very strong for me as well. I love your name, Scranton Strangler. That is great. And so, yeah, it's very eerie, to say the least. And then also, she noticed, a lot of people also noticed this, was that Sebastian was eating really, really fast, like he hadn't eaten. And she's like, I'm not saying that he hadn't been fed in a long time, but it looked like he hadn't been fed in a week, just the way he was aggressively eating his food. He was like shoveling into his mouth, which was really sad to watch, because I thought that he had this colossal popcorn. And you figure, if you go to the bowling alley, like a lot of times they'll have like a concession area. So if you bring kids with you, and especially it would have been more or less a lunchtime or around that time. I don't know if when they went home he had a sandwich or something like that, and then they went out to the arcade, to the bowling alley. But I would think he would have like a pretzel or a hot dog or something. I mean, kids get hungry, and they usually want something from the concession stand. So it was just very odd. Maybe if he only ate breakfast and then the colossal popcorn, maybe that was why he was so famished. But I don't know. We don't know that much, and Katie's certainly not going to tell us. Don't eat my sock. Please don't eat my sock. Please don't eat my. He's in rare form tonight. And so, yes, Forever Nikki's mom says he's super thin also. She made some really great points. Yeah, she did. She did. And I thought it was really interesting. No, 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 sir. Get down. Go get your bone. And go get your bone. Go get it. And so, yeah, I mean, I think he is super thin. Like, some kids have a really high metabolism, especially boys, as like if they're playing sports and stuff like that. If they're constantly active, they have a higher metabolism. I mean, that's anybody. Anytime we do sports, or we exercise more often, we're going to have a higher metabolism. We could pretty much eat, more food and things like that, and then it's not really going to show. But in Sebastian's case, he was very thin, and some people even described him as looking gaunt, just kind of like his face sunken in. It's just so sad to think about it. It's so sad to think about. And Scranton Strangler says, plus her fun fact spaghetti pancakes. Yeah, I know. And we talked about those spaghetti pancakes last time. I hope it wasn't like spaghetti with pancake batter and Parmesan cheese, because like I love spaghetti, but not with pancake batter on it. That sounds like, it sounds like enough to make you sick, really. And Star says, I heard that too, Tony. Hey, Margaret, how are you? Good to see you, Margaret. And Star says, or at least he was made to stay out of it at night. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, that was one thing that I never understood, was, like, not allowing him to have free reign of the refrigerator in his own house. Like, to me, I don't know, I was never one of those parents that was just constantly watched over. I mean, it's different, I guess, when you have a little girl too, but like, um, if she was hungry, like she just have to be like, "Hey mom, I'm hungry." Like, she didn't have a problem telling me that, or I didn't have a problem with her like going and getting her own food, especially when you're 15 years old and you should be able to pick and choose the things that you would like to eat. I mean, that's part of being independent and a teenager. And Star says, fun fact, everyone, or excuse, sorry, fun fact, everybody ever had spaghetti pancakes. Oh, be quiet, Kiki. Sorry, I try not to swear. I think there's a bit of swearing in tonight's live. If I can remember correctly, I think there's a bit of it. And Margaret says, make sure you are subscribed. The lady is great. Aw, thank you, Margaret. You're so wonderful yourself. And Tony says the parents didn't look underfed, in my opinion. Absolutely, especially these days, they're really packing on the pounds, and that happens as we get older. I get that. But in the same way, it just seems to me that um, like it seems like a stress eating or something, like, because we see them and then like 3 months later they are at least 50 pounds heavier. And I don't want to like fat shame anybody or make anybody feel bad about their weight gain, because everybody is different sizes, and we come in all different shapes and sizes. So and a lot of it is genetic and that sort of thing, but it looks like maybe they're like kicking back on the cough syrup a little bit and eating a little bit too much munchies, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. They're definitely not searching, and that would help. Um, you know, Getting out and about might help a little bit with that. And let's see. And Strangler says, oh, but KP and CP sure weren't staying locked out of the snacks. Yeah, the snacks. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like Chris has always been kind of like, I mean, when he was younger, you can tell from pictures of him, he had he was in shape, obviously, when he was in the Navy. Same thing for Katie, but then, like I said, it kind of got to the point where they got a little bigger, especially in a small window of time. And Margaret says, I'm doing good, and how are you? I'm doing great, thank you. I'm doing great, doing great. Just getting through these interviews. I hate to do it. I didn't want to do it on Christmas. I want to go live on Christmas, but I want to talk about like maybe happier things, or maybe just a free for all, and have like a Christmas chat for people who are far away from home, because that's what I am at the moment. I'm far away from home and my daughter, so I think that would be fun, just to have a kind of a light live that night. But we'll see. Hopefully nothing blows up in the next couple of days. We never know what's going to happen with this case. Forever Nikki's mom says the statement CP made that the photo at the Texas Roadhouse was sent to him to show he ate all of his food sent chills up my spine. Oh my gosh, I know. And that is part of the interview. We're going to hear him say this. And and I think the reason why you feel this way, and you can say, go ahead and say it in the chat, is because of the fact that it seemed like they were using food as a weapon. When it came to Sebastian, he wasn't able to eat when he wanted to. He was told that if he wanted Swiss cheese, he's the only one that eats it in the household, and he had better eat all of it if they do buy the Swiss cheese. Like, statements like that leads me to believe that food was used as a weapon with him, and also that they, who knows if they were trying to get it, like when he was in trouble, if he wasn't allowed to eat. That's my biggest thing that I'm afraid of, is that yeah, that he wasn't allowed to eat if he got in trouble, because as we know, he was always in trouble. The kid couldn't do nothing right. And to me, it's just sad. And Star says, I'll be I'll behave-ish. You don't have to behave. Please don't behave. You're making me crack me up. You make it so I won't start bawling my eyes out up here talking about this stuff. And Tony says, so he was disciplined if he didn't clean his plate. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And to take a picture of somebody while they're eating, I mean, what the heck is wrong with her? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be hateful. I'm trying to be subjective, but I'm going to tell you right now, I mean, what business is it of Chris's? He's not even home. I mean, I just would never, ever let anybody do that to my kid, not even their own father. I'd have been like, I'm handling it. You're not in town anyway. Um, that's just me though. And Forever Nikki's mom says, Tony, that's what I took out of it. It's awful. It's awful. And Star says, the weight thing irks me. Reach your ideal weight after chemo, then come back to me about it, right? Yeah, exactly. 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 And Margaret says, how is Terry Lynn? I haven't heard from her in a while. I was playing phone tag with Terry Lynn the other day, and we didn't get a chance to connect, but I'm hoping she's doing okay. I hope she was able to watch my last live where I was telling everybody about the pants and how pissy pants I was about the pants. I'm sick and tired of the damn pants. And she didn't plant shit besides yard signs. And Forever Nikki's mom says, yes, exactly what I thought. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in, guys, and we're learning more and more information every single day. I mean, and then behind the scenes, they have a lot more than we don't know. And Jennifer Coffindoffer really kind of hit that point home, knowing that, I mean, they've had footage, they've had a lot more footage, and yeah. And Scranton Strangler says, not fat shaming, but a fact that it is obvious that they have gained 75 pounds each tells you something is going on with them, like stress eating or guilt eating. Just my opinion. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And also, when you drink alcohol, it packs the pounds on, right? Because it's carbs, it's sugar, it's everybody's heard of like a beer belly or whatever. So yeah, I think that's a contributing factor. It sounds like, and it did sound like he and Katie were both partaking in the QB live that was in May. It just, and they're free, white, and over 21. Don't get me wrong. We're all allowed to do it, right? We're allowed to drink if you're over 21. Gotcha. But I think they're overdoing it, and I think they're doing it as a coping mechanism. And that's my opinion. And Tony says, why is another YouTuber telling to quit talking about Sebastian, but they are all over it now? This angers me to my core. Oh my gosh, Tony, same here. Same here. But yeah, people will find out. People on the YouTubeverse, like people out in the YouTubeverse, they're smarter than the creators give them credit for. So when a creator is a liar, they're gonna be found out sooner rather than later. Like, it won't take long for people to start realizing who that person is, and that they're not really about the kids. They're just kind of about self-gratification. And Star says she was in a chat on Seth's live but didn't say much. I hope she's okay. Yeah, okay, so like that's why I saw her in the chat, but I was posting the videos on here so I can present them, and I was like, thank you, Terry Lynn, and blah blah blah, and then I didn't send it because the first time I sent it, it was like 2.5 minutes before I could make another comment, and so I was like, so I waited, and before I knew it, they were off. I mean, they don't stick on there long, so but I hope she's doing well, and I hope her back's doing well and everything like that, because I know that she was in a lot of pain for a minute there. And Star says, at Scranton, I didn't mean you. I just hate the whole concept. Yeah, the whole thing is it's a huge shit show, and it's a damn circus. And then you have everybody coming out just basically like, oh, well, I've had this information for a long time, and I know, I know this information and that information. And YouTubers behind the scenes, we found out from Elevated Truth that Katie and Chris are sitting behind the scenes pushing a narrative out to them, and then they're perpetuating that narrative on, their platform, which is up to them. I mean, they can do whatever they want. It's their channel and that's how they want to do it. But in the same token, um, if Chris and Katie wanted me to push anything out there, I'd make them say it themselves, and that's just me. But Chris isn't allowed over here on this channel. Katie can come on and talk if she'd like to, but Chris, no, he's not allowed over here. And Star says, I'll be back in a few. Margaret says, I hope she's feeling better. I do too, Margaret. I do too. Hello, Island. Nice to see you. Tony says, maybe they should get out and search. Maybe exercise would drop a few pounds, in my opinion. Yeah, for sure. And, they would be doing something productive rather than just talking behind the scenes to YouTubers. And Forever Nikki's mom, I see your the lot lizard. Yay. And that was my little tip of a hat to Terry Lynn. Island says, makes sense of why KP was saying about food he ate because they were monitoring his food, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what's really, really sad is that he was calling Sebastian a bottomless pit, and we see Sebastian, who looks like he's, all of 113 pounds only. I don't think he was $130. I'm sorry, I just don't. He's 5'5", I'm 5'6", so he's an inch shorter than me, and he was definitely closer to $113 than he was 130. And that's just my opinion, but looking at him, he was very, very thin. And and I just don't understand a mother that wouldn't want to feed her children. Like, I just, to me, that doesn't compute. I'm like, that's the first thing I do when my daughter says she's coming over is I'm going to fix something to eat. I mean, I'm like, what do you want to eat? And then when she's here the whole time, you want something more, I mean, so it's, yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. And that goes for a stepchild too, I mean, it's the same. I don't know why you would want to underfeed your kids ever. And Margaret says, I can't wait until Sebastian is back home with Seth. I know. And I know Seth can't wait. And that clip that was the court clip from whenever Chris was granted the RO on BHB. And so he was upset that day. And he was, I mean, visibly, you could just tell he's sick and tired of the bull crap, and he just wants his person home. Hi, Walter Brace. Welcome in. And Tony says, Forever Nikki's mom, I thought I was misunderstanding this, but it's a true statement. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of things that are, questionable in here, and it's very, it's a very sad situation, but a lot of the pieces are starting to come together more so now than we ever had before, because people are starting to leak information out. I mean, it's 10 months and 2 days. Will be, I always go on the 25th, because I do not believe that just because he was reported missing on the 26th, I always say it's the 25th. That's how I've always gone off of the 25th, because that was the last time anyone ever saw him, and that was at the Texas Roadhouse. And Scranton Strangler says, I was surprised at all Jennifer talked about tonight. I was glued to her live. She was stating some facts. Wow. Oh, okay. I did not watch her live. I did not watch her. I am subbed up to Jennifer Coffendorfer's channel, but I have not went over and watched it. And Scranton Strangler says, that panel that CP was on the other night, it was so gross how they were seemingly sucking up to CP except for E.T. Yeah, the sound of Chris's voice makes my skin crawl. I know, Scranton Strangler. So, we're going to listen to the rest of it tonight. Well, I still have about 45 minutes worth of his mouth. But so I put that in. But first I wanted to show the Coffendorfer interview with Court TV. And then I also wanted to finish some of that up. They did stop whining and complaining, and they started asking him some really good questions, though. So I haven't really watched the entire thing, so you'll see some of my reactions as they go along with it, and then I'll write them down so I can discuss them with you guys, because they started asking some really pointed good questions. And I do appreciate the people that'll say, we're just trying to clear this up, Chris, because that's what he's trying to do, is clear his name. That's all he cares about. He doesn't care about finding Sebastian, in my opinion. He doesn't care about talking about Sebastian. He is more worried about, just like he was so worried about it before, people bashing him and Katie, people talking bad about them, and he's just not worried about finding Sebastian, in my opinion. That's just what I took away from it. All things serious. Hello, nice to see you. And Tony says, we know if he took a do we know if he took a lunch or got to eat the school lunch? I don't know. I think Katie said he did both, because I remember when she was explaining like his morning routine, it sounded really exhausting. Like she packed in a bunch of things in 1 hour. So he woke up at 6, his bus came at around 7, and or he was to be outside at 7. And she would be asking him that morning whether he wanted to buy lunch or take it with him. So I think he did both. Those are the things that I believe should be done at night. I just think it's easier on the kids, especially if you're only going to wake them up an hour before they have to be at the bus stop. I would put things out for my daughter the night before. Her shower would be the night before. And then if her lunch was to be packed, it would be ready. And if it wasn't, then she would eat school lunch, right? So it wasn't a decision that was to be made in the morning. And then also, I mean, it just seemed like she deliberately packed a lot of stuff in the morning, and wasn't something that. And who knows? Maybe he got in trouble for not having all of his stuff done in the morning, and maybe he was getting shooed out the door and rushed. That's how it would feel to me. I don't know. Even remembering back when I was a kid, an hour isn't a very long time to do everything that she was expecting out of him. And Island says, no mother of a missing child continues to talk about what she fed or what the child eats in an interview, in my opinion. Yeah, and that was really a big setup that was done by like QB and that whole panel, Clue, everybody on that panel, because they were trying to make it so Katie and Chris would come out and talk, and Chris would be yelling at everybody and causing a big scene and a big ruckus, and throwing temper tantrums left and right. And then Katie could come out and talk, and basically that's all they were wanting to do. Like they kept on asking him, like, what's his favorite food? What does he like to eat? Blah, blah, blah. And they talked about that for a good hour, and she was talking about like the Swiss cheese that he liked to eat. But in the interview, one thing I noticed that she would always say would be like stupid cake pops, stupid Swiss cheese. And so everything that he enjoyed was stupid. And again, I don't know how a mother does that when her son's missing either. So Island says, sounds like she's guilty of using food as a control or a discipline, in my opinion. Yes, I believe that too. And then, of course, Mr. Chris was the enforcer, because she's showing him the pictures. She's sending the pictures to him to either, I guess, maybe get approval from him, whether it was sufficient enough for him not to be in trouble, which is awful. If somebody's hungry, they're going to eat. If they're not hungry anymore and they don't want to eat anything else, then they shouldn't be forced. And that's my opinion. And that even goes for little kids too. I mean, it's not necessary. And if you want to enforce something, tell them they're not going to get dessert, and they'll probably take a few more bites. You got to be, I've said this before, you got to be smarter than a 5th grader. You just got to be smarter than a 5th grader. And Chris and Katie are not. They just loved getting that kid in trouble, in my opinion. And Forever Nikki's mom says, hi, Island, I agree with you. And any mother would also be pleading for her son back. I agree. And Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Scranton Strangler said for sure. I say keep him talking. It's just one more info for the, yeah, it's just more info for the prosecution. Absolutely. Absolutely. The more that he talks, the more he digs himself a bigger and bigger hole. And Lisa, good to see you. And Forever Nikki's mom says, I'm doing okay today. Tomorrow will be hard. Yes. Yes. I know Nikki, or Forever Nikki's mom, and I'm glad that you're here. And I'm glad that today was a good day or a better day. And Scranton Strangler says, oops, sorry, in my opinion. No worries. It's okay. It's hard. I'd have to keep reminding myself to say that too, and allegedly and all that good stuff. And because, you know, these are all of my opinions. All of your opinions are your own. I didn't email you before the show and tell you what to say in the chat. So, but per the rules of YouTube, we must say these things, right? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Island. I did not know she was saying those things horrible and strange. Yeah. Yeah, she's I don't know what she's thinking, because it seems like she's rehearsed at times, but then again, why would she say some of these things? I don't understand it. Like, I don't understand what she thinks that she's doing, because she's making things worse on herself. She's not helping. She's making everybody think like way more suspiciously, and then they turn around and say it's bashing, and we're not. In my opinion, I don't feel like it's bashing. I feel like we're just stating what we're observing. It's not it's not malicious. It's just stating what we're observing. I don't hate Katie. I don't have any reason to hate her. I mean, do I dislike the things that she's done? Yes. Do I think that she's highly suspect? And yes, I do. And that's because she's the last one with her son. If Seth was the last one with his son, I would be suspicious over him, and I'd be asking him questions. But the fact of the matter is, in my opinion, is that Seth has been very forthcoming and straightforward with things. He hasn't, I mean, like I said before, everyone lies. So, I mean, perhaps he's lied, but more times than not, he was very consistent with what he was doing and what he was saying. And when he would go back and even tell on himself for something inappropriate, like when he disciplined Sebastian, he said that he hit him. You know, I mean, it doesn't make it right, in my opinion. Like I said, I just feel like you have to be smarter than that kid, and you have to, you know, teach them. And there's a lot of things that you can do, like take away privileges and not resort to hitting the kid. But I mean, I'm not here to tell anybody else how to parent. Um, and Tony says they did everything to make his life miserable. How could you do that to that child? I do not know. I do not know. You're very welcome, Forever Nikki's mom. You're very welcome. Yeah, absolutely. I love having you here. You're awesome. All you guys are awesome. And Island says, I also agree. And Margaret says she's making herself look bad. Yeah, I agree, Margaret. She's making herself look bad, and she's not helping the situation. If she was, she would be telling us more details about that day, about the days before that, about Sebastian's demeanor, things like that. There's a lot of things that she could be focusing in on, but she's deciding um, to basically just focus on what he likes to eat. You know, calling him out for having a crush on Taylor Swift, calling him out for not wearing deodorant properly. Um, and she's always sticking up for Chris. And Chris is always sticking up for her. They cover their own behinds for each other and their own behinds, instead of worrying about giving us more information to help figure out what's going on with Sebastian. And that's my opinion too. And Forever Nikki's mom says Seth is straightforward with answering questions. The feet evade any questions asked. I agree. I agree. And they've done that from the beginning. And anytime that Chris doesn't like what he has to say, or excuse me, what others have to say, based on what he has said, he flies off the handle and he throws a fit and he starts screaming and yelling, and then everybody backs down. And it's just, I don't know. It's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. And if they would just watch their own interviews back, maybe they would realize it. Like if they just watched it back, maybe it would put things into a perspective for them where they could say, you know what, that didn't look very good. Yeah, if it was me and I was just looking at this as an outsider looking in, that wouldn't look good. And maybe they would change the way that they're wording things or acting. But um, when people think that they're always right, it's very difficult for them to look inward and have some self, inward reflection. Um, Unfortunately. And, they always like to blame everybody other than themselves. So it's just kind of par for the course. But Margaret says Chris will not change. No, and I don't believe he will either, Margaret. I don't believe he will either. We were talking about that like, the last time on the last live. I married somebody just like that guy, and he still didn't change. He got remarried and he still didn't change. So, but let's watch this next part with Jennifer Coffindoffer, and then we'll discuss it. And it's just a little 2.5 minutes.
Jennifer, this has me wondering, did he even go back to the house? Do we have any confirmation that he ever made it back to the house? Because he said he was reported missing from the house, supposedly in the middle of the night, wanders off. And now I'm just wondering about that. I'm curious what your thoughts are on this, please.
Well, I think, unfortunately, we're so reliant on what Katie Proudfoot has to say. She's the last person to see him. She's the only one with him. She's the one that makes the report. We're so reliant on that. And I've also found it very interesting, that she works for a video recording company, and meaning, home security type company. And yet we have no home security footage, at least that we know of Sebastian Rogers coming, going. There's, very little, let me say. And I've always found that very much to be an oxymoron, Julie.
Sure. And we know that Sebastian had special needs. We know that he was living with autism and needed some extra care in the home. A great point you just made, Jennifer. Perhaps it would be helpful even to have more eyes on him throughout more times of the day if he's not in your direct line of sight. So do you know if they even had any video cameras established in the home at all?
I think there were video cameras established outside the home. As far as inside the home, I have not read or heard any legitimate, data regarding that. But again, this just makes little sense to me regarding the fact that he had autism. I understand he wasn't a wanderer per se, but this is something that persists with people that are on the spectrum. We see it every week, somebody leaving their home and sadly being found in a body of water. And so if you have those utilities available to you, why wouldn't you utilize them?
Exactly. Great points from you, as always. Jennifer Coffindoffer, we'd love to continue the conversation with you about this. That's all the time we have for today. But my friends at home, do yourself a favor. Follow Jen on Twitter. Follow her show on YouTube. Check it out. You will love it. Such great interviews and insight always. Jennifer Coffindoffer, until next time, have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you for your time this morning.
Okay, guys, I just kind of wanted to plug the channel and let that Julie Janae go ahead and plug the channel. She does have a really interesting channel. She does talk about other cases other than Sebastian Rogers, but she has mainly focused in on his case. She's had Seth on, Tony, that sort of thing. Yeah, Tony says, I'm hearing that Seth is staying at Tony Mathis's for the holidays and because he doesn't want to be alone. And I agree that that is a good friend to have, to let him stay in his home, so he doesn't have to be alone for Christmas. This has got to be, other than his birthday, probably the hardest. I know that Sebastian's favorite holiday is Halloween, and so I'm sure it's gonna be awful for Seth, and no one should have to deal with that ever, ever. I just think it's really unfair, and I just don't, I don't know. It's awful. And Forever Nikki's mom says, I didn't think highly of Tony at first, but I'm changing my mind seeing him, yes, continuing to support Seth. Yeah. And I know that he had a rocky start, into the YouTube scene, but I think that he's doing a lot of nice things for Seth. If Seth feels comforted and that's his friend, who are we to judge about that? I agree. I think that it's very kind of him and his family to invite Seth over and to have him. Nobody should be by themselves when they're dealing with such a traumatic situation, such a tragic situation. Tony says, I agree. I retracted that very statement. Didn't want any controversy, but thanks for posting. Okay, I'm sorry, Tony. I just posted it up because, but no, I mean, it's fine. I think controversy is okay. That doesn't bother me as much as like when people are just very much a bull-faced liar. Then it just kind of makes me angry. But controversy is okay. This whole case has been controversial. Um, One thing that I found interesting was that Jen said that we're relying on Katie for information. We were just kind of discussing that, but also we're looking to her because she was the last one that was with Sebastian. So it's just natural. It's nothing against her. It's just the fact that we really need to figure out what's going on. We need to figure out what happened. And the only person that can really tell us that is Katie. Because if we're to believe that Chris wasn't anywhere around, which we don't know that for sure, when they did the geofencing, it seems like he may have been in the area. His cell phone isn't going to ping in that area if he wasn't in the area. I mean, that stuff doesn't lie. Um, so maybe he was at the Friday night poker game. Maybe he was in town on Saturday. Maybe he was in town on Sunday. We don't really know. But I'm pretty sure the police know. Um, so Star is back. Yay, Star. And yeah, so he says bold-faced liar, you say. And then another thing that she says, it just doesn't make any sense. And then also she brings up the fact that Katie also worked for Brinks and that they didn't have any security footage from around their own home. That would have been really nice. And especially if you know that you have a teenager, I don't understand, and you're home alone, your husband's working over the road, and you have the means to do it, right? Not all of us do have the means to put up that kind of a security system, but many times if you work for a company, they give you discounts, things like that. So it is very bizarre. It's odd that she wouldn't have any type of protection, especially someone like Chris who has to have control over literally everything, obviously down to the plate that Sebastian ate for dinner that night. It doesn't make any sense. And Star says maybe he drove 3 hours there. I mean, it's very possible. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to believe anything at this point. It's hard to believe that anything we've been told is truth unless we could see it with our own two eyes. Because there's been a lot of rumors, speculation, but there's also been a lot of misinformation, and it was pushed out by Chris and Katie, in my opinion, in large part. Now, of course, hi, Reach for the Sky. Nice to see you. Welcome in. And so yeah, I mean, I just really think that the whole thing, there's probably a whole lot that if we knew, we would probably think of it differently. Um, I don't think many of us would change our opinions of Chris and Katie. However, there's way more to the story, in my opinion, than what we think we know. And then one thing that I found really odd was that neither one of them, even Jen, she didn't even speak about the fact that Katie wasn't eating anything. I think this is a huge piece. I think this is really important. And I think that the fact that she only ordered French fries and sat there and ate her French fries, why did they go to Texas Roadhouse? what made them choose Texas Roadhouse as a dinner? It's not that, or excuse me, as a place to eat dinner. It's not like Sebastian's favorite food was steak and he ordered him a T-bone. Because if that was the case, it would make sense. But what really stands out to me, and that doesn't make any bit of sense at all, is that Chris said out of his own mouth to Smiley that Sebastian does not care for steak. He would rather eat fish. And yes, they do have a nice salmon at the Texas Roadhouse, but it's a steakhouse. And if you go to a steakhouse, you're going to get steak. It's just, I mean, unless you get chicken, they have chicken, but yeah. I got change. Nice to see you. Thank you. If there was a problem, what makes it a secret? Exactly. Exactly. But then also with the whole thing, and then Katie not eating anything but French fries. So she got an appetizer basically. So if she didn't get a steak and he didn't get a steak, why did they go to the Texas Roadhouse that night? What made them choose that place? And now Jennifer is saying that there's more footage out there that is showing someone else in the Roadhouse watching them. And Katie, we can see her, we watched it on a close-up and a slow-mo, looking around, eating her French fries. I mean, I'm not FBI or anything like that. I've not taken any training or criminology or anything. Forever Nikki's mom says, I've always wondered why also. Yeah, it's bizarre. And when I was listening back on Smiley's interview and I heard Chris say, yeah, he doesn't like steak. Like, to me, it didn't register to me before when I was doing the interviews and I was going over them, but it certainly registered to me after watching the Texas Roadhouse video. I'm like, how come neither one of them's getting steak? It's just weird. I mean, it's like going to an Italian restaurant and ordering French fries, and that's all you're going to get. It's weird. And then he orders something completely different. Somebody said it was a salad. Whenever I was doing some research at the types of like bowls and plates that they were using, if you get a small order, like, or a side order of macaroni and cheese, it comes in like a small dish. And then if you get a full order of it, it's actually comes in like a pasta bowl. So I mean, it makes absolutely no sense. And they expect us to believe this. And then if we don't believe it, Chris has a fit and he yells at everybody and, oh, you're just bashing us. That's why we never talk. Well, bull crap. You know, I'm sorry, but it's like, it's ridiculous. And they did call him out on that a couple of times. A few of the panelists called him out and was like, you're not going to blame us for not looking for Sebastian and things like that. I'm thinking it might be on my other phone, but I'll include it in the video, but because I think it's really it's a relevant point. If he likes, I could see if Katie wanted to get a steak and he likes to get macaroni and cheese when he's there, then that's fine. But for her to just order the fries, it's just weird. Wild to know. Oh, okay. I was guessing whoever might have been watching and would be smart to sit at the counter. Yes. Or like over at the bar, because it looked like they had like a bar area. So I'm guessing. But then, I mean, I guess where I'm getting confused, and I might be wrong. It's what's confusing to me is Coffindoffer says there's all this other information out there, right? And then she says that somebody's watching over them in the footage that she has seen. Then why was everybody talking about the green hoodie? So is the green hoodie person still a person of interest, but the police are saying that they are not? That's a question that I have now, because I kind of ruled out the green hoodie person. Like, okay, wasn't that person, it wasn't who they were saying it was. But if there was a person that was watching over them, who was that person? And why'd they go to the Texas Roadhouse? I mean, there is more to that. I just have a feeling there is, because otherwise it would make sense, but it doesn't. And did Katie know what she was going to be doing? Did Katie know what she was sending her son off to have happen to him? Because she wasn't able to really eat that much. Was she not able to eat because she was sick at her stomach about what she was about to have happen to her son? I mean, I don't know, but. And Forever Nikki's mom said they had just went shopping for all those snacks. Why not go home and eat? I know, exactly, exactly. Or stop off quick first, like, just grab a bite, real quick bite or something like that, especially if she's just going to have an appetizer. Like that, there's got to be a reason that they were there. There's got to be. It would only make logical sense. And Star says, I wasn't sure if that was a bar or a counter. Well, because there's also like a to-go counter in there, I think. Um, I don't know. It's kind of hard to see in the video because of like where they're sitting in the restaurant, and the bar is kind of like off into the back. But yeah, I would definitely like to see more footage. I was hoping that maybe, because this interview was yesterday with Coffinduffer on Court TV, so I was hoping that maybe Seth and Tony would allow for Coffinduffer to show the extra footage, but I don't know. I was hoping we would get to see it sooner or later, because she said it almost in a way that it will be released, but she isn't going to be the one to do it. That's just kind of what I took out of it. And Star says, not excluding any or all factors. Absolutely. There's so many things that could have happened. And now we have all of this new information, and so like processing it through, going back and listening to old interviews, I think is going to be really helpful in kind of connecting some more dots in this crazy case. Hi, Freebird, how are you? And Forever Nikki's mom said she was just really sus the entire footage, in my opinion. Absolutely. Another thing that bothered me is when he asked if he can play the game. And I don't know if it was something like, hey, can I play that? Because I mean, obviously we don't have the audio. We have no idea what was actually said. But he points to the little game, and like, for those of you that don't know, and I think like Chili's has them too. Those little the little black box that was on their table. It's something where you can play games on it. You can order your food. You can pay for your food, just all on that little like POS system. So he looked like he wanted to play with it, and he points at it, and she just didn't even, looks like she doesn't say yes or no. She just kind of shoves the menu towards him, like very like with disdain, basically like, here, we're not here to have fun, we're here to eat, kind of a thing. And that's Katie. I mean, every time I see her out of her element when people aren't watching her, she seems like hardcore mommy dearest vibes to me. Like like a mean mom, like somebody that, like, no offense, but like an evil stepmom. And that's his real mom. It's awful. And Reach for the Sky says, it seemed like she was waiting for someone or something. Absolutely. And she was just like, kind of, like the look on her face, she was like looking around. That woman is strange, in my opinion. And I don't mean that to spread hate around, but she's just she's a strange person. She's kind of scary, in my opinion. And Forever Nikki's mom says, hit that like button. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Forever Nikki's mom. You guys are awesome. All right, guys. So let's get into, oh boy. I know this is the moment that we've all been dreading. We're going to listen to what Chris has to say. One good thing about this part, though, I thought, was that the creators were kind of they got their panties in a twist, right? They were a little upset about what Truth was spitting out, and then they get confronted by Chris. Some of them are taking a softer approach. Um, Granny said a couple of things that were pretty good, in my opinion. I thought, wow, okay, that was the smartest thing I've heard her say, so far. And, she's getting upset with him. Like, don't you put this crap on us, you guys are the ones that are doing this to yourselves, in other words. And that's just what I took away from it too. And Island said, if she was looking for a waitress, would you not put up your hand to flag one down when you do see one? In my opinion, absolutely, Island. I've been a server. I've been, obviously, we've all sat and ate, right, at a restaurant. Um, I mean, that's what you do. You see your server, you try to get their attention, you wave them down, right? Um, and most of the time servers are always looking back at their tables. Bigger places like those kinds of steakhouses and stuff. I've worked at steakhouses before, and with those places, the turnover is so high, and it's so busy in there. There's usually a wait. You get one of those little like beeper things, and it'll tell you when your table's ready and things like that. um I mean, they only get like maybe 6 or 7 tables at the most. Some places that I've worked that had that high of a turnover rate, we would only get like 4 tables. So basically, you have a little tiny section of tables, and all you do is look over at the table and make sure, that they don't have any empty glasses that need to be taken away, or their plates or whatever. They're not waiting on their check, things like that. But I mean, um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why if she was looking for a server, I would think that she'd be waving them down. She almost was trying to be very inconspicuous, in my opinion, while looking around. Just kind of, because she wasn't turning her head like completely one way or another, right? She was just kind of like her eyes were going back and forth, and, barely moving her head around. Um, you know, we know that whenever we're in public, we are on camera most of the time. We're on camera. And Scranton Strangler says, no, she wasn't looking around like for a server. Her squinty little eyes looked sus, in my opinion. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They looked real. I mean, yeah, and just the her look, she almost looked mischievous. Like she knew what she was gonna do, and that's why, in my opinion, she didn't eat. She didn't eat very much because she probably, one, was nervous. Think about, if you're hatching a plan that you've been working on for a long time, especially something as sinister as that, if we're to believe that that's what happened, then you're going to be a little bit nervous, especially if this isn't something that you do all the time. Um, it's the first time they're trying this out, right? And so, yeah, I believe, in my opinion, that she was very nervous, and um, she was trying to be very careful. But let's watch this next part, and we'll dive into these questions that the panel is asking Chris on Elevated Truth.
No,
And I'll link
I'm
the
not
channel.
saying nobody doesn't have the right to have questions. Nobody, I'm not saying that. Everybody has the right to have their own questions. What I don't feel is right is to try to answer those questions with misinformation, disinformation, or something people don't know anything about.
Well, if I may, can
Yes,
I
ma'am.
ask a question that led to misinformation and disinformation? Can you explain the emails that were released, or at least the context of them? Because there's been a lot of gossip around them.
In regards to the schools, correct?
Yes.
Yes. I'll answer that because, quite honestly, I'm sick and tired of listening to people come up with the craziness.
Me too.
All those emails are to show are that the parents worked together. We'd had a decent relationship. It wasn't like it was a very one-sided, the whole relationship. No. Between the three parents, it was co-parenting existed. It did. You know, we came up with an idea. Seth came up with some ideas. At no point in time has one parent or parents decided on one idea and said, doesn't matter what anybody else thinks, that's what we're doing. That hasn't happened. That's not how you co-parent. Co-parenting is talking, being able to have a conversation with the other parent and respecting what they say. You don't have to always like what each other says, but respecting each other and listening to each other to come up with a unified answer. That is very important when it comes to co-parenting.
May I
That's
ask
what the
what?
that's what the emails were about. Co-parenting.
Thank you. May I also ask what? At what point after Sebastian's disappearance did that change so drastically? Then was it the GoFundMe? Was it just build up tensions? Do you even know where this went so far left?
I know where it went far left, and be honest, it doesn't. That's not going to answer anything. It's not going to.
Okay.
That's in the past. It is what it is. It needs to be let go of. Look, it, if I sit here and say it started on X, Y, and Z, all that does is allow people to say, "Up, see, back when it X, Y, and Z started, this is when it changed," and that's not. Once again, that goes against what I'm asking. Please, I'm respectfully asking the whole true crime community, for God's sake, stop.
Yeah,
You know,
I
and what?
agree.
And I have a question. Nobody needs to answer this question, but think about this in your own head and in your own hearts, for Christ's sakes. Okay, what happens if it was you?
I ask
How
myself
would
that all the time. I do.
how would you feel as a parent? You sit back and you see all this crap take place, but you don't live it.
Hell no, I'm gonna tell you right now, Chris. I'm gonna tell you right now. These motherfuckers. Hey, won't nobody else answer the question? I will. These motherfuckers couldn't do it. I promise you, they
Well,
couldn't. Cause
well,
you let one other creator say something about them, and they
Sorry
got a
about the
3 day
language,
rant
guys.
about
Sorry about that.
the shit that person said. None of these people out here, and I mean none of them could handle every day. Not just one person, one person or their chat, thousands upon thousands of people running their fucking mouths, judging, talking about, oh, I would never do this, I would do that different. I'm better than that. They these people out here couldn't handle it. I'm trying to tell you right now, they couldn't. Half these
I
people on
certainly
this
couldn't.
I
internet could not do it.
I would
right, and I
collapse. I would
agree.
collapse. Absolutely collapse. I would collapse 100%. 100%. I would
Having,
collapse.
I will say this: you have a strong foundation. And a lot of people say they can, and they can, especially when you got to look down deep and you got to pick yourself up and you got to move forward every single day, because you don't know what tomorrow's answers may bring. We may wake up tomorrow and get the answers. We may get something and Sebastian comes home. We may, because God knows we pray for it. It is.
I hope you get the answer to your prayers. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I really, really want Sebastian found. I think we all want the same thing. We all do.
I mean, I think there's so many people out there that would love to see this case come to a positive end.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Chris,
it is just ridiculous.
can I ask you something in a positive light? Is there anything that you think creators can do better to help? Like, what can we do to help your family, including Seth? What can we do? What can we do to make this better for everybody and bring him home?
We thank everybody that has been spreading the flyers. There and keep in mind when I say this, I'm saying this not to bash, but I don't care how the flyers are put out as long as it's the correct information and it's out there being used.
Okay.
We, and I'm saying this for all three parents. And no, I haven't talked to Seth in a while, but I am going to speak for him when I say this. There's not enough resources until he is found that we could ask for. Because one, I don't know what to ask for. People have done flyers, they've done billboards. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
some of the negative stuff has kept his name in the spotlight. As much as I can't stand the negativity, yes, his name's in the spotlight. You know, I don't know what else to do. I mean,
I know.
other than stand everybody in this country toe to toe, side by side, and walk from one end of it to the other, I don't know what to do.
Right, because you don't know what you don't know. Like, yeah, I get it. I get it.
I mean, and I do appreciate God from every ounce inside of me. We appreciate everything that everybody has done and that they continue to do.
Now,
I've just been sitting back and listening because I think it's a good thing sometimes just open your ears and hear what people are saying. You know, for me personally, my biggest hang up, and Chris, we've talked about this as well, is that Katie has been so quiet. Now, there's two reasons why I can understand Katie being quiet. One, every time y'all come out and talk, it's ripped apart. I get that. And two, she may not be very good or do very well at public speaking. Okay. But I think that the issue that people have is that they haven't been able to humanize Katie because Katie has been so far away from the situation. And I think that people in general, in order to humanize somebody, they have to feel like they know the person. Does that make sense? Even if we don't know them at all, we have to feel like we can understand them or relate to them. And the fact that Katie has been so quiet, it puts a lot of people off. Now, Katie has the right to be quiet, but on the same note, if Katie has the right to be quiet, then people have the right to question the quietness. It's kind of a 50-50. So unfortunately, for you come out and talk. You don't have a problem doing that. It is what it is, right? And you speak for Katie a lot of the times, as I would expect you to do because you're her husband, right? That's what we do in the South.
Okay, so really quick, I'm going to read some of your comments. Freebird says, CP always answers by putting people down first before answering. In my opinion, he can't answer like an adult. I know. I wonder the same thing. And Scranton Strangler says, typical narcissist, in my opinion. And I do believe that Chris is a narcissist. And, he fits more than 7 traits, and you only have to really fit that many traits to be classified as such. And so I agree with that. I agree that he is narcissistic. And that's why instead of just coming out and saying how he feels, he has to always put people down and trash other people because he either can't articulate or won't articulate his feelings. um, Star says he makes it sound like he's not the type to have planned emotional warfare on his co-parent. Yeah, absolutely. That's very well said, Star. His voice is vomitocious. I agree. Forever Nikki's mom. It is. It is. It's cringy for sure. And Scranton Strangler says the day I start taking advice on how to live by Chris is the day I'm in big trouble. Just saying. I agree. I don't think anybody should look to Chris as a role model. It's unfortunate that that was one of Sebastian's male role models, in my opinion. And Star says, stop saying his name, stop looking, go away. Yeah. And that's what they've done. I mean, they haven't really done much to look. And then Joseph Rapp, nice to see you. Welcome in. Joseph says, Chris wants us to think he is a good guy. He's awful history, and ABUSC of family says exactly otherwise. I couldn't agree more. And Scranton Strangler says the difference is if it, God forbid, happened to one of us, we would not be giving conflicting stories, threatening people to stop looking for my kid, and were several other sus things. Absolutely. Several dozen other sus things. Absolutely. Freebird says there is a term in psychology when discussing narcissism. They call them monkeys, and they serve the narcissist knowingly and unknowingly. Absolutely, the flying monkeys, right? So think of the Wicked Witch of the West from The Wizard of Oz, and she has those little flying monkeys around her. That's where the analogy comes from, is because the monkeys do her dirty work for her. They do her bidding for her. And whether they are knowingly doing it or whether they are unknowingly doing it, they still are doing it. And he has those. I mean, in my opinion, look at Cluminati. She is one of his flying monkeys to the max. She's willing to, go out on the limb for him and cover for him and make excuses for him and make him seem like he is in a more positive light than he even makes himself out to be. So it's very strange. And it's this odd dedication that they have to the narcissist. It's really odd. Usually it's like family members that do it. It's not typically people, but they do enlist the help of whoever will do their dirty work for them. Look at poor Buster Murdaugh. I mean, his dad has made him to be one of the flying monkeys. I mean, if you just listen to the jail calls, you could tell Buster's sick and tired of doing that dirty work for his dad, but in the same way he's going to, because that's who pays his bills. But I guess maybe you can look at that the same for Clue and Cletus. I mean, ever since Chris has been on their panel and things like that, I'm sure their views and their clicks and everything have gone up, and that's, to them, that's what matters more than finding Sebastian, in my opinion. And that's really sad. It's too bad. And Forever Nikki's mom said there is no emotion at all in his voice. He is full of poo. And it's like he is reading a script. Absolutely. It's the same thing that he said several times over and over again. It's just now he's saying it in maybe a little bit of a different way, but he said all of this. He said all of it. Yeah, and he's not a parent, just my opinion. Scranton Stringler says, yeah, absolutely. Stringler, well said. From Island. Star says he knows everything except how to help bring Sebastian back. Absolutely, he does. He knows everything. I mean, gosh, just ask him and he'll tell you. But then he turns around and he does say, like, oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do anymore. And he said this before in another interview, that if everybody got together and just started walking, I mean, to me, that's counterproductive. I bet you he does wish that we would all do that and exhaust our resources in that way. That doesn't help. That doesn't help the situation, in my opinion. Freebird says, I'm sorry, my bad. They're called flying monkeys. Yes, ma'am. Yes. And I had to do all the research on it because I had no idea really what narcissism was or what narcissists were. And then I had to find out. And then I was like, oh, yeah. And again, these people are not original. They're not original. They're textbook. And Freebird says, copy and paste flying monkeys get caught up in the narcissist plan, often to damage the life of another person. Absolutely. They do. They'll take people down, just like we saw when they did that to Nina and trying to take faith from her. And all of them were together. And then Katie was over there filming it on a Facebook Live and laughing and things like that. For somebody to do that to somebody who never did anything to them, it's like it's sick. It's completely sick. Because what did Nina ever do to her? Katie got Nina's sloppy seconds, and then what? You're mad at her? She didn't do anything to you. If anything, she gave Chris a beautiful little daughter. So I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, humanize. Okay, I know. I did write some things about that island. I did. And Freebird says the narcissist may use their flying monkeys as piggy in the middle, carrying information from party to party. The flying monkey may use gaslighting tactics, open aggression, and guilt tripping in order to make another person feel bad and weak, whilst shoring up to the narcissist. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's like, and because they want that praise, like, oh, look what I did for you. Look what I did, and it's like, get a life. Why are you picking on somebody that didn't, like, again, that didn't do anything to you? It's just to please the narcissist. And the narcissist gets like a supply off of that, right? Because that's what narcissists do. They use other people to make themselves feel good because they're miserable human beings. They have been traumatized somewhere along the line, and that's the reason why they develop narcissism. It's a defense mechanism to cope with trauma, and it's coping with the trauma in a very negative way. Instead of doing it in a positive light, they do it in a very negative way. And yeah, absolutely nailed it, Freebird. Absolutely. And I'm glad that you said that, because it's an important aspect of this case and why we see these people doing these dirty deeds for Chris, his mother, his sister, everybody in that family. If Chris says jump, they ask how high, in my opinion. And I've seen it, and I've also experienced it in real life. So I know that they will go to great lengths, and they will enlist the help of others. And the funny part is that when those flying monkeys, when the narcissist turns on them and then they realize that they were a flying monkey and that they are getting the same treatment as they were given, it's probably very awful for them, because then they realize, wow, I should have probably never did that for them, because they don't care about me. They were just using me for their benefit. And then when they're done, they discard. And that's what narcissists do. They don't care about other people. Thank you, Island. Thank you. I love how you call me Liberty. That's cute. Thank you. That is cute. And Joseph says, just watch Jake Hoffendorfer. She makes it clear he and Katie are likely involved. 9 red flags per her analysis. Thanks for welcoming. Absolutely. Thank you for being here. And thank you for sharing that information, because, yeah, 9 red flags. And that's coming from a former FBI agent. She's very seasoned. She's very educated. She's experienced a ton. And she's saying 9 red flags. It's like, holy cow. Yeah. Murdaugh Monkeys sounds like a band name. the Murdaugh Monkeys. That's hilarious, Star. And Forever Nikki's mom says, Joseph, that was a very informative live with her, and she touched on everything we have been feeling. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to watch it, you guys. You guys are making me itchy to watch it. And Star says, as a mother, I would never treat another mother like that. Speaks volumes for Kiki. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I agree. And keep in mind too, when a person, and it's a man or a woman, so we're not just going to blame guys, right? Because we're just talking about it in that aspect, because Chris is a man. But women are narcissists too. And so in that regard, if somebody is doing something horrible and awful to the person that they're with, don't take it personally if you're that person, because they're going to go on to the next person and do the same thing. The next person isn't just some wonderful, awesome unicorn that changes this person for the better. No, they're always going to be like that. So if they're hurting, or if they're abuse to you, if they're doing that to you, then they're going to do it to the next person. It's not going to change. It's nothing you're doing. It's just how they are. And that's really hard to, with when people, survivors of that kind of trauma, when it comes to like DV trauma, um, they don't realize that until much later, that it's like, hey, it's not me. And then even the people that are going for these people, like if you meet somebody and they were in a DV situation, just be really, really cautious, because it's not going to change. People don't change for other people. People change because they want to change, not they don't change for other people. That goes, I mean, that's not even just narcissists. That's anybody in general, in my opinion. And Forever Nikki's mom says we need a flying monkey emoji next. I'm on it. I'm on it. I will definitely get on that after the live. And Star, I got my little monkeys in the scroll. So like in this part, let's see. CP allows us to have questions. And now he's always allowed us to he's like, everybody can have their questions. I don't mind. He's always said that. He's always made that really clear. But then when people start asking him questions, like you guys said, I mean, it's all of a sudden he starts bad mouthing people, yelling, acting a fool, just, instead of just answering the question. And that's one thing, I've seen Seth be sarcastic about certain things and answering questions in certain ways, where he's a little bit sarcastic, but in the same way, he's always very straightforward when it comes to Sebastian. But then when Granny asks Chris, were the emails about the emails that were released, he kind of deflects away from it, and he doesn't answer her. And then he just goes on and on and on about how everybody deals with things differently, and we all do deal with things differently. If something happens to me and it happens to another person, the exact same thing, I might react to it differently than the other person experiencing the exact same thing. So I understand that if my child was missing, I might not act the same way Katie does, and vice versa. But in the same way, the problem with people who are very familiar with cases like this and just true crime in general is that we see a lot of these similarities when someone is guilty, and it's just screaming out to us, right? We can't really help it. It's screaming out at us. And that's not our fault. That's their fault, in my opinion. And he says that he's praying every day that Sebastian's found and that the case comes to a positive end. Um, then he was asked, what can we do as creators? So what can we do to help out with the situation and not make it more negative than it already is? And he starts talking about the flyers. And he said, as long as they have the correct information on them, which I found to be really odd, because they were the ones that were giving the wrong information to begin with. If anything was put on there and it was wrong, in my opinion, it was because they did that. That's not on anybody else. We don't know what Sebastian was wearing the night that he vanished off the face of the planet. We don't know that. Katie's the one that told us that, right? Katie's the one that told the TBI, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. She's the one telling people this, not anybody else. So if they want to look at anybody, again, they need to look right back in the mirror at themselves. Then he goes on and he says that he doesn't know what to ask for. He said the negativity does keep Sebastian's name in the spotlight, which I agree. I agree to an extent. I think that he's underestimating the people who actually really, really care about Sebastian and who really, really want him to come home. I think he's underestimating that because he cannot see it, because he doesn't feel that way, in my opinion. But to me, the negativity is making things 10 times worse. Yeah, we're talking about it, but we're talking about the negativity. We're not talking about Sebastian. If we're talking about drama, we're talking about the drama. We're not talking about Sebastian. And so I think he's greatly underestimating the amount of people who actually do talk about the important aspects of the case, the important clues that we should all be focused on. And I hope he does keep underestimating us, because maybe one of these days we'll have the answers that we've all been looking for. Maybe we can come up with some good answers by focusing in on that stuff and leaving the negativity and the drama um, to the ones that like it. And then the other channels, like Justin does a great job. He'll take a subject and he'll dive into it. The people that are doing that, those are the ones that he's underestimating, in my opinion. And then doesn't know what else to do. He says, they're talking about Katie's silence, right? So Katie's being very silent. And Truth says that, for one, he thinks that it's because every time they say anything or she says anything, that it's ripped apart. And I don't agree with that. I think the things that she says causes people concern, causes people to talk about her in a negative light, because she's putting her own son in a negative light. I put out uh, the last interview with QB, and it was back in May, and Katie spoke, and she was saying negative things about Sebastian. That's not our fault. So we're supposed to just be hunky-dory with that? No, I don't think so. I'm not going to be hunky-dory with it, and I know you guys aren't going to be, so. And then he also says that Katie has issues with public speaking. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think she has issues with telling the truth. And KP also said, or excuse me, Truth also thinks KP has been dehumanized. And I do understand what he's saying there. I can see that because of her silence, because she refuses to come out. People cannot relate to her mother to mother. I think, but I don't believe that we have dehumanized her. I think that she dehumanized herself when she comes out and she doesn't look at the camera. She stares away. She pops her knuckles because she's trying to be intimidating because she's angry. Katie has shown her own butt. I mean, there's not anything we can do about that. Katie's shown her own butt. And then, I'm sorry, guys, anytime Clue speaks, we all know she's just going to start swearing and MF this and, all this nasty talk. So I apologize about the nasty talk. And Forever Nikki's mom says, but he's not going to answer the question. Exactly. Yeah, he's not going to. He's not going to ever answer the question. And Star says, OMG, have you seen the QB is calling Coffin, or what she's calling? No, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine what she's calling her. I mean, there's things that I've disagreed with Jen about, and I've said it in her comments, but then I also know that Jen's a seasoned FBI agent. She's retired now. And, who am I? But I'm just, it's just my opinion, so no, I don't even know what vile crap they have come up with. She is installation security. She installs the installation equipment. Blah. I'm sorry. She installs security equipment. Wow. And she has she has to have good interpersonal skills. I see what you're saying, Star. Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, she goes into people's houses every day to install this stuff. So, I mean, she's going to have to be personable at some level. People are going to have questions about the security equipment that she's installed. She's going to have to walk them through it if it's their very first time, having this equipment in their home. So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's going to have, and then she was also in the Navy. They teach you those life skills. They teach you things like that. When someone asks you a question, you answer them, and you answer them respectfully. You make eye contact. You look at them. You sit up straight. There's a lot of things that people in the military are trained to be polite, and if they're not, then they have someone to answer to. So yeah, there's no way in hell. I mean, I don't believe it for a second. And Forever Nikki's mom said she is not a grieving mother. She is guilty mother. In my opinion, I believe that as well. I believe that as well. And Star says, like, if you're going into someone's home to make them feel safe, you put on a smile and talk. Absolutely, yeah, because you're going in their house. Yeah, I completely agree with that. That makes total sense to me. Cavendish. In my opinion, he is running interface by saying KP has trouble public speaking. Yeah, or interference, excuse me, interference by saying KP has trouble public speaking. That way he can say she misspoke in court of law. In my opinion, I agree, Freebird. That is a really good observation there, because that's what I was talking about, like with the polished turds thing, when I was talking, like when I made those that series of videos. It's because every single time they go on a panel like this, they always try to make them look like better people than they actually are. They try to make excuses for them left and right. And, I believe that truth, you know, I think that he did a really good job in the beginning. He was really confident about what he was saying, but then when Chris got on panel and he starts yelling, and then his chat is going crazy, and how can you say this, and oh my gosh, and then you got the entire other panel like completely quiet. They want more reinforcements up there, so then that way, he has to silence and not be as vocal about what he's really feeling. That is what I saw. That was my perception of the whole entire thing. So, and I could be wrong, but that's just what I was observing. So they're calling her coffin douche. Oh my God. I mean, Reach for the Sky says, yes, Nikki, thanks for saying it, in my opinion. Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think you guys are spot on with a lot of the observations that you're coming up with. It's just one of those things where it's like they're not fooling anybody. They think they're fooling everybody, but they're not. Even when they make up these little excuses, oh, she's not a good public speaker, and oh well, everybody's gonna bash her. And nobody would bash Katie if Katie came out and made an authentic, not a fake one, but an authentic plea for her son to come home. Authentic plea for his safe return, for him to call, like when Seth says, please call 911, please. Everybody knows he means it. We can all feel it, right? But you can't feel it coming from her because it's so inauthentic. And it's been said before, and I'll say it again. It was said by, I believe it was, um, one of the creators, the guy that Seth was on, and I forget his name now, it escapes me. But he even said, if you know where something is, you don't look for it because you know where it is. If your keys are missing, you're not going to look for your keys if you know where they are. It's just, you know. No, you're good, Star. Sometimes I can't read. and it's little too. I need to get my glasses. I need to get some glasses. My eyes checked. And he says he will never tell on her. Yeah, exactly. And the fact that they're like, "Oh, when you're from the South," I don't think it's just from the South. I don't think it's just people from the South, because I'm a Yankee, and I, like, if somebody was doing something to my mom, my dad would stick up for her. You know, so it's one of those things. It's not a Southern thing. It's just a gentlemanly thing to do, really. I mean, for you to stick up for your lady, that's just normal, you know. It doesn't have anything to do with being from the South, or whether you're from, above or below the Mason-Dixon line. And Freebird says CP must have hated boot camp, in my opinion. Oh yeah, he did. He hated being told what to do and when to do it, and or having to ask permission to do anything. I'm surprised he even made it through. Honestly, I don't know how either one of them did, if they acted just even a smidge of the way they're acting right now. And Star says, "Oh, I bet his ego must have been an issue." Yeah, for sure. And that's the biggest problem for a narcissist, is their ego gets in their way every single time. Every single time. Because it's much greater than anything else in them. It's greater than a love. It's greater than compassion. It's greater than care. It's greater than everything. They are everything. They're the most selfish, egotistical beings that walk among us. And they're not, they most of them will never get help for it. The ego it blinds them so much that they cannot be introspective at all. And they're always going to find another person. And we know that he's been married 5 times. 5 women said yes. They said yes to the dress. And Star says, oh, he got ganged up on. Oh, for sure. For sure he did. Like, I feel like he should have had somebody up there in his corner. And I know he probably wasn't expecting all of that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was all planned out. I do not know these people. I subscribed to his channel just because I thought that it took a lot of guts. It takes cojones to go up there, especially against like somebody as psychotic as Clue. Because I mean, she'll just sit there and scream and yell and mf this and f this, and nobody matters but her. And that's what if you want a good example of a female narcissist, in my opinion, look at Cluminati. She thinks her viewers are not smart enough to realize that she thinks that they're all dumb, and then they follow her. So maybe they need to recognize what's happening. But yeah, that's how they do. That is how they do. And Forever Nikki's mom says there's absolutely no reason for Jen to be called that. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I've disagreed with some of the things that she said too, but I would never call her that. Like, I was just like, oh my, I don't know. Oh my word. And she says that's right there, that right there shows what those channels are about, and it's not about Sebastian, in my opinion. I agree. It's about making the Proudfoot feet look better than what they are. And I get it. If that's your friend and you're sticking up for them, I completely understand that. We should stick up for our friends. We should be there for our friends. But in the same way, if you really care about your friend, you need to hold them accountable for the things that they're doing too. And if they're wrecking themselves and doing things that is not healthy or good for them, then you're not a good friend if you don't call them out and tell them, hey, that's not good or whatever. And the Scranton Strangler says, the fact that they are attacking Jennifer means she's onto something, in my opinion. Very good observation. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Yeah, they don't like it when someone's hot on their trail, right? They get a little bit worried. And Margaret says, I hear that a lot. It's from the South. I don't understand that, Margaret. I'm like, okay, but like, I think men stick up for their ladies all over, right? Isn't that why we like having a man in some capacity? I mean, there's a lot of other good reasons. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, it's like you feel protected when you're with a guy, right? Because you know that they have your back. And if some other guy comes up and, whatever, they get fresh, whatever it is, like, that they are going to, they have your back. So, yeah. And Star says, right forever, particularly ugly. Strangler 100. I agree. Couponing. Good to see you, couponing. Pride before the fall. Yeah, absolutely. It's always a pride thing. And like pride is pride's one of the 7 deadly sins, right? So it's not a good thing. It's good to be proud, but it's not good to be prideful. And that's what he is, in my opinion. There's nothing to be proud of when you act the way that he does. There's nothing to be proud of when your ex-wife comes up and says he hit my children and busted my daughter's lip open and beat my 3-year-old son's little behind, and that he always says things that hurt their feelings. There's nothing to be proud of as a grown ass man to act that way. He should be in jail. I mean, I don't know why they haven't taken him in for child ABUSE yet. And that's a problem within Sumner County. I'm sorry, but it just really is. That's a major problem that they're allowing that to happen, especially to a child who has special needs. No child deserves it. No child deserves it. And Scranton Strigler says, I give him kudos for standing up to Chris as much as he did. I do too. I thought he did a great job. That's why I went over and subscribed to him, because I was like, well, at least he can take a step back and be like, you know what, I'm my own person. I don't like being the way that I have been, and I wanted to stand up against it. You know, he's a pretty strong-willed guy, it seems like, you know, from what I've seen. And Star says 5 women also said no, get away. That's a good point. All 5 said yes, and all 5 said no. Well, except for Katie. We're still waiting for Katie to say no, but she's not going to, you know? Margaret. She's not going to, though. She's gonna stand by her man. And she should, because he's standing by her. He's about the only one. And then Star says, personally, I could never see myself marrying Mullet Stepfoot. I can never see myself doing it either. Mullet Stepfoot. Could you imagine how much grease is like on that pillow when he's okay. All right. I'm sorry. I digress. And Joseph says, when Clue is on, I stop watching. I know. It's hard to watch. Like, I forget that I have to do that. I mean, I get that everybody swears. I swear too. I'm not like some little nun or, you know, anything like that. But in the same way, it's like, does it really have to be like that aggressive? Like, you know, it's crazy. Yeah, and I've made awful choices too, Star, for real. Like I said, I married somebody just like Chris. But the thing is, the most interesting thing about that to me is that, of course, we meet somebody's representative at first, right? So when we first meet somebody, they're doing nice things for us, they're complimenting us, they're taking us out to dinner, you know, whining and dining, so to speak. They are on their best behavior. But then what ends up happening is, most of the time when the narcissist, well, it's just kind of textbook, so I can just kind of say it. Then what happens is that the narcissist knows that they got you. You fall for them, right? And you love them. And so when they get you where they want you to be, then that's when their mask falls a little bit, and it falls more and more and more. And usually it's the more they have you, right? So, like when you first move in with them, they start doing things that are not to be tolerated. But when you love someone, you overlook things, right? And so then it's just like a snowball effect. And then it's just like an endless cycle. And they do that. And then they apologize. And then it's great. And then they do it again, or they do something awful, equally awful. And then they apologize. And then everything's great. And it's a honeymoon again. And it's just a vicious cycle. And that's what I really believe. Because even when you listen to Katie, and talking about him bringing them to the faux restaurant, and him taking them out for that deep sea fishing trip, and then he's like, oh yeah, I paid for another round, like he's some kind of a big shot. Like, so what? You were supposed to pay. I mean, come on. It's ridiculous. And he actually thinks that he sounds like normal. Like, we're all supposed to be like, oh yeah, what a good guy. I could see this guy being a good guy. No, you're not. Just because you paid for them to go for another round because they enjoyed themselves, that's what you're supposed to do. Because you want to see them happy, right? But no, it's not about that for a narcissist. It's about, I paid. I paid. Well, good for you. You paid. You'd have to pay for somebody else too if you want, you know, you obviously like the ladies, so I mean, get used to paying. And Margaret says a lot of these other creators are not on Sebastian, or are not, or Sebastian Rogers, excuse me, they are for the drama and money. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. I mean, obviously we all can get sucked into drama, you know. I mean, but it's like there's a time and a place for it. Like, if you like drama, then watch a movie that has dramatic sequences or whatever, or storyline. But when it comes to a missing child's case, there's not really a whole lot of room for it, in my opinion. And Forever Nikki's mom says they went after Betty, in my opinion, because she was onto something also when she was discussing the pickle bag. Yeah, I agree. I thought that that was one of the most unfair aspects of it, was because she was theorizing, and she was also just stating the obvious, stating the truth, really, that these two were in the military and they were issued a pickle bag. And then all of a sudden she's just a horrible person and is defaming them and everything. No, she was theorizing, in my opinion. And Star says, I tend to say I have a broken picker. So that's a single. So it's the single life for me. Aw. I know what you mean. I mean, it's hard because like, but don't think it's like all on you though, because these people make it so. Like they make you think they're good people and they actually care, and they're not. They're just users and ABUSERs. That's just them. Um, they know when to be nice. They know when to play nice, and then they know when to drop the mask. And it's usually when they have you by the short and curlies, or when they know that you love them. And couponing says, thank you, lady. I watched Jen's video before coming on here. Oh, cool. Yeah, I really, 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 you're welcome. I really, really, really want to see it. Because I think she does a good job. Like I said, I don't agree with anybody 100% of the time on anything. But she does a good job. And I know she cares. She's one of those that, one of the officers that you can tell the reason why she got into it was because she actually cares. And Starf says, I forgot Kiki's number 5. Yes, she said no, but not yet. She said yes, but not no yet. And Forever Nikki's mom says he answers the 5 CPS reports. Yeah. Yeah, he knows damn well how many there were. Come on. It was his household. He's the man of the house. He wants us all to think he's the man of the house, so get it, step mullet, get it. Stepfoot. I love Star Stepfoot. And Joseph says, Katie and Chris are bound together. One I hope will break. Yeah, me too. I don't know who's going to be the first one to roll, but somebody's going to do it. And they're going to rat out the other one. It's just only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. And I know that Chris is going to probably be the rat. And Forever Nikki's mom says Clueless is vile with her mouth, in my opinion. I agree. That's one reason why I can't like listen or watch, because it's just too much. It's a lot. And I don't want to hear about people's sex lives. And Star says, yep, best foot forward, then bit by bit, testing boundaries, isolating, verbal abuse, and then physical at peak. Absolutely. Another thing too, like, is like breaking your things. Like that was one thing that happened before the physical stuff, was that you just break my stuff, like, and then after like the first couple times it was like upsetting, like, oh my God, how could you do that? And then like, after a while it didn't, I was like, oh, he's just going to break my favorite thing, like I had this favorite lamp that I loved it was from a thrift store. Like it was not expensive, guys. It was just like a regular, kind of like a 70s style kind of like lamp that I thought was really cool. And I loved it, and he knew it. And he just one night just took it and just smashed it to smithereens. And then I stopped caring about my stuff. I'm like, whatever, he's going to break it. And then he started doing the physical stuff. And Island says KP is really not in a good position with CP. Now he can do whatever he wants because he was hold this over her head and as a weapon, in my opinion. I agree wholeheartedly. Hey, Dorothy Hurd, nice to see you. Nice to see you, hon. Yeah, absolutely, Island. And it's sad. It's sad and it's sick, and I'm sure that she's at his mercy like you wouldn't believe. And couponing says she goes over the red flags in the case. I cannot wait. Maybe we'll go over it tomorrow because I still have a little bit more of this interview, and then I, we can go over that because I'd like to see what she has to say, especially because we know that now she's been privy, not pervy, privy to more information. And Miss Dorothy couponing says, remember things can be replaced. Absolutely, absolutely. But what I was getting at is like after that, like him breaking my things, and he started breaking my face. So it was a segue into the really bad stuff. Yeah, it was good reach for this guy. I'm sure it seemed like it was really, really good. All right, guys. So let's go over number 4. We'll watch number 4 and see what else he has to say.
Hey,
Are there? My question is there going to be a time that Katie is going to not speak to you two? Because like I've said to you before, I think that's pointless, right? But to go out and speak directly to Sebastian, or respectfully, is the reason that that's not happening because you're worried about whether he would be able to hear it or not? Like, is there a reason that she hasn't directly addressed him?
She has, in some interviews, directly addressed him, especially when people ask the question if Sebastian could hear you right now or he's watching this. Katie has addressed Sebastian directly.
It's been quite some time,
well,
though. Would you agree?
Right. And I want everybody to stop for one quick second. I'm going to rewind something here on you. In October, we had Halloween, one of Sebastian's favorite holidays. He's not home.
Right.
Thanksgiving, our family dinner table is incomplete. December 7th, people couldn't leave the day alone.
sure couldn't.
Christmas is coming up. Once again, we have an incomplete holiday. New Year's.
So she's just not
Valentine's Day.
like,
And then right after Valentine's Day, what is the next one?
well, let's hope he's home by then instead of thinking.
Amen. Amen. But everybody wants to know why she doesn't talk. Maybe because she's a grieving mother. Maybe this is one of the worst stretches of the year for any person in this world who has had to deal with a personal tragedy, losing a loved one, anything. It's not that she doesn't want to talk, but respecting the fact.
We lost you, I think. We lost you.
He'll be back.
How about now?
Yeah,
You're
we
good
got
now.
you.
There we go.
Sorry.
There we go.
Well,
Chris, I don't mean to
Diane,
interrupt you for a second. Addison, will you please make a comment so I can mod you? Queen asked me to mod you. So if you'll make a comment, please. Go
No.
ahead.
That was that. Reread that. Reread that.
But what I was saying is when she's ready to talk, she'll talk. And I just ask that you respect the facts. It is the holidays. She is grieving. Seth is grieving. Everybody grieves in their own ways. Just have some respect about it.
Yeah. You know,
I
one
a
thing,
lot of people are saying that you guys aren't doing anything. Is there things that you guys are doing that you're just not broadcasting?
We don't broadcast what we do because it doesn't, one, like you said before, it gets twisted.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, sometimes not having what we do broadcasted is actually a lot more effective because we can focus on doing what we need to do. finding Sebastian, looking into things, whatever we need to do. Sometimes it's best not publicized.
Yeah. I mean, look,
You know,
SF
I
looked out a photo of everybody searching, and that's torn apart, right?
well, and I'm going to put this out there, and I can't, God, I can't stand this for the life of me.
Well, can I just say something? There are things
I'm good.
that I have personally heard, and this is not from Chris and Katie, okay? There was a situation talking, y'all know we've been in the neighborhood talking to people. I'm gonna cry, don't fucking judge me, but there was a neighbor who said the day after he went missing, Katie stepped outside and they just heard this like blood curdling scream. And she was outside screaming his name. And then she just like doubled over and fell on the pavement. And for days, she left a blanket, food, shoes outside for him. And this person was like, it was the most heartbreaking thing. And she was like crying, right? Because my assumption is she's a mom and that hits you. You know what I mean? It chokes me up. Like it hits me. I could not fucking imagine that, right? So I understand completely when Chris feels like even something is being insinuated about her. And I understand why he gets upset and immediately wants to come to her defense. He loves her. It's what
Well,
he's supposed to do.
right. Like I said earlier, he's being a protective husband, right? Like,
Well,
yeah, I
I
get
know
it.
people are going to push back because they're saying already, like, no, you cared more about the truck. To clarify, that right there was going to lead to another 100 live streams saying, boom, Chris is guilty. So it's not that he cared about the truck over Sebastian. He cares about, as he said, the misinformation and disinformation, or half of the information being out there that leads to hours of speculation that does not result or even help Sebastian be found because it's not based on fact. So no, he didn't care about the truck. Just being simple minded.
Well,
And
once again, that's where people they have their opinions, and I've stated the fact.
well, opinions don't write a probable cause affidavit, and people need to remember that. Your feelings about people and maybe them being shady or, whatever. And I'm talking to the creators and the viewers. They don't write a PCA, right? You have to have evidence. And as we all know, right now there is no evidence against anybody. So to start an investigation and hire a private intelligence agency and have them come out the gate after Chris and Katie is wild to me. Wild to me. What kind of intelligence agency starts an investigation with suspects in mind? It's fucking wild. So
No,
anyway, your facts, your feelings don't write a PCA.
actually, some of their feelings did write out a whole,
Well, they wrote out an injunction, but
a
not a
whole
PCA.
injunction.
Not a probable cause, right? Come on,
And
like,
that's not even going to
and I
cover.
and you have to be in true. I've been in true crime a really long time. You guys know me from the shows and stuff. But like, you have to be able to bend with the evidence, right? You have to you can have an idea of something, but you have to bend your theory with the evidence. And right now, we all hate it, but there is no evidence, you guys,
Well, yeah, and some
that
of the
we
things
know
are
about, that we know
some.
about.
If I may, because I've never had a chance to speak to you, Chris, on a panel or anything, if I may seek this opportunity to ask some of the questions that they are using, basing their feelings on. Did you and Katie take a vacation shortly after Sebastian's disappearance?
To
I
where?
mean, I don't know. They're all saying you guys went on vacation.
No, we have
Okay.
never in this whole deal. Like we haven't been on a vacation.
Why are you people telling me to stop? Wouldn't you, like, would you rather seek this opportunity to clear up rumors and hopefully get some solid answers? Or do you guys want to have a little, where we can all powwow and tell everybody how great each other is?
Exactly.
Like, I'm sorry, I'd rather seek this opportunity, but I'll digress. We'll go ahead
No,
and make and
don't
talk.
digress, because you're right. It is the
No, Granny,
perfect.
say
This is
whatever
what
the hell you want. Fuck
right.
them
This is
people.
Yeah.
They
what he's
ain't
here
shit.
for. But all right, you guys can all
No,
go
you're
ahead
good.
and chat in.
Granny, I've got you up here as a guest. If they don't like it, they can leave.
I mean, I feel like these are solid. I don't know. Like, do we want to waste this away by saying like, "Oh, I respect you. Well, you respect me. Well, this is great." No, I want to hear about Sebastian. What did you go on vacation? The answer is no. Do your parents own a private jet?
No.
No.
God,
Okay, now
no.
that's out the way.
Okay, guys. So, really quick, I've been away from that relationship for a very long time. I was divorced in 2011. So it's been a very, very long time. But I like to share things like that so people understand kind of how things go in those relationships, because I don't ever want people to feel like it was their fault and that there was something that they could have done to change the situation, because there isn't anything that you can do, and it is never your fault if somebody's mistreating you like that. And so, but I like to if I'm going to talk about other people's things, then I'm willing to talk about my own things. So that's just kind of what, kind of the kind of the promise that I made whenever I started my channel. If I'm going to talk about other people's stuff, then I'm not going to come up here and act like I've been perfect my whole life and don't have any issues or anything like that. And Forever Nikki's mom said one time, and it was generic, like she told to do it. Yes, absolutely. Yes. And Dorothy says, yep. And Freebird says, this guy acts like he is a public speaker and going for an Oscar that never came, in my opinion. Yeah, I think that he really believes that people are very interested in him and again, that's an ego thing, right? That they're super interested in him. They're super, um, engaged in what he's saying. Well, yeah, we are, but it's just because we want to find out more information about Sebastian. And unfortunately, Katie, who was the one that was with him last, is not speaking up and saying anything. She's just staying behind the scenes and, oh, Chris is going to take care of me, and that's all well and fine. I agree. We should stick up for each other, right? If you're in a relationship, but in the same way, it's about holding each other accountable too. And I don't think that they understand that. Not buying it stepfoot sounds good, but nope. I know exactly. I think it sounds better than it really is. I agree. And Dorothy says, wish it was doing nothing. Oh, wish is doing nothing, CP. Absolutely, Dorothy. And Star says, worst stretch H of the year, being darn near the whole year. When she's ready to talk, she'll talk. Sebastian's waiting, honey. Maybe he is out there just wondering if his mom cares. I agree. I agree. I think that it would go so far if she would just act like she cared just the tiniest bit. People would really embrace that. But instead, it's like, poor me, oh, woe is me, everybody's bashing us, just all this nonsense. And it's crazy. Island says they admitted that they leak information to YouTube channels, which we already knew. In my opinion, these truly are flying monkeys. Absolutely, Island. So like, we all knew that they were doing that behind the scenes. We didn't, I guess we didn't know for sure, but we definitely knew. And so, yeah, like when he talks about the holidays being incomplete and people couldn't just leave his birthday alone, then he also calls Katie a grieving mother twice and then lumps Seth into that category of grieving, which I find, and this isn't the first time he has said that either. I really think that using the word grieving is something that maybe being misconstrued as well or taken at face value. It can mean that, because when you're grieving somebody, that means that they may have, most of the time it means that they passed away, right? And so that's what really like makes me nervous about when Chris uses that choice of words. And absolutely, Forever Nikki's mom, it is a lie, because you can't turn grief on and off. And it's just like when Clue was like, oh, I'm gonna cry, but then she never does cry, right? And I understand it's odd to be, on a live, but she's not even showing her face. So I mean, it's like you don't want to sit there and bawl your eyes out on a live and whatnot, and people will make fun of you, whatever they do. But either way, um, it's just weird that she would say that and then not even crack a crack in her voice or anything like that. It's just feigning um, a response that everybody is looking for. And Freebird says, "Flying monkey alert." And Star says, "Caw caw." And then Dorothy says, "Oh, do you think, lady?" Oh, I don't know. I don't know, Dorothy. Maybe it was something I said earlier. And Forever Nikki's mom says, who is the lady on the panel talking? Okay, so that is Body Movin'. And I've never heard of her before. I do believe that she is also a creator, because she said she's been creating for a while. She said she was on Terry Lynn's panel the one night with the pants, or she was in the chat. I can't remember exactly right now, but I thought she said she was on panel, or she was on another panel where they were talking about it. So either way, she is kind of, yeah, like body, like it's like body moving, like MOOVAN. I don't know. I don't really know who she is. And Joseph Rapp says the parents are always looked into first. Clue. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Especially if it's the last person that the child was with. I mean, look at Patsy Ramsey. I mean, she was in the house. Look at Summer Wells's mother. I don't know why her name escapes me now. Candace. I mean, it's whoever's with the kid last, or with the person last. If we're watching Dateline, it's going to be the husband or the wife, and there's an insurance policy. you know, um, it's just kind of like, that's the thing, when you're so used to watching the true crime, you can really find the patterns, right, that happen, and you become keen to those things. And Reach for the Sky says she was the last one with him. Absolutely. Island says there are circumstantial evidence, in my opinion. I do think there's circumstantial evidence. That was one thing that really bothered me too, that Body Movin' says there's no evidence. And I don't believe that. I don't believe there is no evidence. Now we know there is tons more evidence, tons of things that we haven't seen yet, tons of things that we haven't been, if we're Chris Proudfoot, we haven't been privy to it. But if we're everybody else, we haven't been privy to it. We don't know everything, right? So in that way, who is she to say that? Even if you've been in true crime your whole entire life, um, you're no, there's evidence. They're just not telling us what it is, because they're keeping it close to the vest. And when they're asked what are they doing, I believe it was Granny who asked them, what are you guys doing behind the scenes? Are you doing more and just not publicizing it? And we never get an answer from Chris. She does ask him if or she does bring up the photo. So Granny says, well, that one photo when you guys were out there searching and everybody ripped it apart. No, I don't think we did. I believe that it looked exactly what it was. It was a photo op. And instead of them looking seriously, like they're absolutely looking desperately to find their son who has been missing, they're sitting there, haha, look at the drone, hee hee hee. Like, it's like a big screw you to everyone. It's like they might as well have all had their middle fingers flipped up at us, because that's what they were doing. And even Seth said that it was a photo op. I mean, if they're not worried about how the public feels, they could at least think about how they're making Seth feel, because he absolutely, uh, in my opinion, seems like he was upset about that, and that he saw it just the way all of us saw it. And Freebird says 5 little monkeys flying over the bed. One One wet poop on Christmas on Chris's head. That was awesome. That was awesome. And Scranton Strangler says this is one speaking, or excuse me, this one speaking should know that their behavior is not right, and that's why people look at them the way they do. I absolutely agree. I can't agree more. I can't agree more with that. And Freebird, I have to mediate now. Mustafa. Star, you guys. Ah, thank you, Freebird. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. And it's the worst part is when you have kids, we had our daughter together. So and I talked a little bit about on Terry Lynn's channel and stuff like that. But basically it's one of those things where if the narcissist still has something over your head, they'll still try to look to you for supply. And it could be they can get it from negativity or they can get it from positivity. And so that's what makes it really, really difficult. And I think that that's kind of another reason I can relate to what Seth is going through, because he's having to deal with these people. And Couponing says I couldn't and still have a difficult time watching Micah Miller's case. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's one. Well, and that's another reason why I didn't go over Nina's interview fully. I would like to possibly do that. It's just really, really hard for me to watch because I understand what it's like to have. She was really lucky to have her dad, who came in and got her and stuff like that. I didn't have that luxury. I did have a lot of good friends though. I actually moved to a different state and his family lived there. And so that was a major issue, because it just got worse because there was nobody there in my corner. And so I understand that, being in that position. And Dorothy says CP will throw KP under the bus if it comes down to it. I believe so too, Dorothy. I believe that. I believe that he will rat her out. And yeah, I believe that he'll rat in a second. And Freebird says, I agree, Dorothy. Couponing says it took me back to one of my DV relationships. Yeah, see, absolutely. And I know a lot of us ladies that are very interested in true crime, we can relate to these things. And I think it's a good thing, like, to help others realize that you can get out of that situation. You do not have to stay in it, and that there is a silver lining in it, no matter how awful it gets. Because sometimes that's a big misconception. People will say, well, how come you don't just leave? Because a lot of times they will stalk you, which I did have that happen. I dealt with him constantly coming back, apologizing, and if you don't agree to go back with them, they use the fear, right? And so it's a very dangerous situation. A lot of women don't make it out because when they are trying to leave, that is the most dangerous time. And a lot of times they don't make it, just like Mamata Kaflevat. She had tried to leave him before and she left him, but then she went back. And then when she tried to leave him the last time, he ended up unaliving her. And it was a gruesome, gruesome, gruesome situation. And that man was military, he was a high ranking military. So that's even scarier, because sometimes these guys are cops. Sometimes these guys have a lot of pull in the community. Sometimes they are pillars of the community and nobody knows what's happening behind the closed doors. So it's absolutely dangerous. And then there's also a lot of guilt associated with it. And Star says, Dorothy heard I had a dream about that around 5 or 6 days ago. And Couponing said, so glad you got out. Yes, yes. And I'm glad that you got out too, Couponing. That's the thing. It's very strong. Like it takes a very strong person and it takes a lot of persistence. And then also, I always say, like, it's good to make a plan and get some money together, because a lot of times there's financial ABUSE that keeps you from being able to leave as well, because they have you like right where they want you. And there's not a whole lot of wiggle room for what you can do. And then unfortunately, a lot of times women don't make as much money as men do, so they have more money than we do, and it can be really difficult, especially when we're dealing with family court, as we saw with Nina. It just depends on who has more money, really, in that way, because um, the lawyers are super expensive. Family court lawyers are very well paid, and if you don't have money for them, you don't have money for them. There isn't anybody willing to come forward and be like, "Oh, I'll take your case pro bono," or anything like that, because there's nothing in it for them. Yep, Chris Watts. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And look at Shanann. I mean, like, I watch videos of Shanann still to this day. I'll watch her Thrive videos, and she would go live, and she was just working so hard. And, I know that there was a lot of things that she was doing with the girls that I didn't agree with myself. But in the same way, um, she loved him. I mean, she loved him, and she talked very highly of him. And Star says, never going to date a Chris or a Peterson, just saying. I know. Well, and honestly, like, just subjectively speaking, Chris Watts was a nice looking guy, especially like when he started working out and everything. He had a nice body, seemed like a sweet guy, seemed like a good dad. Those are always qualities that women look for, right? We look for those qualities in a man. Somebody who is strong, somebody who is a good dad, somebody who's a good husband, or has the capacity to be one. And so those are always attractive qualities. And Freebird says, did CP or KP take out insurance on Sebastian? I am not sure if that was just a rumor. Okay, so Smiley asked them if they had an insurance policy on Sebastian, a life insurance policy, and Katie said his father has one on him, and she said it just like that, like very facetious, very bratty, in my opinion. She was like, his father has one on him, and she left it at that. She never said if they had one or not. She threw Seth right under the bus. And Dorothy says, exactly over your head. Yes. Merry Christmas Eve, all. Yes, it is Christmas Eve. It is, it is. And Island says, in my opinion, I feel they are painting Sebastian's behavior in a negative way to these YouTube pervy channels for sympathy and to play the victims. Just by E.T. wording in his moment of truth. Absolutely. Absolutely. I believe that too. I believe that they have said that since day one. If you guys knew how Sebastian really is, then you would never look for him, then you wouldn't care about him. What an absolutely evil, ignorant asshole thing to say, in my opinion. Merry Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas Eve. Joseph says top narcissist of the year, Sarah Boone. She forgave his parents. Wow, good match for Chris. Sarah Boone was definitely a narcissist. There was definitely a lot of mutual ABUSE in that case. And that's one thing. Even like Courtney Clenny, I don't know if you guys have watched the OnlyFans lady who was beaten up on her boyfriend, and now this guy was a big guy, right? And he could have, and she was she's like a thin, like kind of like a supermodel kind of lady, right? And like all he would have had to do is like swoop her one time, and like she would have went across the room, like men are very much stronger than we are physically. And she was literally like, there are videos out there where she is beating the living poop out of this guy. and he's like taking it like defensively, but he won't hit her, and he will restrain her a bit, but not even like in a mean, like aggressive way. It was like because he wanted her to stop, and it was like I don't know. I know that it's different to a point when it comes to men being abused versus the women, but in the same, because women aren't as strong, I physically, I get that. If I punch a man and he punches me, it's going to be different, right? He's going to be able to hurt me a lot better than I'm going to hurt him. It's just, that's just how it is. That's just the way it is. But it doesn't make it right. And that, like, watching him get beat up like that was so triggering for me. And I can't hardly watch it. And I hope she goes to jail forever for what she did to that man. Because he ultimately passed away because of what she did to him. And it goes to show it goes both ways, and it's just not right. And if you feel like you're going to put hands on somebody or, throw hands, walk away. I mean, don't don't um don't stoop to that level, because it's not even right either way. And Island says narcissistic ABUSE is the worst to be going through. Yes, no one truly knows how horrible until you experience it yourself. Absolutely, Island. Absolutely. It is never ending. They don't have any type of cap on how much supply that they require, so they can go on and um, do these awful things. And it's just like they don't even bat an eyelash at it. Star says financial dependence is one to turn to silly, stupid love. Yeah, I know, right? Exactly. Exactly. Couponing says you're right. Joseph, yes, that's Star Lambert. What was that? Or what case was that? Okay, so it's Courtney Clenny. It's called the OnlyFans case, because she was an OnlyFans model, and she was very successful. She made a lot of money at it. She moved, I believe it was Florida. I think it is Florida. But she moved and she started like working out a whole bunch and like getting in really great shape. And then she started an OnlyFans, and her boyfriend was a really big, he was a tall, handsome guy. And they would have made like a really cute couple by any standards. But she just would go into a rage and just start beating him up. Like there's footage of them and it's pretty popular. It was all over Court TV. Footage of them in an elevator, and she's like smashing all the elevator buttons, and she's just like completely raging out. And then like he's like trying to like keep her away to stop her from like hitting him. She's like beating the crap out of him. And there was some more footage that came out also of them in their apartment, and it was kind of weird because somebody set up a camera in their apartment. And she was just wailing on this man, and he could have effortlessly pushed her to the ground, and he never touched her. He never hit her back. He never did anything besides really like defensive moves, like moving back and like that sort of thing. And it was just, ugh, it was just awful, the poor man. But ultimately um she hurt him badly, and he was telling her like, I don't feel right. Like there's a whole bunch of text messages to prove it. um and he was saying like, I don't feel right, I'm feeling really sick, I need to go to the doctor, can you please come with me, and like begging her to help him. And she was like, oh well. It was exactly like Sarah Boone, basically like, too bad. Like, I mean, just, that's not love. And Star says going too deep. Oh, not going too deep into how I escaped, but I was unalive. But he unalived himself the day after I filed a restraining order. It could have gone the other way. Oh my gosh, Star. I am so sorry. Yeah. And that's like such a cowardly thing of him to do. And that's not your fault. Like what he did is not on you. That is on him. And that is a very selfish maneuver, in my opinion. Yeah. And it could have gone both ways. And I'm glad you're still here. You know what I mean? Yeah. Ted Bundy for real. Yeah. I got changed. Hey. And Freebird says, allegedly, if KP says it's like that, it sounded like the name. Oh, excuse me. It sounded like the same as he did it too. Could that possibly mean she was one insurance policy as well? See, or she has one. Yeah. So I don't know because she never did answer it, but she was like, well, his father has one on him, and like was said it like real snarky, and so I don't know. I mean, it's not unusual. I know that like those Gerber life plan things that you can sign up for that when the babies are really, when you first have the baby, and then like the more money that you add in there, and then they can take it out when they're like 18 and different things, or they can reinvest it. There's a lot of different ways to invest things for your kids and into their future, or their college funds and things like that. But sometimes your job, like wherever you work, will provide that an option for that. And so it could have been something that was given to Seth through his work or something like that. But instead of elaborating on it, Katie made it seem like she was just throwing Seth straight under the bus and being like, well, we don't have one, but he does, kind of a thing. But that's how I took it. But who knows with those two? Dorothy says, evil to say. And Star says, Freebird, almost like deflection. Absolutely. And then Freebird, yeah, it sounds like, well, he took a lollipop too while sucking on a lollipop. Exactly. Good analogy. I see what you're saying. Well, he has one too. Yeah, absolutely. Kind of like that. I mean, it was just in the way she said it. And she also didn't answer it right away. She waited like to answer it. She sat there and there was like some crickets chirping. And then finally she's like, well, his father has one on him. And that was it. And Freebird says, I mean, if she indeed said that way, in my opinion, yeah, the crime scene was awful. Oh, I bet. Oh my gosh. Well, and a lot of times they'll do that stuff too. Good night forever, Nikki's mom. Merry Christmas. Yes, I'll say extra prayers for Seth. You're in my thoughts and prayers all the time, girl. I love you. I really do. And I hope that you guys have the best Christmas. And your grandson, just I hope he smiles ear to ear and loves all of his gifts and everything. So but yeah, a lot of times they will like threaten to like unalive themselves. Like, if you leave me, I'm gonna unalive myself, or I don't have anything if I don't have you anymore, and I'm just gonna go ahead and end it all. And they do that, and it is sad, because I think we need to take that seriously when somebody says that. But good night forever, sweet dreams and sugar plums and all. That's so cute, Star. And yeah, so be careful of that. Like, if somebody says that, that's manipulative behavior to the max. And now one last thing I wanted to go over too before we watch the next clip is Clue jumps in and changes the subject away from the photo that her and Cletus were in, and that photo up, and she says that Katie's neighbor recounted a blood-curdling scream coming from KP, that she doubled over and fell onto the pavement, that she did leave excuse me, let's see, a blanket, clothes, food, and shoes out for Sebastian. And she was like, yeah, I'm gonna cry, but yeah, I said that already. But yeah, basically that's what the neighbor was recounting, that happened with Katie. I don't know, because there was no time frame within that context. It was just that that had happened. But she said that right after Sebastian went missing, Katie put out these items for him, hoping that he would come home and see them or whatever. But I don't know why he would need a blanket and all of that stuff. Like, why she left all that stuff out, because if he was home, then he wouldn't need a blanket because he'd be warm in his bed. His shoes would be by the front door where he supposedly left them. And then also he could have had as much food as he wanted because he was home, right? So to me, that, again, play the violin for Katie. I'm sorry, but I can't. I just can't. And then they talk about Chris being a protective husband. And then they were talking about how At Night came right out the gate going after Chris and Katie. I'm here to tell you guys, I know for a fact, because I followed Nick the Hat from the very beginning. I subscribed to that channel. I watched the videos. He was adamant in the beginning that we were not to talk about Chris and Katie in his chats. I was put on like a timeout or something like that because I had said their name, but I didn't realize that he had requested us not to do it. And so he put me on a timeout or blocked my comment or whatever. So the fact of the matter is that I understand that maybe because Body Movin' is a fan of Clue and all that whole group of people, that those are the people that she watches and things like that. But she couldn't have been more wrong, because I'm here to tell you, Nick came out and said it. Hong came out and said it. They said, we are not talking about Chris and Katie, and anybody that does will get blocked. Their comment will be taken down, the whole 9 yards. And I have mentioned it on my lives before that I found it really funny that they were completely oblivious to the whole Chris and Katie thing. But what they were doing was they were doing their own research. They didn't want to rely on all of us who had already been into the case. They came onto the case fresh. They wanted to look at the case from their perspective, gather their own information, and then make their own conclusions based on what they gathered. They were not coming at Chris and Katie out the gate. That's completely false. So I don't know where she got that information. I don't know if she came into watching him later on when he was saying, because I remember him saying, if we find out that you all are lying and that what everybody is saying is true, then you're going to wish that you hadn't have done it, or something to that effect. Basically saying that you're going to feel the wrath for basically lying and making everybody feel like it was all their fault and not yours. So, that it is what it is. Now, she said it was just so wild. It was wild. Now, it would be wild if they had done this, but it's just not true. They didn't do that. They did their research first. They weren't trying to bash the parents. They came out and made that very, very clear, or at least Nick did. I don't think Dog said a whole lot about it. I think Dog thought they were guilty. He said that on a previous show in the beginning, that they need to look at the mother. And then, I don't believe. Oh, and then they said that they did not go on vacation. Granny flat out asked, did you guys go on vacation? He said no. In this whole deal, that they haven't gone on vacation. The whole deal. I guess he means since Sebastian went missing, and he won't say it. And that's another telltale sign of someone who is feeling guilty. They won't actually come out and say things. They kind of beat around the bush about it. And that's part of just kind of like the psychology behind things, right? And then one last thing that kind of solidified what we were talking about earlier. Clue says, F those people, they ain't shit. And to me, I think that's how Clue feels about every single person out there. I feel like she thinks, F us, we're not shit, we don't know shit, we're all dumb. She's the smartest person in the room. Just a female narcissist, in my opinion. And then he says that they do not own a private jet. Was his last thing. And yes, Star, we are so glad you are here. Oh yeah, lot lizards. Hey Dreams, nice to see you. Dorothy says she's awful. All right, guys, let's go on to watch this next clip. We are on number 5. Number 5. All right, let's watch.
Hey,
Are
Chris,
there 5 CPS reports?
I don't know.
Are there 5 that you know about?
Once again, I don't know.
Okay.
Does your family own a crematorium?
No.
do you
What
know?
else?
Do you know the relative of Yada or Yada? Yala, what's her name? Anybody?
Her name
Oh,
is
yeah,
Yada.
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 Katie's Aunt Yada. Can you tell us anything? Does she know Katie? Is she a close relative? Is she a real relative?
She may be a real relative, but I will tell you this: that woman doesn't know Katie. I couldn't tell you last time she saw Katie. And I will say this because of the negative things that she has said. I hope she hears when I say this. She's not that important to Katie to give two flying shits about.
Fair enough. Now, Chris, your mother has recently been vocal, and I assume it is in protection of you. People keep making jokes like mama's boy and all that, but I'll be damned, we'd all do the same for our kids. But she is going at it. Is that really your mother's account on Facebook? Are you aware? Is that a real account?
My mother does have a Facebook account. Unless you show me what you're referring to, I don't know.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, there have been people out there that have made accounts saying they're me, and they're not.
We saw that in the backstage.
Oh, yeah. I have another one. Were you and Katie in Oregon in March?
Nope.
Okay. Were you ever suing a company when you were a janitor?
Yeah.
First, never been a janitor, and I
I
haven't
didn't
sued the
think so.
company.
That
Okay.
that that gentleman is from Pennsylvania, and
Yes, he is.
they intentionally put that up there to make it appear as this Chris Proudfoot, damn well knowing they are two separate people.
I know. I know. I'm just asking because you gotta get it out, right?
And here's another one, and you can, of course, as you always feel comfortable saying, I'm not answering. But is it true that you all rented out your house over the summer?
Oh my
we
God.
we haven't sold our house. We haven't rented our house. We haven't moved. We still live in the same house.
Or the dogs. Or the dogs. Let's clear that up. The dogs still there.
Yeah, the
When you
dogs are
were
still there.
when you were 7 years old, did you father a child?
Yeah, that was another
No,
one.
I mean that would
Okay.
be very interesting, but
Okay.
no,
No, that
Has
didn't.
Dog the Bounty Hunter knocked down your door?
no.
Okay.
No.
Dog the Bounty Hunter has yet to even try to contact me directly.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
Okay.
So I'll put that out there.
Okay.
Now, there's quite a few of them, so let me get out my notebook. But no, seriously. So, are you aware? Or do you have a neighbor near you that is in contact with YouTubers that you're aware of?
I, I don't know who does what in my neighborhood,
Okay.
other than the households that we've been able to talk to, and they've been extremely helpful in the very beginning of the investigation, and even until now, they have. There might be one or two who do not. One, most of my neighborhood doesn't even know us.
Right.
They've never even spoken to us. It is a quiet neighborhood. It's sad that once again it goes back to YouTube and people just doing things just to be malicious.
Yeah. Now I have another question. So I'm sure you're aware the Texas Roadhouse footage that had came out, and I'm sorry that that was released on his birthday. I can't fathom what that did to you, Katie, and even Seth. But in
That
that
was
footage,
bullshit.
are you aware? Did Sebastian have a cell phone with him that night?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay. And then I guess would you want to know then what Kate if Katie was taking photos of Sebastian, and if so, where they like did she send you a photo of him that night at the Texas Roadhouse, or do you have any idea what
Yes,
those photos
yes,
were?
she took a photo. Yes, law enforcement knows exactly what the photo was and who it went to. And to clarify that, it went to me.
And I'm going to guess that his face is kind of in his salad eating.
Yes.
It's actually showing him eating all of his food.
Yeah, so of course they can't use that for the TBI poster, right? Like
Right.
it's not it's not a frontal face picture. It's dimly lit. And it's not like Katie and Chris or Seth pick the picture TBI uses, you guys.
Well, that was my next question. So I've been curious about this myself. Why does it appear that every photo we have available of Sebastian is at a younger age and does not fit with what he looks like today?
So any of the photos that Katie and I have been able to provide to law enforcement have been the most accurate, up-to-date photos.
Mm.
What Seth provides, and this is, I don't know what he provides, so I'm not going to try to speak on that. That's not fair. I don't know what he's provided to Ellie or to whatever else. I know what he has in some of his videos and things like people put out there, and he's had some tasteful like his memories. Those are his
Hmm.
memories. And no, we're not going to give people every single memory. Those are ours. Keep in mind, like, we are parents.
Right.
We have our own moments that we cherish deeply.
Hmm.
That's not for everybody in this world to know. Those are for us. All three
Yep.
parents know them.
Okay, guys. So this one starts out with them talking about Yada. Now, I do remember Yada calling herself Yada, so I don't think her name's Yada. But I could be wrong. He denies that that Yada knows Katie, that she hasn't been in her life. And Yada says this in the interview with BHB. She says, hey, I haven't seen Katie in a very long time, but she remembers her fondly from being a little girl, and then when she came to live with her grandpa Don. And he says, of course, he just always has to go for the insults. So he says KP doesn't give two flying Shiites, about that, and about Yada. And then they start asking him about him being a mama's boy, and basically that he wasn't a janitor ever, and that he didn't father a child at 7, which I've never heard either one of those things. I didn't know those were out there, but apparently it was. And they didn't rent their house out last summer. Dog has never contacted him directly. And then they talk about how it had to have been, Granny says it had to have been so hard for Chris and Katie and everybody to have saw those pictures come out on Sebastian's birthday. Well, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree, because, again, for the millionth time, SF Investigates released the 4 photos on Friday, sometime around when Seth did the live, so December 6th. And the next day is when Seth's team released the video footage from the Texas Roadhouse. So Chris and Katie knew what was going on, because they have enlisted the help of SF Investigates, and he's the one that posted the 4 photos on his ex. So again, they're not the victims, but everybody's willing to put them there, in that category. And to me, I don't understand it. Because they're not, they can't even take the facts of what actually happened, and talk about that. I mean, they're taking the facts and twisting them to the way that they want to twist them. So then that way, Chris and Katie look good, and like they're the ones that are being victimized here, and they're not, in my opinion. And then Body Movin' goes on to say that, to ask about the photo that was taken of Sebastian. So now we do know that it's been confirmed from Chris Proudfoot that Katie did snap a picture of Sebastian. Now, here's my question. If Katie's sitting directly across from Sebastian, how is that not a full frontal picture of him? If they were sitting on the side of each other, like they were in the photo that they all wanted us to believe was from the Roadhouse that night, then we find out that it's not. The one with the TVI logo on it. Then, I mean, it would make more sense if that was the case, if they were sitting next to each other. But she was sitting across from him, and so she did get a full frontal view of him. And then we find out that the reason why she took the picture was so that way Chris could be shown that Sebastian ate all of his food that day. So what would happen to Sebastian if he didn't eat all of his food that day? What was the punishment? Was Mr. Chris going to come home and take the belt off on him again? Or was he going to be isolated further from everybody, having privileges taken away from him, things like that? Is that the reason why he was eating so fast? Is because he knew he had better have a clean plate when Katie snapped a picture to send to Mr. Chris? I mean, it doesn't look good. As good as they always try to make themselves, they make themselves look horrible. Island says we should ask Clue what happened that night. In my opinion, she probably knows. She probably knows, and she's just fine with doing the dirty work for them, the dirty deeds. Yeah, of course she sent it to him. That's scary, isn't it? Reach for the sky. It's like, oh my gosh. That poor kid, and to sit there and make him feel like he's got to eat his whole plate. What if he's not hungry anymore? What if he's done? Whatever happened to taking a doggy bag home or something like that? He's a small kid. Maybe he can't eat all that food. It's sad. And Freebird says, yeah, I heard pronounced Yada, yeah, during her interview with BHB. Yeah, she even said that. So I think that Chris was, again, like disrespecting her, in my opinion. He lies so much, Dreams. Yes, he does. Freebird says they made up those silly questions to discredit everything else, in my opinion. I mean, I've never heard anything like that before. I never heard that Chris was a janitor. I never heard that he fathered a child at 7 years old. I mean, it's just weird. And sometimes people will sleuth and they'll find like the person with the same name, and so that happens, and then so maybe that was the case, that it was somebody else and then they thought it was, but then the information didn't match up. I don't know, because I've never heard of that before. And Dorothy says, so CP watches Seth's channel. Why is he looking, being nosy? I know, I don't understand that either. And if he's watching it, how come he's not supporting him in the chat or for anything? Because he's still mad about the GoFundMe. Ugh, I don't know. Dream says BHB debated with me on a live about what I do. Offered it up, she said, with her whole chest out. Send me an email. I did. Then she announced something about the email. She has no true interest except in money. Okay, Dreams. Okay, so you're saying you sent her an email, but she wouldn't look at it? I'm sorry. If you can explain that. And Dorothy says, sorry, Dorothy. Agree. What was he doing, or what was he going to do? Not good. Yeah. Like what happened if he still had food in his plate or something like that? Or what if he was full and he didn't want to eat the whole plate? Like, I don't know. It's just awful. That to me, it just gives me the heebie-jeebies. And Island says, sometimes I think we are all being hoodwinked by these parents, in my opinion. That has crossed my mind more than one time, Island. It really has. It really has. It's crossed my mind more than one time. And Freebird says, in my opinion, he was in trouble because of the 5 CPS reports. The way KP was treating him like he was beneath her, in my opinion. I agree. Just the way that she put that menu over at him. She wasn't engaging with him very much. She seemed to be very cold, very cold. Not like a mother who was out to eat with her son, having a good time, cutting up, you know, and then she doesn't take him to a place where either one of them is going to eat the food that is there. It was, I still think there's so much more to that Texas Roadhouse and why they went there to eat. It just doesn't make sense to me why they went there to eat, unless it was a planned place that they were going to meet somebody. That was the place that they were going to go to. And then also, why would you take Sebastian to a steakhouse where and Chris knew, and Chris said this. He's the one that said it. Sebastian doesn't care for steak. So you take him there and you make him eat his whole plate. I mean, that is just evil, mean, vindictive, hateful, awful behavior. Awful, awful behavior. Awful. Take him someplace he doesn't like the food and then make him eat it. What a bunch of jerks. Dream says bounce back to the email with no regarding the case. Oh, with info regarding the case. Oh, okay. Dang, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Island says there's a pattern in how these information drama comes out from both sides, in my opinion. There is. I mean, they're both, tit for tat. They're both tit for tat. And that was the thing. Like, for them to just blame it on Seth or blame it on KP and CP, no, it's going both ways. It's definitely going both ways. They're putting out information, then At Night puts out information, then SF puts out stuff, then At Night, so it's alternating. It's not any but one person doing it. It's coming out, as they go. And hopefully it helps advance things. Hopefully somebody somewhere will be watching it and they'll catch just like a tiny little thing, and maybe law enforcement will listen. I know that Craddock hates us internet folk. And Freebird says agreed, Lady Freedom, about the food. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. See, it's just so sad, like, to take him there and just make him, like, force him to eat something. Now, if they went for sushi or something and oh, look, he ate all the food, of course he's going to. He loves sushi. That's one of his favorite things, and according to them. So, but yeah, it's them constantly setting him up for failure instead of setting him up for success, and then constantly putting him in the position where he's in trouble. It's just, it's like so sick, in my opinion. It's just so sick. But yeah, they definitely, I'm not saying, I will agree with the fact that they probably didn't choose which pictures the TBI put out there, but they definitely gave them the pictures, and we all could tell that they were from when Sebastian was younger. His hair's lighter in the pictures and things like that, and his face looks younger. So when Body Movin says that, I have to respectfully disagree with her wholeheartedly. The picture was a full frontal picture. She's sitting right across from him and she snaps that picture, and his face wasn't down in his salad. I don't think he was eating salad. I think he was eating macaroni and cheese. I could be wrong. That's just my observation. But yeah, no, when she took the picture, his face was up, and he wasn't really aware of the picture being taken, in my opinion. And Dream says he definitely dies. The other detective was a challenge too. Oh, does. Oh, definitely does. Okay, I was like, oh no. Okay, yes. Yeah, the other detective was a challenge too. Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, they expect us not to make observations, and it's just a clear observation of what we're seeing, So that's what's frustrating here too, to me. All right, guys, and I have another clip here. And
Chris, I do have a question.
Now, there was a video put out of a classmate at one of the gatherings for Sebastian, and she gave a FFA award. Were you aware that he was supposedly doing this class via the internet?
I don't know anything about it, so I can't speak on that.
And this is going to be a tougher question. And again, you don't have to answer, but were you mandated not to be allowed in the house in the month of February?
No, I was never mandated not to be at my house.
Okay.
You said on the Nancy Grace show that you were last in the house at the beginning of February, but that you couldn't say why, or I can't remember the
No, I
exact
said I
verbiage.
couldn't tell you the exact date, and I'm
Oh, okay.
still not going
Okay.
to tell you the exact date.
If I guessed it, would you tell me?
Once again, ma'am, I'm sorry, but that is
I'm
one
teasing.
thing that law enforcement asked not to be released.
Oh,
I'm,
interesting. Okay.
and I said that in an interview a long time ago.
Hmm.
Law
Now
enforcement
this,
does not want that information out there. I am not releasing it. It's just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February
okay.
until I came home February 26th. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. I
Now
understand.
this green hoodie guy. Do you know anything about that? Can Katie explain, or can you explain why this gentleman was next to the car? What that actual, like, what was happening in that footage? Is that footage correct?
What I can tell you about that is law enforcement has talked to Katie. They've answered, she's been able to answer all their questions. And once again, there is nothing to that situation. I mean, law enforcement even put out a statement. Has nothing to do with it. Has nothing.
Right.
No, that would be the result of, Seth being so vocal. Sorry, not sorry.
Well, and to be fair, they're saying Green Hoodie's a suspect, Venezuela gangs are suspects. Now we got a local YouTuber slash pastor that's a suspect. So they're just swinging out the suspect.
Well, I mean,
You know.
if we're going to go that route, then everybody in this world's a suspect, technically,
Yeah.
because we don't have any answers. Like I said, God, we wished we did. We want nothing more than Sebastian to come home. But once again, we have nothing. There is nothing.
Now, Chris, you made a statement once, and I may be misquoting it, but you said the the best thing about Sebastian. I don't think you said the best thing, but you said something about Sebastian disappearing. He left no clues. What did you mean by that?
No, I didn't say the best thing about Sebastian disappearing.
Okay.
I said, as it stands right now, this boy has vanished and there's no clues.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said.
And another statement they take that you said and they twist it about is this is going to go down in history.
Yeah, that was a conversation that I had with law enforcement, and they, to themselves, when we had this discussion, was like, there's nothing. And when I said, this would be a case that will be studied,
Mm-hmm.
yes, it will wind up be in a book. Because once again, we have nothing, no leads, no nothing on Sebastian's whereabouts, his disappearance, nothing.
Hmm.
Well,
And
I
once
think
again, if somebody's got something, please bring it. Bring it forward. Let us know.
Chris, what about the trash trucks? Can you explain why both you and Seth believe that or at one point or another believed the footage to be of a trash truck?
Law enforcement showed us a video. Seth has said the same thing. I've said the same thing. We all saw the same video.
here's what I want to say. First of all, I think this has been an incredible conversation, and I think that the people on this panel specifically truly have the intention of wanting Sebastian home safely. And heaven forbid it not be in the manner that we wish, that he's brought home regardless. And I think that it's important that adults are able to have these conversations, right? I also think that there's been such a massive amount of information that's been shoved in all of our faces over the last 10 months that sometimes it's really hard to differentiate between facts, fiction, and bullshit. And I think we're kind of at that point right now. It's really hard for just an everyday person to imagine that a 15-year-old, now 16-year-old young man can just literally diss a fucking peer. And I think it's just natural in human, minds to think that that couldn't happen without somebody doing something nefarious, right? And I think, unfortunately, it does put the parents in the crosshairs a lot of the times. And in this case, it most definitely has. I really wish that law enforcement would come to a point where they could clear the parents. And I think when they do that, this case will go forward. Until law enforcement comes out and speaks on the innocence of the parents or the guilt of the parents, we're going to have this issue continuously.
And I understand what you're saying, but in realistic terms, in the state of Tennessee, there are still missing children, and the parents have not been cleared. TBI, law enforcement will not come out and give a definitive answer until they actually have something. And unfortunately, as much as that sucks, I mean, you have the Wells family, for God's sakes, going, what, on 4 years coming up? And they still haven't been cleared.
Yep.
So they, until they have an answer, nobody's going to be cleared, period.
Good night, Freebird. Good night. Merry Christmas to you too and your family. I hope you all have a great day tomorrow and on Christmas Day also. Well, I guess it would be today because it is Christmas Eve right now. But thank you so much, my friend. Thank you. And I hope that you have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas. I know you guys will. And I hope you guys get to spend some great quality time. And so let's see here. Oh. So Dream says, exactly, but why do we not see that picture at all? That is a great question. Where is the picture and how come they haven't just came out and showed the picture? If you don't have anything to hide, then why are you so secretive my question too. I would love to see that picture and see, what kind of picture she snapped. What was the expectation on how much food that Sebastian was supposed to eat? What was going to be sufficient for him not to be in trouble? And Island says, that was so weird. Even Sebastian was a bit confused about his mom taking the pictures, in my opinion. I agree. Yeah, Dreams does too. Just very strange. Very, very, very strange. Freebird says, in my opinion, he is choosing words wisely. He was most likely mandated to stay away from Sebastian, not the house, in my opinion. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. I think that he's playing like semantics, word salad, that sort of thing. And Dream says, right, the 26th after 2 a.m. Sorry. Yeah, I know. It's infuriating. It really is. And Reach for the Sky says there is something and y'all to know what it is. Absolutely. Dream says, oh, there are clues. I believe there are clues too. Enough to put him away. I believe that there's enough for them as well. I do. I think that they're just trying to be very, very careful. And I think they're also trying to find Sebastian. And that will solidify the case if there was foul play. Now, there's definitely a criminal investigation underway. I do believe that. And if I'm wrong, I will be sure to come up here and eat crow and humble pie for dessert. But I do believe that it has shifted. The FBI would not be involved. They just wouldn't be if it wasn't criminal. And he does lie. He does. And Dorothy says, no, it's not gonna be years, CP. Oh, I don't believe that either, Dorothy. I think that they are hot on his trail. See right there, Dream says. And Island says that's why the sixth did a video on it, in my opinion. Yep. Dorothy says guilt. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Let's see. There we go. Dream says bring it. It's facts. It's not allegedly or defamation. It's the effing truth. Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing that stinks about it, because we can't really say it, but in the same way, oh, sorry if I was muted, guys. In the same way, it's like, night couponing, have a great day, have a Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. And I hope to see you soon. And Dream says, good night, Freebird, Merry Christmas. And Dream says, time LOL for Pete's sake. Is she muted? I can't hear her. I'm so sorry, guys, if I was muted for a minute there. Agreed. And Scranton Strangler says, as well as the issue of the truck, he says his truck was not at the house till 2:26 at 1 p.m. That doesn't mean he wasn't there. Absolutely. Somebody could have went and picked him up. It wasn't that far of a drive. I mean, if you think about it, 3.5 hours isn't that long of a drive. It is if you're coming home every day after work and then having to go drive back and forth. I understood, the whole entire time that he probably was staying in that camper so that way he didn't have to travel every day. I get that. I totally do. But yeah, he definitely, and we've seen this with Chris this entire time, from the very beginning. Did you take a polygraph? Yes, we took the polygraph and both passed it. But then he turns around and tells someone on a different panel in the same breath, and he says, oh, well, you didn't ask me specifically if I took one. I was talking about Katie. And he did that. I believe it was on Duchess for the Missing. Just playing around, and honestly making her look bad when she was the one that tried to help them out to begin with. He's a jerk, in my opinion. And Dream says, no, do you have an ear piercing, maybe a Bluetooth disconnected? Oh, no. You know what it was? I think it was because my soundboard needed to be charged, and when I went to go plug it in, I wonder if that's when it did it. Did the the mute for me. And it also mutes me if I play a clip. So it might still have been muted and I was trying to talk, which is really possible. But thank you for letting me know, guys, because otherwise I don't know if you can't hear me. And Scranton Strangler says he gets real upset about the truck. Yeah, he gets super upset about the truck, and that's one thing that totally stood out to me on the last live when we went over it, because on Saturday night, because he does get so upset, and because he doesn't have a good explanation. He just says, oh, he just gets all mad like he always does and starts raging, and instead of explaining it, he just rages out. And Scranton Strangler says, oh, sorry, I didn't click on it. Dream says, oh, hun, it's so difficult to zip my mouth. I know. Same here. It's because, we're talking about Sebastian here, and it's so sad the way that he was treated. Oh, that was for Freebird couponing. Thank you. And Dream says, I think that she kept him out of the house because they were busy getting things ready for the night. That's possible. That's very possible. And, maybe he was PO'd like he is, and he rages all the time. And that could have been a really strong possibility on why he decided to, maybe they made a decision to keep him away from the house and Sebastian because of DFS. Maybe DFS told them, or CPS, whichever one. Maybe they told him that he couldn't be around Sebastian, so he had to stay away. Or maybe they said, hey, I'm not even home most of the time, blah, 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 blah. And they reassured CPS that he wouldn't be around. Something like that. That seems more believable to me than that CPS just allowed him to be around the house, and then just leave Sebastian in that situation. I'm really hoping that they were misinformed or lied to at some capacity and that they didn't just leave. Welcome back, Star. But you know my phone was unaliving. I know my soundboard was unaliving itself over here. But you know, so yeah, I mean, I would hope that there's a logical explanation for CPS leaving Sebastian in that environment, knowing what was going on. And then the FFA award was asked about, and Granny was trying to push this narrative earlier too. In the previous live that we did, we went over it, but she was trying to say that that this award was fake and that Sebastian never earned it and all of this stuff. It's just a really disgusting person that says something like that. I mean, just a vile, awful human, and she needs to check herself for real. And oh, thank you, Carrie. Thank you. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. And you know, that would say something like that about Sebastian when that was one of his passions, right? We all know he loves animals. He wanted to go into, according to Katie, a career with that had to do with animals. So if he didn't actually finish the courses or whatever, at least he tried, and at least they were nice enough to give him an honorary award for it. But on the flip side, if he earned that and Chris is discounting him earning that, he's or excuse me, and not Chris. I'm sorry, Chris, you didn't do it this time. But Granny's discounting him for earning that award. She's sicker than I thought, and maybe just needs to get some help, because to me, to disparage a child who's missing is absolutely grotesque. And CP says that he has no knowledge of that he is unaware that Sebastian ever took those online courses. And then did CP have to leave? He says no. So we went over that. Green Hoodie. So they ask if the footage was correct that was released by At Night. Chris does not dispute that it was accurate or inaccurate. He doesn't say either way. But he does say that law enforcement talked to KK and that she answered all of their questions. And then Clue turns around and blames Seth again. And she's really good at that. She loves blaming Seth, and she will stick up for Katie and Chris at any cost, even if it doesn't make sense, even if it makes her look foolish. She does not care. She is shamelessly sticking up for them, in my opinion. And then they say, now, guys, I told you I didn't want to speak too much on this because the last time we were on live, I didn't have a chance to really go over what was put out there about the pastor. So this pastor is from Freedom Church up in Gallatin. He does cover missing kids. And then also that was the church that they attended. Sebastian was in the youth program. Katie says it was a phenomenal youth program. But I don't think that I do not think, after rereading the statement from Nick the Hat or the At Night Intelligence Agency, that they were naming the pastor as a suspect. And that's my opinion. That's just what I can gather. Let me know what you all think. But basically, what was said was that it was intriguing that it was a local pastor in the area that was not speaking Sebastian's name or case or anything like that when he speaks about other cases. And they found it to be curious. They at no point that I could see or find did they say that the pastor was a suspect in any of it. So I think that was maybe misconstrued a little bit there. And Chris says they had nothing, and that is why he said the case would be studied. That's not exactly what was said. He told Smiley that the best part is that Sebastian has gotten over on all the law enforcement agencies, basically, that everybody that was involved is stumped, and this is a case that will be studied, um, basically in like criminology courses and things like that. Which I think it's really odd that he would kind of know that, and maybe because his sister was part of the sheriff's office or she worked with them in some capacity. That could be. I know, like, my daughter took criminology courses and things like that, and they did study older cases, and she would send them to me and be like, "Hey, mom, look at this," because she knows I'm interested in that. And so we would discuss some of the cases that they were discussing in her classes. Um, so they do that. They go back and they will present a case to these new students, and then they'll teach them how to look for clues and different um, just different aspects of the case, and kind of discuss and learn off of it. And so that I found that to be really interesting. And then they go on to talk about, and I don't agree with Truth here at all. And the reason I say this is because he says that the case won't move forward until the parents are cleared, and I don't think that's true. I think the reason why the parents haven't been cleared yet is because they're suspects. So I don't know how. I mean, to me, if their investigation is anything like the search that they put on, they covered every aspect. And so if their investigation is just like the search that they put on, then they're covering every aspect. And I do believe that they have people of interest, and I do think that the reason why they haven't cleared any of the parents yet is because they don't want to tip anybody off, because I think that they are suspects. And that's just my opinion, and I could be wrong. Um, but then Chris says that, or he brings up Summer Wells's case and says that those parents have not been cleared either, and that law enforcement won't give a definitive answer until they have something on the parents, is what he was trying to say. And let me see what you guys think here. Oh, let's see. Star is back. And thank you again, Carrie. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you're here. Dream says Grandma and Grandpa were there in my humble opinion. I think they were too. I think it's the four people that are involved are the socks and the feet. And that's my opinion. I really do believe it. It's the only way logistically that it would have worked, that this plan would have worked, is if there were these people and if there were the four people involved. I don't believe Katie had it in her to do it herself. I think there's a lot more to it, but I do want to kind of take a step back and re-examine some things, especially when it comes to that truck, the flashlight video. There are some very major developments that have happened, and all of this nonsense that is coming out with these and I would love, I'm going to watch Jennifer Coffindoffer. We're going to go over that interview because I really value what she has to say. But with that being said, I really, really do think that there had to have been involvement in. I really think that it's important, the truck being in the area, the geofencing. I want to do more research on that and see what we can come up with there. And then, of course, I want to examine the flashlight video again with the mob crew's perspective, because I really, whenever he put that into perspective, it clicked in my brain. And I've always thought that that was a really great video that he did way back then, but he just did another one too. So I really want to go over it with you guys. And Island says, if CP was ordered to stay away by CPS, usually it's due to DV, in my opinion. Okay, Island, so that was one thing that Tony did allude to. He said on Mr. E's Crimecast he said that there was DV, and he said he actually asked like a rhetorical question to Mr. E and said, well, if this situation transpired and it was just like this, and there was some DV going on in the house, and then all of a sudden this person went missing, who would be your prime suspect, kind of a thing. He kind of gave out a scenario, asking a rhetorical question. And then of course Mr. E says, yeah, I'd want, if it was me, I'd expect them to examine me, ask me questions, and be looking at me super suspect if I was the one that was perpetrating a domestic violence or a DV, excuse me, situation. So yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Island. And Carrie says, I was shopping earlier and listened to Cough video. Lots of stuff I've never heard. Oh, wow. That's amazing. I'm so glad that she came out and did that. And I'm so glad that she is breaking it down for us, because she has so much experience, and really great insight. So I would love to, I can't wait to watch it. And I'll prepare it up for us tomorrow, because we do have like about 45 minutes left of this after we get through tonight's. And Star says, CP seems like the type who would rather, or excuse me, CP seems like the type who could talk water out of a camel's hump to to the easily fooled. Yeah, their house was nice. They had good jobs and could easily persuade CPS that an autistic child might lie or hurt himself. And see, that's the scariest thing, Star. That scares the living bejesus out of me, because going back to like when CP was talking about how he was hitting Sebastian with the belt, and then the CPS worker came, and it wasn't for him this time, or it wasn't for what happened last time, it was for something different. And then he goes on to say, telling the CPS worker, well, he's just a child. Like, that sounds like Letitia Stout. And then also just downplaying Sebastian and making him seem like he's crazy. And that was just wrong. And Couponing says, yes, good video. Watched it earlier. I knew what you meant, Star. I knew what you meant. Come on, autocorrect. And Carrie says, I also listened to the Elevated Truth live last night. I think not knowing who they were, and I was like, I don't know if it was QB or ET. One of them had that interview. Oh, I think he did go on with QB. Like, she was on his too, on his panel, but I think he went on hers and they discussed it, because somebody else told me about that, and I was like, oh, I need to go watch that probably. But then again, I don't know, because it's just so hard to listen to when I think Truth was being very honest and candid about coming out with the way he was feeling, and I feel like he had to retract a lot of it, and I wish that he wouldn't have had to do that, or I wish that he didn't do that, because I think that he was being very genuine and authentic, and I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate his passion, how upset he was over what was going on, and his willingness to come forward was just gave me the utmost respect for the man. So I appreciate that. And Carrie says, and I listened to Seth's live the other night. Oh, I've heard a lot. Yeah, I know. I understand. Seth's live was, for lack of a better way to put it, brutal. I mean, it was just a broken father, and all the YouTubers that are very close to him that have talked to him and things like that. I mean, they were visibly upset, visibly upset. And, in that emotional moment right with him. And it's a beautiful thing, but it was also very painful to watch, you know. And Carrie says, between that, my clients at work, and then my own life, my brain is fizzle. I know. Oh my gosh, let me tell you. Yeah, and then also like it's just so much information. I know every time we turn around there's something, which is good, because it tells us like there's momentum in the case, but then it's also just so much. It's just so much. And then as if our brains weren't spinning enough from all the information in the past, but now it's like we almost need to re-examine again from what his answers are now and then what the videos we're seeing. And I'm sure more leaks are to come. I could be wrong, but um, I do believe that some more leaks are going to come out, or we're going to be able to see more footage. Hopefully Jen will be able to release what she's telling us um, about on the court TV interview that she had. And Dream says, I would have to see the picture or see his picture. Yeah, me too. I want to see it. So the picture of that was taken of Sebastian Starr at the restaurant. And Carrie says, I'm sorry, I just realized I'm dropping other names. So sorry. It's okay. I mean, it's kind of inevitable in this case. I don't know if I could get in too big a trouble, but it's like, Star. See, my brain was fizzled. No, you're fine. I think it's hard because of the fact that, all of these creators are doing these interviews. So I don't mean anything mean about it. It's just, or malicious or anything like that. I don't have any hatred for any of these channels. It's just that I do get frustrated with Clue when she does these things because I've said it before and I'll say it again. I believe that she is a smart person. I believe that she does have the critical thinking skills, but she's choosing not to listen to her critical thinking skills, and she's just listening to whatever Chris and Katie say, and she just relentlessly, shamelessly, blindly follows and does exactly what we were talking about, the flying monkeys. And so you know oh, that's so sweet of you, Dreams. Um, and yeah, so I mean, it's just one of those things where I just wish that she would snap out of it and just do the right thing and care more about what's going on with Sebastian than caring about pushing that narrative for Chris and Katie. And I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't know if they're in a contract somehow, which who knows if they are. I'm not saying they are or they aren't, but maybe they are. Just an idea, just throwing it out there because it's possible. I don't know if it's because they've become friends, and we all know we want to stick up for our friends. I get that. I don't fault her for that. I just wish that she would use those critical thinking skills for good and not just blindly following and doing what they ask her to do or put out what they want her to put out. Do more research on it instead of just putting it out because they said it. And if they're gonna say it, make them come on your show and say it instead of you having to be the middleman, for them. Because I know that she probably doesn't always enjoy that, and I'm sure she's just as passionate about what she believes in, and more power to her, but it just makes me wonder at what cost. And Couponing says, does anyone know what interview CP talks about when he got their electronics back from LE? Oh, I'm trying to think. Which interview would that have been? He talked about it in a couple of different ones. I believe it was I believe it was Duchess for the Missing on March 17th, if I'm not mistaken. He also talks about it on Nancy Grace a little bit, but he does say that they took all of the cell phones and then they got them all back gradually. So I hope that helps a little bit. Carrie says Seth's name is fine, but to cover yourself, use CP, KP, or other. Allegedly, in my opinion, they're yeah, they are litigious. They want to sue everybody. And I mean, I can understand if someone's defaming your character, but in the same way, if they're just using the words, that you're using and they're replaying them, I don't see why they're upset. If they're telling the truth, they should want people to play their words back and, listen to what they have to say. Carrie says, everything I say, in my opinion, or allegedly heard or watched it. Thank you guys. Thank you. I know. I'm bad with it too. It's hard because LOL, no problem. Mob Crew is so good, Dorothy. They did such a great job. They really did. Or he did, I should say. I was just vibing and started listening all the lives I watched. I was cleaning or shopping or driving, etc. and la 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 listening. That's great, Carrie. Yeah, that's how I am too. Like I'll just be cleaning or like whatever, and then I'll listen. And I like to hear what other people have to say. You know, I don't like to just live in my own bubble. And sometimes I do, just because I'm creating these videos, or trying to put together a live or something like that. But I also like to venture out and listen to what people have to say. You know, I'll watch Bullhorn Betty, I'll watch Dolly, I'll watch oh gosh, who is it? Oh, of course, you all know I watch Terry Lynn. I'm one of her mods. But I watch all of these people. Jennifer Coffendoffer. And it's not that I agree wholeheartedly with what everybody's saying. It's not that I'm a huge fan of everybody, because of course we all like people, some people better than others and whatnot. But I value their opinions, especially people that have been in the true crime scene for a long time on YouTube. I've always been interested in true crime, but I'm a very new creator. So I really like to watch these other creators, and see what they have to say. And I value what they think. I mean, absolutely, especially when they're close to the investigation or close to the people, the parents. And I thought that's why this interview was so interesting, because you have all of these people that have been speaking with the feet. Well, not Body Movin', not Granny, but mainly it was like Clue and Cletus, they're very close. And then Elevated Truth said that he had talked with Chris and Katie many, many times. And so with that being said, well, also, who was it? And QB also said that she spoke with them, but it's been a long time since she spoke with them, right? So she's kind of been, but she's also spoke with them, so I value that too. I value what they're doing. And certain ones I just don't watch, because I do disagree with them so harshly. But in the same way, I don't hate them at all. They're doing their thing. They're doing what they want on their channel, and they're more than entitled to do all that. It's what they want to put out there. And Carrie says, I haven't seen her speak like that, in a different light. So excited for you all to cover it. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you being here too, Carrie. It was nice to not have her be asked forwarding questions. It's just her sneaking, yeah, yeah. Or it's just her speaking. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Carrie. I do. I know, Dreams. It is so sad. It is so sad. It's like, ugh, I hate the way that Sebastian was treated, and I think that's what makes me upset with them. But I don't hate Chris and Katie. I do say prayers for them too. I really do. Um I hope to God, if they didn't have anything to do with this, that we'll all apologize and everything like that. But it's just, all of the evidence just points so directly at what they, because of what they've said. And that's just my opinion. And Carrie says, I'm basically a little birdie of a subscriber that reports back. It's if that's okay, either way. Either way, you all. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm like that too, though, because I have to kind of float around to listen to what everybody has to say. It is so hard. So I do rely on people to like send me information or clips and things like that. But then I always like to go and watch the entire thing, because that way, if I take something out of context or something like that, it's important. Yeah, that drops in with facts and my opinion comments. Yes, Carrie, love to see other opinions. Island says it might be she is doing this international too for views. Oh, blah, 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 international. My goodness, I'm sorry. It may be she is doing this intentional for views, or it's hate for Seth that fuels her, in my opinion. Yeah, Island, I've thought about that too, that she's kind of like on the opposition because like there's so many people that are on the other side of things. And so it's possible that she decided to befriend the feet. But I really do believe that she's passionately I think it's part of kind of a game, but then also I really do, because I don't think she'd be this upset if she didn't really passionately feel the way that she feels. And that's who am I to tell her not to feel how she feels? I can't. And Star says a lot of creators change their tunes early on. Yes. And I mean, she said, I do remember Clue saying that she got a bad vibe because she did meet Seth, apparently, allegedly, and that she got a bad vibe from him. And I always say trust your gut. Anytime I've went against it, I've regretted it. And so if that's what her gut was telling her, I mean, I can't fault her for that. I won't. Because that's something she felt. I wasn't there. I'm not her. So if she felt that strongly, then I think she should listen, definitely. And Dream says, would it be interfering in an investigation to let loose the info that then to deal with hate or trolls? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like Chris in the beginning and then we see it again in this interview. He keeps saying that he can't give specifics about certain things, but then we saw Nancy Grace call him out and say, well, it was pertaining to Katie's work vehicle. He says, what kind of van is that in the driveway? And then he says, well, we weren't given permission from her work. And she goes, well, did you ask? And he's like, no. And, it was just all like when she was grilling him on it, he didn't have a leg to stand on because he knows he's bullshitting everybody, in my opinion. And then Carrie says, there's definitely something happening behind the scenes. I'll figure it out. Have a feeling something is I have a feeling something is happening soon. I just don't know what yet. I feel like that too, Carrie. I felt like that for a while. Like from the 6 month mark, I kind of felt like things were coming, to a point, and then nothing happened. And then again, I've got some renewed feelings of like something is close. I just have a good feeling about it, so I'm hoping it's right. I really am. I'm with you on that. And Star says, suspicious of KP and CP, not 100% on why the sudden shift to anti-Seth. I don't understand that either. Why are they, and then to say that he wants to work with Seth again. As if, that's all I have to say. As if Seth is really going to try to work with them after the crap they pulled the last time. And they can blame Seth all they want. We all watched it unfold. And Carrie says they can sue me. They won't get anything. Yeah, same here, Carrie. Same here. It's like in Rocky 5 when he says, sue me for what? you know? And Star says, I love knowing vocabulary. It seems I think possibly. Can't come at me, bro. Couponing. You're welcome. Star says, hold on here. Let's see. Star says, I got hit one time for not saying in my opinion. I was like, I thought that was covered under, I think. Exactly. I know. I thought because I put like Lady Freedom's raw narratives, I thought because I'm saying they're my narratives, like my story, the way I'm saying the story, that I would cover my butt, but apparently not. I still have to do all the allegedly, in my opinion, trigger warnings, all that. And Dream says, my side, it would be great because then there's the act of discovery. Yeah. Well, and I think there's so many brand new things that are coming out that I mean, we might all change our perspective on certain things because of everything that's coming out. And Carrie says, I don't see a shift on anti-Seth. I see the opposite. Wait until you hear tomorrow when Oh, okay, so there's still more to come. I have not watched the end of it, like, the last 45 minutes or so, but I still have a couple more clips, so, I think let me see. Doo-doo-doo. What were we on? Number 7, I believe. Yeah. I have to write it down because I miss, um, but yeah, so it's like 7, that was 6, so I still have 3 more clips to show you guys. Spill the beans. Dream says I hit so many of those people because I was told if what you said doesn't get heard, bring awareness to the public. Yeah, it's important to bring awareness in. It's important for us all. I mean, the biggest thing is getting Sebastian's name out there, right? But I mean, it's just horrible when people are disparaging him and saying, well, you wouldn't look for him or care about him if you knew this or that. And to me, that's crazy talk. And Star says, I'm saying that in the beginning it was different. Then suddenly certain creators were up. Chris Heine. Yeah, I believe that too. I think they were, you know, confuzzled. I think that in the beginning it was like, oh, we're great co-parenting. We have great co-parenting together. We all get along. If Seth wants to take Sebastian, he can do it anytime. If Sebastian wants to go to his dad's, he just has to ask. It all seemed very innocent and kind of a good coordination between the parents and everything like that. But then we start to find out that it wasn't always like that. And then also, according to Elevated Truth, he's saying that we're nuts if we think that Chris and Katie weren't ever texting back together and they didn't have a texting relationship. So I found that to be very interesting. And I believe him. I mean, we only know what we've been told. But if he's saw proof of that and he knows for a fact, then, who am I to say that he doesn't know what he's talking about? I've never talked to the parents. And Carrie says, it's okay, you don't have to share the beats. And Dream says, my dad trained me to be. Oh, okay. My dad trained me to be, never got my master's. My dad and his friends call me an audio and video. Oh, and okay, audio and video forensic technician specialist. Just celebrated 50 years with my dad. Aw, that's so cute before he passed. Aw, I'm so sorry, Dreams, to hear that. But I'm glad that you guys shared that special thing together, like that interest, because that's how I am with my daughter. We share that. When she told me she was going into criminology, I was like, oh my gosh, it's because your mom's a true crime junkie. That's why. So, and I just find it really interesting. And she's she's uh she's got a lot more knowledge than me now, though, because she's done graduated and now she's moving on to get more schooling. So, and Star says perhaps that's why Coffindoffer won't share the rest of the Roadhouse video, evidentiary value. I believe that too. I think she's holding it close to the vest, but I think it's so interesting that she's had it that long. Like, I mean, that takes a lot of restraint, and this might be why she's so adamant and on, you know, I won't say that she's on Seth's side, but she is supportive of Seth. And it's probably because she knows more and she's close to the case like that. And she, when we're thinking about all of us different YouTubers covering this is a woman who, again, is a very seasoned FBI agent. She is retired. Now she's doing her own YouTube channel. This is a person who I would value their opinion over mine or Clue, for example, not to keep throwing her under the bus, but I'm putting us in the same category. So we're people that are interested in true crime, right? We follow it and we eat, sleep, breathe it, got it. But this is a woman who went through schooling for it. She's experienced all these things behind the scenes. She has special training, and different things like that. And if she's saying it, then absolutely. Yeah. I mean, who are we to tell her? Um, you know, and evidentiary, I still knew what you meant, Star. All right, great, guys. Oh, Dorothy, are you going to sleep? Merry Christmas, Dorothy. Thank you so much for coming in, hon. And I hope you have a very Merry Christmas. And Dream says, I sent it to detectives on the 1.5 month in full on the 2 month mark. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it's really important to, like, if we see anything like that, it is, even though it's small, I think that they do look at it. I don't know about Craddock though. His statements really worry me because if he gets any kinds of tips from creators or online or anything like that, I kind of feel like he overlooks it because of his loathing for social media. Although he was fine with using it when he was campaigning for his own self. I mean, he wanted you to like, share, and subscribe to share Craddock for Sheriff and things like that, you know. But it's funny how if it's used to his advantage, he's okay with it. But just my opinion. And Couponing says, sorry, and I acknowledge the loss of your dad. Aw, that's sweet of you, Couponing. Ding, ding, ding. My opinion as well. Thank you so much. Aw, you're welcome. I know I lost my dad, what was it, 2023, so this March it'll be 2 years, and it's just hard, you know. We're never used to living without our parents, that's for sure. Big hugs, Dream. Do you guys remember the YouTube channel Tyler F? Ooh, I don't think so. All right, guys, let's just go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and play this number 7 here.
Chris, I do have a question. Are you related to the Wells in any way?
No, I've never met the Wells.
Okay.
Chris, do you think? Sorry, Truth.
No, go ahead. You're fine.
Do you think law enforcement is? Do you think they have any ideas, or?
I mean, still to this day, as it stands right now, there's no leads. There's no nothing. I mean, it's an active investigation, and that's where it's at. I wish there was more. God knows, I wished I had answers.
Do they
But there's nothing.
meet with you guys and give you guys updates or anything? You
Law
don't have to tell
enforcement.
us what the updates are, but do you talk to them? Like, do you have a relationship with them?
Well, keep in mind, all 3 parents have a relationship with law enforcement, whether
Sure.
it's a good one or a bad one.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of how everybody wants to make it sound, there's a relationship with law enforcement. There is information that converts back and forth on all 3 sides.
I'm gonna drop the link in the chat for SF if you want it, sir. If you don't want to jump up here, that's fine too. But I saw you in the chat, so I wanted to drop it for you.
No, Chris. Oh, sorry, Chris.
I know that we are hitting Chris with a lot of questions, and he, you know, whether he knew that was going to happen or not, I'm sure he knew coming on my panel he would probably get hit with some questions. But I do want to take a second for everybody to take a breath, right, and just kind of take a second, because there have been a lot of questions thrown. And I also have heard quite a bit of emotion, not only from Chris tonight, but also the panel guests. And I think that emotion is raw. I think it's real. And I think it's something that is unfortunately refreshing to hear and see. I think sometimes it takes what I call rehumanizing the human in order for us to remember what the purpose is. And I think through the last 10 months, unfortunately, the humanization of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has been diminished. And I just want to take a second to remember that beyond all of our own personal opinions or the way we look at this case, excuse me, that there is a young man that is missing, and there are families that are, you know, heavily affected by it. So I just wanted to take a second to kind of calm everything down and just kind of, you know, because I know that I can come across harsh sometimes, but I also know that other people can as well. And I want to say this to the folks in the chat. Earlier, you heard me and Chris going back and forth. Don't confuse what me and Chris were doing as arguing, right? That's a conversation. I am aware that there are people who don't understand aggressive conversations, okay? I understand them. Chris understands them. It gets places. We started off talking about, some differences and questions and things. Had no idea Chris was going to jump up here. I'm glad he did, right? He's able to speak on some things. I also think that it's important for us to remember that it is okay to have questions or to suspect people. What is not okay is to outright call someone a murderer,
Unless
right?
it's Seth.
Um,
Sorry.
it's and here's the thing. Sonny says I should apologize. Sonny, you can kiss my ass. I don't have to apologize for anything, okay? I don't apologize for my feelings or my thoughts. I speak my mind and I stand 10 toes down. If you don't like it, there's a door. Have a good day.
Well,
Thank you.
so let me piggyback on that for a second.
For sure.
We have conversations. We're humans. We have
We lost you again.
How about now?
Now we got you.
So we're all humans and we all have conversations. We have emotions, and that's what makes it so interesting. Aggressive, passive aggressive, whatever. Having a conversation is great. Not having a conversation is not great. Sebastian's name stays out there for conversations. Keeping him in the forefront is the point of this. I'm not going to bash. I'm not out here. I'm not going to sit here and say that this person's horrible. This person's this. That's not. I stand by what I said before. I think everybody out there for being able to keep his name in the forefront. Katie says that she thanks everybody for keeping his name in the forefront. But we just ask respectfully as we can, enough with the bashing. That's it. Nobody owes anybody apologies unless you felt like you need one. But
I have a question that's kind of Sebastian going missing related, if you don't mind.
yes, ma'am.
Um, on so I went and compared the TBI posters of other missing children, and they're all pretty specific. Like this person went or this child went missing from his residence on this day. This person went missing and was seen in this car on that day. Sebastian says went missing in the area of Stafford Court on February 26th. Does that mean anything to you? Does that um do you or can you say because it's a little confusing. Do you know any information that you could share about that?
Honestly, we didn't even know that the FBI was releasing that
No, the
until
TBI, the TBI.
or
I'm sorry.
TV.
That
Well, honestly, like we don't anything that they like put together, we are not privy to.
okay.
So we wouldn't know what they're putting out until they either call us and say, "Hey, X, Y, and Z," and it's normally when that happens, it's like, "Hey, within a few moments or an hour or so." So normally when the information comes out, as you're finding out, we're finding out too.
Okay.
I mean, we don't know.
So we don't know if that
Are,
means anything. We don't know, right? Is what we're saying. We don't know if that means anything. But it is perplexing because in the
I,
area of Stafford Court has always been kind of like, did somebody
did they
see
see
him?
him?
Yeah, did somebody see him? Um,
Well,
so
They
okay.
keep saying there's been no sightings. But speaking of
Well,
new
but hold
updates,
on. So there's been no sightings by people, but is there somewhere footage that does see him? And I want to piggyback off of what you were saying there, Body. Compare the flyers from like the FBI with other kids, and it says, like we did one the other day, Truth had brought up this girl, and we looked at the flyer, and it was very specific, like the whereabouts of her, or like basically the reward was for like any information on the whereabouts or the prosecution of those responsible for her disappearance. And if you read Sebastian's, it literally only says the whereabouts.
Right.
I don't have an answer for that because we don't know what they put on the posters. We're not privy to that. We don't know why they put whatever they put on those posters. We don't.
Now, are you
Sorry
aware
about
that
it.
they have recently announced that this is a criminal investigation? Do you know if that's true?
So a while back, a long time ago, I think somebody made a FOIA request um, to their legal department. Their legal department released something, and then they had to go back and redact it because they said a criminal investigation. And I believe somewhere along the lines, either a reporter or somebody had to do a redaction, and so it's an active investigation. Still to
Well,
this day, that's all we know.
Okay, guys, sorry about that. Okay, so he starts out, and I wanted to say, Dreams, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I send my deepest condolences to you as well. Um, and don't ever be sorry about talking too much. You're fine. I talk all the time. I talk way too much all the time. But yeah, don't be sorry. We love having you here. And so they start out by saying that Chris is not related to the Wells. I have not heard that Chris was related to the Wells. I don't know if anybody else did, but I've never heard of that. And then I haven't heard of Tyler F or the strange videos on Sebastian. So I'm interested to see what those videos are. If there's anything in them or why he would have done a strange video on him. I think that is weird. Um, but then Chris says that there's no leads and no nothing. And that Seth came out and said, well, he said that they're all talking to the police. They're all going back and forth with Ellie. Ellie is telling them all updates and everything like that. But Seth came out on December 8th and said he has finally had some renewed faith in law enforcement, that they are taking this investigation seriously and that they are doing their best to find Sebastian. And he said that on the day after Sebastian's birthday. So I don't know why Seth would be saying all of this stuff if it wasn't true. And then also, he seemed very genuine when he was saying that he has a renewed faith in law enforcement. And so I do believe that he wasn't getting a lot of information. Um, Elevated Truth goes on to say that he and Chris were having aggressive conversations together, that they both understand that, and that is a dynamic that they are kind of used to having with each other, and that people were getting upset about it, but not to worry because it's just kind of the way that they talk back and forth. And then Chris goes on to say, and he goes back to the bashing, quit bashing us, blah, blah, blah. He does speak for Katie, and he says that she thanks everyone. And basically, I don't know why she can't just come out and say that herself. I don't know why she can't thank people, but he says it for her. And then Chris says pervy twice here, and like you can hear, I don't know who it is, but somebody's giggling and in the background, saying when he says pervy, but he said he's not pervy to what is on the posters. And Body Movin' asks a really great question here. She asks him, how come the flyers are saying that he was last seen in the area of Stafford Court? And I've always wondered this as well. How come they're saying this if he was in his bed the last time Katie saw him? How could he have been seen out on Stafford Court? And so she's Body Moving says it's always been really confusing to her. It was very confusing to me. Now Clue pops in and she says there's been no sighting by people, but there may be some footage of him on camera outside of his home that night. I don't believe that. I won't believe it until I see it, but that's just kind of how I feel about that. And oh, hey, Nick. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And Dreams, let's see. Dreams says, thank you. Did you get the email about the Facebook post by chance? Did it on my phone. Oh, did you email me? Give me a moment. Let me see. Just a moment here. Okay, wonderful. Did it come from? Is the subject line? Does it say "Merry Christmas in advance"? Let's make true crime shine. Is that right? Because if it is, I did get it. But if not, I didn't. If that makes sense. And Lisa, good to see you, Lisa Opinion. Thank you for the green hearts, Nick. That's so sweet. Thank you very much. And so let's watch the next clip that I have, because I mean, that's basically all I took away from it, was that Chris says that he doesn't know what was put on the missing posters, but he really should, in my opinion, especially if that's your kiddo. You're going to want to see what is being put out there. And I don't believe for a minute that he doesn't know what's on, maybe obviously he doesn't have the authority to put anything on the missing posters that are coming out of like FBI, TBI, but I also don't believe that he doesn't know what's on there. And Dream says, I've been doing everything on my phone. I'll put it in my computer and send it that way. Okay, cool. Yeah, and it might have been, let me check my spam real quick. Here, I will. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate you being in here. I really do. And let me go ahead and, oh, no, it's not. Okay. I was going to say, let me see if it's in the spam, but what I'm going to do, we'll go ahead and play this. Is this 8? Yeah, this is 8. So we'll do 8 real quick.
Okay. So creators, or where did it originate? I mean, you guys are all stuck on the word privy because your maturity levels are big. But did it come from Dog that said he spoke with them and they said today?
Yes.
Right. So Dog said he spoke directly with them and they confirmed, but you're saying you're unaware of that.
Well, didn't Nick Barris say it too a couple months ago?
But he's saying that was a mistake.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
At Night Media put it out and said that it came from Dog. He spoke with them.
Well, once again, look at your source.
Right.
I know.
I wouldn't be surprised if it is a criminal investigation, simply because runaway is a crime.
And guess what? If it is, then it is. Who cares?
Since when is running away a crime?
In Tennessee, it is.
In Tennessee, it is a crime.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're under 18.
That's actually if you're under 16 in Tennessee.
Yeah.
But
really quick too, I just want to say, for people asking about the tattoos, because Chris is in a case with that, we can't. He won't be able to talk about anything with her, you guys. So it's just a waste. It's a waste of question, unfortunately.
Someone brought something up a second ago, and I'm going to address it because apparently people think I say things I'm afraid to stand on it. What I said was, I believe Katie's not talking because Katie messes up her story. I said that earlier, and I stand on that. That's not a good or a bad. Some people aren't good with public speaking. They get to stuttering, they say the wrong thing, and then it's used against them. I said what I said. It doesn't mean that she's changing her story because she's lying. It's because you want to make sure and not fuck up on a public platform where somebody can then go and use that against you.
I mean, let's not even front because Chris is here. There's some shady shit. All right. Like, let's just say it is. There's some things
for sure.
And that's natural. And I think Chris has already stated he understands that.
Yep.
He understands that people are going to have their speculation or their questions, and he wishes he could tell everything to solve some of that, but unfortunately he can't. But I do wonder why the fuck you don't put out lawsuits on people. I'm just going to be quite frank. I don't get it.
One, I'm not made of money.
Oh, you guys aren't rich?
No, we don't have all that stuff that people have said we have. We don't. I mean, it's
Well, and I'm
ridiculous,
gonna
but
say, I have to say too, like you can't. Uh, people think that just because there's like people talking on the internet,
Right.
bad, you can't just fucking do that. You can't get a restraining order. I know Truth was saying this earlier. Well, how come he gets a restraining order on Betty but not on Dog? There
I
has to
did say
be
that.
a physical threat. Like that is not
Right.
how the legal system works, guys. Or
Well,
well,
listen,
nobody
well,
with
should
all
be
due,
hold
able
on,
to
with
hold
all
on,
due
talk
because
on.
respect,
let me help y'all with this real quick. When it comes to lawsuits and this and that, every case, every situation is different. Okay, every single thing is different. I'm not going to sit here and tell people why or what I am doing or what I'm not doing or why I'm doing this or why we're not doing that. That no,
Mm-hmm.
that's. I mean, we'd be out here for hours and days and weeks for that crap. However, look, people are held accountable for what they say. They're held accountable for their actions. Leave it alone.
Mm-hmm.
If people would just have compassion and before they opened up their comments and all of their statements and they actually thought about some stuff or put together the facts before they went forward with things, there wouldn't be very much to talk about. You could go back and look at things and put the
Yep.
pieces together and be like, oh well, that's not possible because of X, Y, and Z. People are doing it because they have their choice of doing it and they have their reasons for doing it, and that's that simple. We just ask stop with the bashing.
Diane Highland says, if you have nothing to hide, you don't hold your tongue. Well, Diane, let me explain something to you, ma'am. When you're dealing with a child under the age of 18, there's a lot of things you should hold your tongue about. It's called respect. Maybe that will sink into you. You do not openly speak about certain things when it comes to a child under age. And if you don't understand that, I would suggest you get as far away from any case that involves a child as possible.
Yeah, none of us want to disparage Sebastian in any capacity. None of us. And
Once
I don't think any creator does, honestly. I'm speaking for all of them. None of them want to disparage Sebastian at all,
once
period.
again, if you are a parent, would you want this happening to you and your family and your children? Ask yourself that very question. Don't answer it publicly, just ask it internally.
I mean,
Well,
I think there's a lot of good conversation being had. I mean, I don't know if any of it specifically goes to help bring Sebastian home, but we don't know what will bring him home and what won't. So I think any conversation is good and productive.
Yeah,
Um,
and that's the fine line we have to walk, right? Truth? Like,
yeah,
yeah,
it's a
and
real fine line.
it's a real fine line. Right.
And just because y'all want to know doesn't mean you deserve to know. And just because some of us know doesn't mean we want to know. Right? There could be things that people know that we would rather not know. But at the end of the day, everybody has trials and tribulations growing up, some greater than others, right? And if your worry and your concern is to bring Sebastian home, then the other shit doesn't matter. It just doesn't, in my opinion. Not when it has to do with Sebastian.
You said we don't know what will bring him home. We don't know if anything said in this conversation will help. But the one thing I can see absolutely helping is exactly what Chris has asked for. No bullshit. Because if you really think about that, right? If everybody, regardless of their opinion, is truly, genuinely in their heart focused on bringing Sebastian home in their own way, if any of us bash any of them, we're deterring them from what could be what brings them home.
But at the same
well,
time, like
speaking about,
I do have to say this. I'm Truth. You know, you're like, my brother, but I do
Yeah.
have to say this, right? To be fair, I feel like that same sort of mentality, right? We don't know what's going to bring him home. We are not in this situation. We don't know how we would be, all of that. I think, I mean, it is a little angering because I've heard you, say on more than one occasion, then why is Katie not out here screaming from the rooftops? Why aren't they saying what they do in public, right? And it's like,
Yeah, for sure.
I don't understand how there's both sides of the coin on that.
Well, let me explain it. I think that Katie can come out here and scream from the rooftops to Sebastian, and I don't think it should be on social media at all. I think it should be on a major news outlet where he may be likely to see it. I think that if he doesn't have access to the internet, right, which would be likely because by now he would have tried to reach out to somebody, in my opinion, right? And so if Katie was to go on, let's say, Court TV or CNN or whatever, right? Then if Sebastian has some type of access to a TV, that might give him the little bit of encouragement that he needs to hear his mother's voice.
But she did, you know what I mean?
And she did once. Hold on.
And
Months
I know of things personally that she does in the background. See, the thing for me when it comes to
but
that,
you have to
right?
let me answer the question.
I'm sorry. I thought
You
you
have
were
to.
done.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so, but for me, it has nothing to do with her owing anybody answers. I've never said that she needs to come out here and answer anybody's questions. Have I?
I mean,
yeah, I've never said
to be
that.
honest, Chris answered already. He said she's not in a good head place to do it.
Right.
Like, understood. But hold on. With all due respect, neither is Sebastian.
Right.
He's not in a good headspace being missing. So at some point, I just felt that if she came out and spoke to Sebastian, not Dog, not Nick, not Tom, Dick, or Harry,
Right.
but to Sebastian.
Okay, guys. So I can't agree more with that last statement that Truth said. What about Sebastian? Because that's one thing as a mom that I always think of when it comes to Katie. Like, she does not owe us anything, right? She doesn't. She doesn't have to talk to us. She doesn't have to talk to the media. She doesn't owe anybody anything. That's a true statement in my opinion. But why won't she just come out? I mean, why isn't she more active and involved in I mean, you see Seth, he's begging, he's pleading, he's asking people, please help me. All I want to do is find my son. All I want is my son back. And then you have Katie who basically says, like, screw you guys, I don't owe you nothing. And Truth says, well, what about Sebastian? How do you think he feels? And what if he is listening someplace out there and that's the one motivation, or it's one thing that's, what if it's keeping him alive? To hear his mother's voice, to hear his father's voice, hell, to hear Chris's voice. It's absolutely sad, and I don't understand why she won't come out. It's not that I expect her to. It's not, or excuse me. It's not that I think she owes it to us to come out, but I think she owes it to Sebastian, and he's the one that's who's important here is him. And if he is out there listening, by the grace of God, he's out there and he can hear his mom's voice, and that's just one thing that's helping him get through whatever he's going through out there. Just hypothetically, why wouldn't she? I just wrote why. Another thing, I didn't know this. So apparently, if you are under the age of 16 in Tennessee and you run away, it is classified as a crime. And so that was interesting. I didn't know that. I will definitely put a little star by that, and we'll research that a little bit further. Not just taking it as face value for what they're saying, but I mean, I didn't realize that was a thing there. And that's the thing that's really interesting about these cases. They're all across America, and we think, it's all across the board, the same rules, but it's not. Every state has their own ways of doing things. So I found that to be really interesting and kind of noteworthy. So it's it's Truth's opinion, and he says that he thinks that Katie doesn't come out because she messes up her story and that she's not a good public speaker. I don't buy that. I just don't. I think that she can't keep her story straight because there are some inconsistencies, some untruths. I think she's holding back on what she's willing to come forward about. And so when she starts to say something, she kind of retracts, or she'll start to give some truths, and then she realizes, oh, I can't really say that. We saw that happen a lot. And I'll kind of go over some interviews and find some examples of that. And we can go over that on another time. Um, One thing I saw Nick write a comment to, when Chris says, who cares if it's a criminal investigation? Well, he seems to care a lot whether it's a criminal investigation, although he says, who cares? And I think he should care, because if it's a criminal investigation, you had nothing to do with it, then why are you so adamant, about it not being a criminal investigation? If something happened to your stepson and somebody did something to him, why don't you care? So that to me was extremely odd. Um, and then I want to say this too. BHB never physically threatened these two. She was putting flyers out in the area in Hendersonville over by the Texas Roadhouse when Terry Bowersox circled her car. Not once, but twice. And to me, it's crazy. She lives in Florida. It's like a 16 hours away ish, about. I don't know exactly where, of course, and I wouldn't say it if I knew. But I'm just saying it's quite a drive. And he wants us to just leave it alone. And he said this before several times. Just leave it alone. I don't think we should leave it alone. Sebastian's still out there. So as long as he's still out there, there is no leaving it alone, in my opinion. Why would we? If his mom's given up on him and she won't come out and say anything, the last thing he needs is other people who are out here talking about it and spreading awareness for them to be quiet. I mean, why? I don't understand it. Um, and then to go after a woman who traveled so far to spread this awareness, and she's being harassed by, Mr. Socks. It's crazy. And let's see. And another thing too, um, there wouldn't be much to talk about, so stop bashing. And then he keeps oh, I'm sorry, I misread my notes. So he was saying there wouldn't be much to talk about if people would really examine the case, and I couldn't disagree more with him, because there are so many different aspects of this case that need to be examined, and there's so many things that, if we could really take a good hard look at them, and take away all of this crap, all of the drama, him fathering a child at 7 years old, him being a janitor, him being related to the Welleses, him being related to Clue, for crying out loud. If we took all of that out and we just focused on the main important points in this case, then there would be tons to talk about, and there would be tons to examine. But all of the other noise is what is stopping us from doing that. It's not anything that the people that are really trying to find out what happened are doing. It's all of this extra stuff, and a lot of it is being put out by them. And I think that's what Truth was trying to get at, but then he was kind of backtracking because he was getting a lot of hate from it. And I can understand that. I do. I understand that. But in the same way, I wish he would have just kept with that same momentum that he had in the beginning of the live. I mean, this was a 4-hour live, so of course it was long. Um, But I think there would be a lot to talk about, and I think that's what Chris doesn't want us to do, is talk about it, because he keeps saying for us to leave it alone. And we're not going to. So let's see. One thing that gave me goosebumps was when Truth said there are certain things that we know that we wish we didn't know. And I really wish he would have elaborated on that a little bit more. What does he know that we don't know that he wishes he didn't know? That's scary, because he's interviewed Chris and Katie. He's asked them those quote unquote hard questions. He's told them that he thinks they're both suspect. So what did they tell him that triggered this live? What did they tell him that he doesn't want to know? And then the last thing that I noticed in here, which I thought was a really good point, again, is what about Sebastian? Because he does go back to that after he talks about how there's things that he doesn't want to know. Hey, Lady Tit for Tat, good to see you. Good to see you. Ah, thanks, Nick. Yeah. It's scary. Oh, Margaret, what are we praying for you for, girl? Oh, your parents. Oh, I know. Yeah, Margaret says a good mama would come out and say something just to get her son back. I agree. Or to keep him, to keep him motivated, to keep him, to let him know she loves him. I mean, that's what moms do, right? That's what we do. That's what we do. And we do it effortlessly. We don't have to be forced. It's something that's just like an instinct, right? Um, Island says then KP and CP would stop watching YouTube and go on the news stations. They get NBC, ABC, etc. In my opinion, yeah, I mean, and that's the thing too. They chose to go on a social media platform to begin with, because they went on Duchess for the missing. Your own mama is your strength. Yes, exactly, Margaret. Exactly. And I miss my mom too. I lost my mom in 06. And yeah, it was devastating. It was absolutely devastating. And I was in my early 20s and I wasn't ever ready. I wasn't adult yet. I wasn't adult enough to lose my mom. Let's just put it that way. And Dream says he ran away at the age of 15, but he is mentally impaired, so there is a reason why he was listed what he was. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Well, and the thing is too is I really feel like they didn't portray him in the way that he actually is, which is a super intelligent, high functioning person. Yes, he is on the spectrum, but that doesn't mean that okay, so the best example I can give you is when his teacher Patricia Szymanski came out, and she was the one that was wearing the green sweater, and she had green Adidas shoes on for Sebastian on day 5. It was a Friday, and they were wearing green for him. And she said to the news anchor that if you saw Sebastian walking down the street, you would think that he has no deficits at all. But yet Chris and Katie were saying all these things that they weren't saying that. Let's just put it that way. They were saying like he needs his medication and all of this stuff, when we know now that there is no medication for autism. It's treated with therapies. And Dreaming says running away the crime, but there's also an underground for runaways. Yeah, absolutely. I want to look into that some more, Dreams, because I mean I thought that was very odd and interesting. I think that's interesting, and if that's the truth, then what's the penalty? Do they get put in juvie? Do they are they now on like a probationary period, like if they run off again? But how can you hold that to somebody who is an eloper and they're on the spectrum? That's what is kind of a gray area for me. Do they have that gray area to consider, or is it just across the board everybody that runs away? Which, I mean, we're all saying it. He didn't run away. You know, we're all saying it. Seriously, these parents are too busy on YouTube or watching these channels. That's sus, in my opinion. I know, Island. I feel that way too. I feel like they're watching it way too much. I feel like it's something that yes, I would be following it. Obviously, they're talking about my kiddo. I get that part, but um yeah, they can listen. Hey, we all do it. We clean. We we cook. We take care of our household. The kids might be watching something on TV and we have our earbuds in. There's ways of doing it where you can be productive and still just listen to your YouTube if that's really what you love to do. Big hugs, Margaret. Yeah, Margaret. Aw, we love you, Margaret. And Dream says, I am so sorry, Margaret. We will be saying a prayer for you tonight. Thank you, Island. Island calls me Liberty. I love it. And then Dream says, on my stars, she actually was following him down my highway inconspicuously. I was in that live. Who was it? Who was? Margaret says, that's sweet and thank you so much. Y'all are so good and God bless y'all. Aw. Star says he didn't want all this attention for sure. And, oh, sorry, I scrolled up too much. Lady Tit for Tat says, Truth planned this stream with one other person to put the pressure on KP to speak, in my opinion. That's very possible. I was wondering if it was more or less like to coax them out, because it seems like he was kind of like calling them out. I do see what he's saying in terms of like Katie, whenever she talks, it doesn't go over well. I can't disagree, but in the same way, I mean, I would let people say whatever the heck they wanted to about me. If my kid was missing it, that would my focus would be on my kid and not what everybody's saying about me. I could care less, I mean, at some point you have to get some thick skin, and you can't tell me that two military people don't have that thick skin already. They got it a long time ago. So don't tell me that now all of a sudden they're these little fragile beings. They're not. They're not. They're just not. Especially Katie. We find out she was kind of a badass in the Navy. So how is she all of a sudden just a fragile little flower that we have to whisk her away because she just can't handle it? She's gonna swoon like in those old movies where people just like the ladies just faint. Oh no, no, I'm not gonna. I won't. I refuse. And Dream says, who is the truth person? Oh, okay. So he is a creator. He said in the first part that he's like a newer creator, right? So he said I think it was like 8 months or so. But he has been in contact with Chris and Katie. He has interviewed them on a couple of different occasions. They have spoken with each other. They did fall out of touch, and then all of a sudden he was doing this live. He said it didn't have anything to do with the fact that they hadn't talked. It wasn't like a malicious thing. And then also CP comes on later, and they were talking about how they do have those aggressive conversations with each other, but it's not to be misconstrued. That's just the dynamic between the two. And I understand some people have more aggressive behaviors than others. Star says, I think Nancy Grace scared them, in my opinion. I think they were heavily sedated when they were on Nancy, and that's my opinion there, because they both looked pretty out of it. And now, if they had been out searching and just, pounding the pavement, handing out flyers, doing that kind of thing, I would completely understand them looking tired and everything like that. But it was beyond tired, in my opinion. G of Twins, nice to see you. Good to see you, Lot Lizard. Do you think he ran away or was running away from something? No, I don't think so. No, I really don't. And the reason why I think that, okay, don't get me wrong, Sebastian had so many reasons to run. so many reasons to run. And initially, I thought that maybe he was running to his dad's house, like that he was just trying to get to him. And, but the reason why I don't think that anymore is because one, he wasn't on camera. We have no footage of him. Chris says that there's nothing, no evidence, and then Cluminati turns around and says, well, we don't know that. We don't know if he was caught on another. Well, I think that if he was caught on another camera, they would have given the parents that hope. That's just my opinion. And, that's just from my critical thinking, but not from any kind of experience in law enforcement or anything like that. But that's just my opinion. Um, so the fact that we didn't see him out and about at all, caught on any camera, and then also just he didn't take anything with him. If he did run away, I really believe that he would have taken things with him. I think he would have wore shoes. I think he would have brought a flashlight. Say he was running to his dad's house. Say he would want to go see Seth. Something happened and he was upset and he just wanted to get out of there. He would have brought stuff with him. He would have brought a snack. He would have brought water. Or maybe he would have brought his green tea. But no, I don't think he did. Do you think he did, G of Twins? What do you think? Let me know what you think. But I don't think he did. Unfortunately. And then also I feel like he would have been found, Like most of the time when kids run away, they don't get very far. So, um now if there was some footage of him leaving the house, I would have thought, "Oh gosh, what if he got snatched up by somebody? Like what if he was going someplace and he got snatched up by someone?" That would have been more logical to me, but yeah, I think this was planned out for, I said a year a while back. I think it might have been maybe 6 months, but it was meticulously planned because whoever did this, they did a very good job of at least making it this far. They made it over the 6-month mark. Now we're at the 10-month mark on Christmas. So Star says, I ran away in 3rd grade. I wore shoes. I may have also packed underwear, a banana, and a Barbie doll, allegedly. See what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I mean, we've all been there, right? It's like, I'm leaving, you get your little like little stick with the bag on the back and you walk away, but you bring yourself something to eat, right? You bring yourself something to drink. These days I can't believe a kid wouldn't have the cell phone. He'd have to have it surgically removed. I mean, it's one of those things where yeah, and he's a smart kid. I mean, I just think he would have brought his little stuff with him. And Island says, I so agree, Liberty. The way they painted this child out to be, I can only imagine what they are telling these YouTube channels behind the scenes, in my opinion. Oh, I know. I know. And that's what's sad, too, because, I mean, if it seems like they don't value anybody, because if they're lying to the people that are sticking up for them, God only knows what they do to somebody that they didn't like. I mean, you would think they'd be appreciative of Clue or anybody who is willing to push their BS. Yeah, he's extremely smart, Dreams. He is extremely smart. And think about the strategy behind playing a game of chess. You have to, um, you're making moves against your opponent, right? You're trying to beat your opponent. And it takes a lot of thinking, a lot of strategizing. That's why, like, when they play chess, it's not a quick game. It's like, they do, they make a move and then you think about your move. There's no time limit on it. It's a long game unless somebody's really good and they just kick your butt right away. But if you're playing somebody and you're really, really good, hey Trishy, good to see you, honey. And then yeah, it's just it's one of those things where it takes time. and it takes a lot of thinking, because if you make a wrong move, then your person can have you checkmate, right? And that's it. That's the game. So yeah, when he was playing those games, he's and the same thing with Minecraft. I don't know if you guys have ever played Minecraft. I've tried to play it. I mean, way over my head. Okay, I'm just gonna put that out there. We all have our strong strengths and weaknesses, right? Merry Christmas, Miss Margaret. Merry Christmas Eve. But you know what I mean? It's like one of those things where um, it's not easy. Like you build this little alternate world, and it's made of blocks, and you have to again know how to position them and do the. I mean, it's not as easy as it looks. It's complex. I like watching people build their thing. Barb, nice to see you. Welcome in. Lovely to meet you all. I am a Sebastian and Seth supporter. I thought it. Oh, good. I'm glad. We let you know up front. Merry Christmas to all of you. Yeah, of course. Hey, you know what? I hope some people that don't support Seth come in, and maybe they'll see a different point of view. You know, because I'd like to go over some of Seth's interviews and just see what he said in the past. I have done comparisons in the past, right? But the one thing with Seth that I have seen through my research is that he is very consistent when it comes to wanting to find his son, wanting his son to come home, and he's very forthright with information and straightforward. It's not pulling teeth with Seth. When Seth was interviewed, like even as an example on Pascal would ask him a question, he would answer it. It wasn't this games and semantics and, oh, well, maybe this and that. No, it was just yes, no, straightforward. And I respected that. And I respected the fact that he was so genuine and authentic. And that goes a long way with people. So, but yes, Barb, I mean, I try to be subjective, but I do support Seth. I do. And I'm not afraid to say that, you know. I mean, I'm actually proud of it. I don't think I would be proud of myself um, if I was sticking up for parents who can't even come out not one time and not talk about woe is me, we're being bashed. So what? You know, like Truth said, so what? It's not about you, it's about Sebastian. And Dream says, depending on the situation, he spoke of abuse. So in that area, they would assign him his own lawyer. Yep, a guardian ad litem. Yes, ma'am. And house him until court. Some take off before that. Okay, I see. With the with the runaway situation. Thank you for that, Dreams. Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, it makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yes, I agree, lady. Sedated for sure, especially KP. Oh man, oh man. Great to see you too, G of Twins. Yeah, Trishy. I mean, it was just like a kind of a like a glossed over, you know what I mean? Just kind of if you've ever taken, you know, like an anti-anxiety, like that's why I don't like those, because it just makes you like a zombie. And that's what it reminded me of, for real. It did. Lady Tit for Tat says, do you think, oh, GW. Oh, okay, I see, I see. Hatar, maybe running away from someone chasing him. Aw. I mean, it's possible. I know they were saying that in the beginning, like if he had run away without any shoes on, he would have had to have been like running away from something like really scary, right? Because he would just try to leave the house as fast as possible. Don't bring anything with you, just get out. Um, and I was really hoping to see him on some footage, you know. And there may be some out there. I mean, I don't know, but I don't think there is. According to Chris says no. Seth has said no. Katie doesn't say much. Barb says, I thought so too at the beginning, Lady Freedom, that if Sebastian ran, he would run to his dad's. Yeah. But things have come out since that point to Sebastian being disappeared by two people close to him. Yeah, I agree, Barb. I do. Yes, I'm in the right room. On the same page as all of you. Yes, ma'am, you're in the right room. Either way, even if you guys don't have the same opinions with me, you're in the right room. It's okay. You know, it's all right. And, I'm always open to suggestions as well. And I try to look at it through different angles, right? I don't try to only look at it through my perspective. I try to look at it from someone else's perspective, from this person. I really do. Um, but sometimes it's hard, I mean, obviously when you get your own, or when you're looking through that lens, it can be kind of hard. So I definitely try to keep an open mind, because I know how I feel and I know what I think, but in the same way, I'm not always right either. So, and there is a lot that has come out lately. I mean, just so much that it's worth re-examining and going over it again, and then taking a step back and then going at it again. I think there's a lot of value in doing that. As the other thing that bothered me, Katie said that they went out and bought him snacks, but if he left, did he take any of those snacks? No. See, that's the thing. Like he would have. I mean, I don't know Sebastian, obviously, but I just know he would have taken stuff with him. He would have brought a Switch. How about just a Switch? That was something he loved to play with. That was his escape. And he didn't bring a Switch. So Star says, "Hear me out, devil's advocate. Sebastian was chess playing smart. It's been repeatedly stated he had a hidden stash of money. He bought his own pair of shoes, his own cell phone." Well, Star, that is not a bad theory. I mean, actually, it makes sense. I know that it was confirmed that the money that he had stashed away was still in the closet, is what I heard. Like in his little piggy bank, or maybe he had like a little chest that he put it in. But I heard that was not, that it was left behind. Um, yeah, like I'm like his birthday money though and stuff. I mean, he could have been planning it out. The one thing I do remember Seth telling Court TV was that Sebastian was having issues telling, excuse me, Sebastian was having issues with time, like time management, more or less. So like Seth would tell him, "Hey, we're going to go fishing at noon, but you have to have things done before noon." And then before you know it, he would be getting into other things and he wouldn't be thinking about it, and it would be 2 o'clock. And then Seth would say, "Hey, we were supposed to go at noon," and kind of teaching him a lesson through that. And so, and another thing to consider, and this is going to be a bad analogy, so just bear with me. But if you guys have ever watched the movie Rain Man, right? So Rain Man was on the spectrum, and he could identify, he could count cards, right? Which is extremely, like, you have to be a genius to be able to do that. It takes a lot of like math skills, especially when you have to consider how many decks are being used and all this other stuff that it entails. But like in one scene in the movie, the waitress drops a like a box of toothpicks, and he can tell how many toothpicks were dropped on the floor, how many were in the box, just off the top of his head. And so those are those kinds of things. They used to say, and it's not a very nice term. I don't like it much at all. But they used to call people an idiot savant, right? Where they were just super knowledgeable about certain subjects, and like a genius, basically, a savant, like they were extremely good at it, right? So just little things like that. Um, Something that was very simple, but then again, this person, he couldn't take care of himself. on the daily tasks and things like that, but he could go to a casino and count cards. I mean, so those are the little things that, especially when people are on the spectrum, and you guys probably help me out a little bit more with a better analogy, but it's just that's just kind of how it works. Some of the simpler tasks are extremely difficult to grasp, but then they can have this amazing ability to do something else. And that's why I like to call people with special needs differently abled instead of saying, disabled, because they're not. They're just differently abled than us. Sometimes they can be 10 times smarter than we'll ever be in certain subjects and situations. So, I mean, anything is possible. Anything is possible. And Barb says, it's okay. Oh, if it's okay that here, I know you don't know me, but I think we are on the same thought processes. Oh, yes, Barb, of course. I'm happy to have you here. I'm absolutely happy to have you here. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Star says, and had a Minecraft buddy pick him up. Oh, see, but you know, and I agree with the way that Seth's parenting style was. He allowed Sebastian to learn and grow and be online, right? But then Chris and Katie, they just completely took it away from him, wouldn't allow it. Um, Now, they did slip up. Sebastian was Googling if Taylor Swift likes blonde boys or whatever Katie said about that. So I do believe that he was able to access the internet. I think that was more of a lie than a truth. I think that they were strict. I think that they used it as a weapon just like anything else, just like the snake, just like anything that kid liked. They're going to take it away from him, and just like Chris said, and excuse my language, but this is a direct quote. Sure as shit, he got in trouble. So sure as shit, he got in trouble, and they take it away from him. With Seth, his parenting style was let Sebastian go online, but monitor him behind the scenes. And if there's something that needs to be addressed, address it. And I think that's a better way of especially dealing with a teenager. You kind of watch over them, and for lack of a better way, I'm sorry, you guys might get mad at me, but spy on your kids, you know what I mean? Don't give them any privacy by all means, until they're old enough to go in their own way and live their own life. But like, spy on those kids, so that way you know what they're doing, because it'll be better in the long run if you do. And then if you have to address it. But if you don't, then that's wonderful. But at least you know what's happening with them, especially because, like, online, like you said, what if he did run away with someone he met online, or he thought it was someone who it was his age? We don't know who these people are we talk to on the internet half the time. I mean, so um, Star says he now lives in a cool house with friends playing Minecraft, not eating tofu. Oh my gosh, I can only hope. Oh, that wouldn't that be wonderful? Like if we found out that he was this whole time just living it up, you know? But I really think he would have called his dad. I really do. Dream says he also had his own webpage at one time and said that Justin Bieber was one of his favorite artists and he loved the song Baby. Oh, I didn't hear that. Oh, that's so cute. I heard he liked the Uptown Funk You Up. Katie said that. Um, Seth said he liked that song Eastbound and Down. It is a nice thought, Star. We need some nice thoughts. Dreaming. Hi, my dreaming. Good to see you. You're not late. You're a wizard. You arrive exactly when you mean to. Precisely when you mean to. I think that's what Gandalf says. Barb says, thank you, Lady Freedom. It's hard to be trusted at face value with all the shenanigans going on. How about it? Oh, I can definitely relate to that. Um, yeah, it's just all about Sebastian. It's good that we can have these conversations. G of Twins says that leaves when their child is missing. It's pathetic. Oh, I know. Who does that? I mean, that was the thing too, like, and Katie never said it was because she was being threatened or because she didn't want to be in the house without Chris, or she felt like people were going to come after her, or she was scared. She just said, my son can be anywhere and I'm looking everywhere. And then Chris was like, well, we've had some really vile things. And he goes on and on about playing the victim and, oh, woe is me and all this other nonsense. Trishy says, yes, it's skill building. It's skill building. Yes. Yes, exactly. And yes, Barb, you'll love Star. She is so hilarious. She makes us laugh in here. That was the NG video. Trishy says, Dream says, absolutely, and Minecraft as well. Nice to meet you. Aw. Hug a bug. And Dreaming says, I gotta ask you what you think about the picture that Dolly had yesterday on his live. Does it look like Sebastian to you? I did not see his live. I did not watch Dolly's live. You know, the one time. No, I'm just kidding. I haven't seen him in actually probably like a week and a half or 2 weeks. So sometimes I'll go over there and see what he's talking about. The one night him and PJ were talking about the UFOs over on the upper East Coast. And so I had to go in because you sent me the one about the drones and stuff. And so I was like, okay, I'm intrigued, you know, hook, line, and sinker. But no, if you want to send me the picture, I'll look at it. I knew, well, the one in North Carolina that came out originally months and months ago. I didn't think it was Sebastian then. I didn't know they had another that they had a picture or a sighting or a possible. Yeah, I didn't know that. GM Twin says, I'm trying to have hope, but the longer it goes, the less I think. Yeah, yeah, I know. He'll come home safe. I know. And that is the hardest part, is keeping up that hope. Yeah. Yeah, I hate that. That's the part I hate. And Margaret says, yep, but he had those new shoes. Yeah, he did. And his dad bought him a brand new pair of boots, too. He had just gotten brand new cowboy boots, you know, and I'm sure he loved them. I'm sure he was super excited for that. Absolutely the Switch. Yeah, I would just think that, you know, it was like you bring your prized possessions, right? You know, the things that you just can't live without if you're going to leave. Trishy says, exactly. It's ridiculous, in my opinion, to think he wasn't wearing shoes intentionally leaving. Yeah, I think so too, especially because the fire ants. And then also he doesn't like bugs. And also Katie says he's allergic to the grass. So, I mean, all of those things, if mom and dad are both saying, yeah, I can't see it. I can't see it either. And Dreaming says, I want to believe it is Sebastian in the picture, since I think someone mentioned it is from some group home. Oh, I think I might know. Is this an older? Let me look. I gotcha. Let me see here. Where is Sebastian's monkey? Oh, sorry, guys. You know what? I think I was going to watch this one and then I didn't get around to it. And then I'll look at it too, Dreaming. Let me look at it when I play this very last clip I have for you guys. Star says, my money thought is that he wouldn't use it all at once and maybe forgot it in his hurry out. Again, not what I truly think happened. Yeah, no, I completely understand where you're coming from. You're just kind of theorizing, which I think is important. I think that we should do that. I mean, we don't know, right? And Dream says, I haven't been on his page for a very long time. Thank you for the heads up. We'll look. Of course. And Barb says, yes, Dustin Hoffman, brilliant movie. I've been thinking today if Sebastian had the potential to become an Elon Musk. I'm I'm an idiot savant, but really just the idiot. But yeah, same here. I mean, there's certain things where I know a lot of information about a certain subject, but yeah, that was a good movie. It just was like a portrayal. I know some people didn't like the portrayal, but in the same way, um, you know, it kind of, I think it helped some people understand, because a lot, even not too long ago, really, we didn't have this kind of understanding for people on the spectrum. We didn't really understand it. We didn't try to, it was like your kids will never do this, that, or the other. Just put them in an institution. And that's how they used to treat people. And now it's so different. Now we seek to understand we know that it's not just, cut and dry, black and white. There is a big gray spectrum, right? And it's it's I don't know how we ever threw a human person away like that either way. I'm just really glad that there's parents out there that'll say, um, that's all well and good, doc, but let me take my kid and let me see if I can love them enough to help them. And that's what I think that's the biggest takeaway that we found, um, through not just putting people into an institution, not just putting them into like the care of someone else, just that extra love, that attention, the therapies. That's what helps. It's not medication. It's not putting somebody away someplace where, you just forget about them. It's about giving them that extra love and attention and care. And that's what helps them flourish, not saying, there's nothing I can do. I'm just going to put them, away. Um, so I'm glad that we've had a better understanding, and I think some of the movies and stuff like that did help with that, understanding more. And Trishy says, in my opinion, Sebastian being shoeless is why they highlighted his ASD diagnosis at first, but minimized his actual abilities and intelligence in order to make it appear believable. Oh man, Trishy, that is spot on. That is spot on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That, wow. They definitely minimized his abilities. They definitely minimized his intelligence level. And yeah, I really think you were onto something there. And of course they would say no, but that makes total sense to me. That makes a lot more sense. Alexandria, nice to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. I think I saw you earlier. I meant to say hello. Um, Margaret says I love parenting classes. You too? I used to read the parents magazines and stuff like that. I thought it was fun. There's a lot of cool activities in there to do with the kids and stuff. A lot of cute ideas. Exactly why they tell you parenting classes too. Yeah. I mean, I think that that's really valuable, for all parents, but especially like, for kids that are on the spectrum. That way you get to speak with other parents and you can become friends and things like that. I never heard of Katie ever being involved in anything like that. Not one single time did I hear her being involved with other parents. So that's a really good point, Margaret. And I wonder why not, Oh, thank you, Trishy. Yeah, I love it too because I mean, everybody brings value to the table. I mean, to say that just because somebody else can do something differently than us doesn't mean, there's a lot of things I can't do. There's a lot of things I have no understanding for, just like I said earlier with the Minecraft or I've played chess before, but it's not something that I'm like really, really interested in or good at. But in Alexandria, I think he does like I think he does like tofu. I think he does. I think that he's not a big condiments kid, is what they were saying. He doesn't like the sauce, like the teriyaki sauce and stuff, but I think he does like tofu as well. What I was saying earlier is how come they brought him to a steakhouse if he doesn't like steak and then expected him to eat his whole plate? And then also, why didn't she just bring him out for tofu or sushi or whatever? Because he likes sushi. That she said that was his favorite, that he loves it. And she said he loves the tofu too. So Dreaming says that is the thing. Some people think they can limit internet for their children, but without offering them an alternative. I really believe every child would engage with parents doing other projects instead. I agree too. And I don't think the internet is bad as long as it's being monitored in some capacity. Like, yeah, spy a little bit and then just let them do their thing, right? Because I think that just Sebastian's demeanor in the Texas Roadhouse video, he is a polite person. You can tell he has manners. He asked his mother, "Can I play with the game?" He sat there and didn't have a cell phone, nothing. Just sat there and ate his food. Um, he walked in behind his mom very respectfully. Um, there's just so many things that when the waitress came over, he acknowledged the waitress. Now, Katie kind of looked at her like she was the scum of the earth, in my opinion. And I've served people like that, where I was like, hey, I put my pants on the same way you do. Okay, just because I'm a server right now doesn't mean anything. But, you do get treated like that sometimes. But Sebastian was very respectful, friendly, um, just a sweetheart like he is. We'll just put it that way. A sweetheart just like he is. And Barb says, lovely to meet you all, Lady Freedom. I've subscribed. Oh, well, that's wonderful. Yes. Yeah, absolutely, Barb. Come in anytime. It was a pleasure. Thank you. And Margaret says, I don't do parenting classes now, but I have done them. Done grandma classes? Oh, grandma classes. That's cool. Yeah, I'm hoping I'll be able to do some of those classes someday myself. And Star says, G of twins from early on, I believe the worst. I try to be hopeful, but it's freaking hard. Yeah. Yeah. I know, Star. It's based on, for me it's based on what the feet have said that really is scary in my opinion. Charles Myers says, what would make it my Christmas? What would make my Christmas? They make an arrest soon. Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be fantastic? I mean, I don't think there would be anything better um, than him just being able to come home to his dad. Dreaming says it's on it right away. You don't have to watch live. It's on the title. Oh, okay. Oh, I was sitting here letting it play. Is it on the thumbnail? Oh, he's got Upchurch on there? Oh boy. Oh, I see. Okay. Um, Here you go, guys. I'll let you look. I think that this person does resemble. Oh, I'm sorry. I think this person does resemble Sebastian. I don't think that is him, though. Just his facial features. Hold on, let me see. They put it on a thumbnail. Okay. Why'd they put it on a thumbnail? Okay. I mean, it's close. It's closer than the first one they had. Um, I wish they would have put it on a thing. Do you, do you know where it came from, Dreaming, by any chance? Like, where did that picture come from? I just don't think it is, but I mean, hey, I am not the end all be all of anything. Um, I'd like to lighten that picture up and blow it up a little bit, though, just to see. Maybe I can work on doing that, and we can discuss it. But thank you for sending that to me. Oh my god! I mean, it's there is a resemblance. There is a resemblance. Yeah, there's a resemblance. That's interesting. His nose looks like a different nose, though. That's one thing I'm hung up on. Um, is his nose, and then also I want to see if he's got that dimple, because he's got one dimple, and I wish you could see, and then he's also has the moles on his neck, right? And those are the indicators that that I would go by. Hi, Lisa Rowe. Good to see you. Welcome in. Dreaming says limited internet to a point is reasonable, but prohibiting it in this day and age is foolish, in my opinion. The workforce, college, and all require internet efficiency. That is a good point, Star. That's for sure. And that's the thing. I just again, it's like setting him up for failure and not success, right? If they wanted to set him up for success, then they would help him become more versed in that, right? But instead it was like take it away from him. And then also, if he did in fact have to do those FFA classes online, to take away his ability to do that. And Seth did say that Chris didn't want him to do that. He clearly said it. So, and I believe him. I believe him over Chris any day. But that's just me. And Dreaming says, sorry, I agree. Just saying that if people engage more with children, that limiting internet won't be in a wrong way. Yeah, I agree though too. I agree with both of you guys. Like, I think that we need to engage the kids in other things, absolutely. And pay attention to them, take them out places, let them experience the world instead of only just online. Absolutely. But you're also right. We are in the internet age, and it's an important tool, and it's important for us, to all know it. Chris and Sebastian didn't understand. Chris said Sebastian didn't understand money. Well, and that is a possibility, and maybe that was something that he needed to work on. He did. I do remember him saying that, and I remember him saying that he wouldn't know how to take a city bus, because somebody asked that on Duchess on their first interview. And Star says mullet step foot talks through hairy teeth. Oh, my Star, I love you. You're so funny. In other words, I wouldn't take anything he says at face value. Me neither. I mean, because we can't. He's lied so many times. He expects us. Then he gets upset with us. He gets mad at everybody. How come nobody will believe me? It's like, well, because you've told so many damn lies. Trishy says, you are my people, Lady Freedom. Thank you for the beautiful message about differently abled populations. Aw, the special needs mama agrees. Oh, thank you, Trishy. I know. I love when you said our homies with an extra chromie, I think you said in the one post. I was like, that's so awesome. I mean, it's just like some people um, will never know until like you do get to meet somebody with different abilities. Like, it's just something. They're just amazing people. Like, and just think about how much more they have to work for things than people who take it for granted, that they can just do certain things. So thank you, Trishy. That means the world to me, though, and then all of your insight too really helps people to understand that, to understand um, how it is to be a mom with a child that has different abilities, how it is to um, I mean, you can tell us a lot. Even Freebird, she went to bed, but she sent me this awesome video about the perspective of a child with autism and how it feels for them to be in a really crowded mall, and it was amazing. Like, just putting it into perspective for them, all the different noises, the tiniest crinkle of paper is just like, ugh, nails on a chalkboard, you know? And then the poor kid, he has a meltdown at the end of the video and he's like, hey, I'm not naughty. I just have autism. Like, you know, to me, that was super eye-opening because I mean, a lot of times people do see a meltdown and they're like, oh, that kid's having a fit. Why aren't the parents doing nothing about it? And it's like, no, he's actually overstimulated right now and he can't help it. Or she can't help it. So Lisa says the problem is that if they can't function with the normies, they can't survive in this planet. Well, you know, I mean, I beg to differ because like where I'm from, when I was in high school, that's when I was working with people that have special needs and different abilities. And it was people of all ages, right? So we did extracurricular extracurricular activities, but we also did like summer camps. We did events for the older people. Like we took them to the racetrack. We did tons of things, Special Olympics. So I was a coach for different things for Special Olympics. And it was the most um, rewarding job that I've ever had. And then also in the community that I lived in, the local grocery store, that's all who was employed as baggers were people that have special needs. So, you know, I would go into the store and I'd be like, they were all my buddies, you know, I'd say hi to everybody. And it was just, you know, some people do want to push them away out of society instead of like realizing how special these people really are. And if they just took the time to get to know them or said hi, they would find that they have a lot to bring to the table. A lot. And Margaret says, yucky raw fish. Margaret, Margaret, you always crack me up. She's so funny. I was I was teasing about the tofu because tofu gives me the icks. Is that what you're saying? But only half teasing because what he liked tofu. Yeah, exactly. What he likes is what he likes. Exactly. Yeah, okay, so I'm not a huge tofu person, but like I have tried it in different ways and it's okay. You know, I like I said before we were talking about it, I like the Boca burgers, you know, they're like the veggie burgers and stuff. So I like meat alternatives, I guess, or whatever they call it, on some things. But like tofu to me is very bland, especially with no sauce on it. And I think people were like, I think that's why people were upset because they were like, why are they giving him tofu like that? Like, there's no way he likes it. But I really do think he does. I think he did. I could be wrong, but I really do think that that was one of his little things that he liked. Um, and then, oh, yes. Well, good dreams. Yeah, don't leave now. We got to still have one more clip. And G of Twins says he said thank you to the employees. Exactly. Like he was so polite. So polite. Like to me, Sebastian was a delightful child. I'm just gonna say it like that. Um, from the videos that Seth showed when he was young, when he was in that dance or that Christmas recital, it looked like a Christmas one, I think it was. Um, and that little girl's sash was she needed help with it, and he just jumped right into action, helped her with her sash. Let's see. Yeah, he was a good. He had not was he's a good-hearted person with good manners and very loving person. I Got Change said there is nothing that was said while the first time they said it in the report what they have to do to give to the investigation that would help. Oh, I see what you're saying. So um, when you're talking about when they first did the investigation and Chris and Katie, I think I know what you're saying, but you might have to elaborate a little bit for me. Star. That's hilarious. I do like sushi. Like I used to not like sushi, but I really like it now. Um, but yeah. And then I always used to eat steak well done until I worked at a steakhouse, and then like now it's always mid rare. But for the longest time it was like, okay, if there's any sign of blood at all, I'm not eating that thing. But now I'm like, oh, that's the best way to have it. Wrong glasses too. That's what I was thinking, the glasses. That's a good point, Trishy. I don't know. And then also, well, and the thing is, sometimes they'll change people's appearances change and things like that, but I don't know. I don't think so. I'm gonna try to blow it up. I'll try to catch Dolly. I really want to watch Jen. I'm probably gonna end up watching Jen when we get off, guys. Over Dolly, just because I really want to see what her 9 red flags were. Dreaming says I missed that part, but I think someone said it was from November or from a group home. Oh, so from November. So here's the thing. There were 2 other photos that were out. And both of them I didn't think. Now this one is closest. This has got to be the closest one. But I'm thinking his nose is different. I think his nose is a little different. And his body structure is a little different to me. But it's close. I hope whoever had this called the police right away, or the FBI, TBI, Sumner County, everybody. Dreaming says I wouldn't watch all of it. Was in the hospital with mom. Oh, you couldn't watch it all. Oh, okay. Well, Dreaming, I hope she's feeling better. I'm glad you were with her. I'm glad that you're with her. I know that you were going back and forth. I'm definitely praying for your mom too. Trishy says, I bet that the PFs keep planting these fake pictures and they have their out. Oh, I know. Their operatives put it out, in my opinion, to keep people thinking he's still with us. Oh my God. Mm. Hey, Dawn Grimes, how are you? Yay. Oh. Yes, I know you've been with me pretty much from the beginning, I think. So, oh, it's so nice to see you in here. Let's see. I'm sorry, I'm very practical. The world is a very tough place. I don't think the odds are in his favor my first time here. Yeah, I do understand what you're saying, Liza. I do. I do. And there is a lady that I follow, and her little daughter Winnie has Down syndrome. And she does her videos like they said that Winnie would never do A, B, and C, and then she shows Winnie doing A, B, and C, and she's doing it with a huge smile on her face, and she's just the cutest. I mean, it doesn't get any cuter than Winnie. Just you guys got to go over and watch Winnie. I'm telling you, she's adorable, and she hits her milestone. She's like crushing it, right? But her mom is so proud of her, and her mother was told those very things, don't bother, basically. And she said that she was devastated when she found out about her daughter's diagnosis, but now she's the joy and the light in their lives, and so yeah, I understand what you're saying. I just know from what I've seen, the progress that people can make when they have extra love, care, and attention. It just it I mean, it means the world. It's everything, because and that's any of us. If any of our parents just like put us someplace and we were sitting in a room and not paid attention to, none of us would be in a good shape, at all. Let alone somebody that needs a little bit of extra, a little bit of extra therapy, a little bit of extra hugs, a little bit of extra love. things like that. And Holly S., it's so good to see you. I love your frog. And Star says, I think I need the original. Where was this? Yeah, I know. I'm really interested, but I just don't think so. Although I keep looking at it. So there's that. Star live on Dolly. Star, I'm not gonna laugh. I'm not gonna laugh. Ooh, that's a good one. I'm not laughing. I think that you did a good job. I mean, it's very similar. It's very close, guys. Very close. But I also don't think it's something with his mouth too. That's a little bit different to me. I don't know though. You did a good job, Star. That's what I mean. It's so hard, like once you get into those. But if I'm gonna see if I can't pull it into an editor and see if I can't enhance it. Um, Golly, I don't know. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Yeah, we love our homies with extra chromies. There we go, Trishy. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna tell you what. It was a joy of my life working with people with special needs. I loved it. Loved it. And Dream says we call it pop rocks and volcanoes. Couponing says night beautiful people, much love. Night couponing. I'm gonna go ahead and play this last one too, and then I gotta go over there and catch Coffin Duffer. And Dream says they actually can survive. They're highly functional and very intelligent somehow. Sincere issues that you're not going to be, or that you're not going to be corrected with earpieces and full bunch of wonderful items. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, if you think about even just if we're just looking at Sebastian, there were things that he had to work extra hard at, but then in the same way, he was doing so well. I mean, all of his teachers loved him, said he was talented, said he was funny, he's smart, he's a jokester, all these things, to overcome. And then you have a step monster of sorts that he's dealing with, and that's my opinion. And I'm sorry, but it's based on what he said. That is my opinion on Mr. Foot is all based on what he said, not what anybody else said. What he has portrayed himself to be. And Lisa says the sister of one of my best friends is 20 years old. He is living in a facility in Arizona. He will never be able to live alone. Very expensive. But they are getting older, can't care for him. Right. Yeah, absolutely. So, Liza, that's the thing, that is, that is, and we talked about that too on my last live, is that it is a huge and very real fear for people who have children with different abilities, because as they get older, the parents are getting older, and then who is going to help care for their child, especially if they're in more of a severe situation. My opinion was Sebastian, if he was able to come home, do his thing at Katie's. Katie comes home. She probably fixes him dinner. They do whatever for the rest of the night, and rinse and repeat, right? But then he goes over to Seth's, and he's also, staying overnight while Seth is going to work. So he was able to take care of himself in many different capacities. And I just don't understand why Chris and Katie were portraying him to be somebody who wasn't able to make it home on his own. Because I think he could, as long as he wasn't in like a different state or completely different town that he'd never been to. But I think he knew how to get to his dad's house, because Chris and Katie said that, and then Seth also said, yeah, he knows. He knows there's different routes. Sometimes we take the back roads. I mean, there were certain fishing holes they would hit up, so I'm pretty sure he knew. Why are you laughing about this situation? M, I don't know what situation you're talking about. We're engaging with the community right now. Thank you, Trishy. Welcome in, but I'm not sure what you're talking about. You can elaborate if you'd like. And Dream says, I'm using voice to text. Sorry, I help parents that have autistic children and taught them having autism is just a title for a parent to understand how to reach their children to give. That is so true, Dreams. That is so true. And that's the thing about, and again, special books by special kids, definitely check that YouTube channel out. But they talk to parents from all over, and that's one of the things that the parents say, that when they're dealing with their children, they have to meet them halfway. They have to look at what their interests are and how they express those interests and things like that, in a totally different way to connect with their child, because with the autism spectrum, it does bring in emotional and social issues, right? One of the kiddos, he had to actually go to therapies so that way he would be focused on making eye contact more, and just kind of those more social norms that we're used to. But that just means they have to work a little bit harder on it. That doesn't mean they're never going to be able to do it. It just means that they have to work on it, just like anything. I mean, that's practice makes perfect for any of us, right? So if we're not good at something, we need to practice at it, and we'll be able to be better at it than we were if we didn't. So um, absolutely. Yeah, it's the tools that you need to be successful. And if you're not given those tools, then it's not, it's not their fault. Yep, older children, no, I'm doing voice to text. Sorry. No, it's no big deal. That's funny. I love the picture of him and his dad when he was a little kid. Oh my gosh, I know, Margaret. Aren't they so cute? You look at them um, together, they have the same smile. Trishy says, Liza, yeah, this is blah. This is sometimes the case. Still, just like any of us, points in life, we may or may not need extra help. That is so true, Trishy. That is so true. Very, very, very true. Merry Christmas, Dawn. Merry Christmas. I don't do. Oh, I do not have the necessary software. I don't know that I do either. It's kind of a grainy photo, and then like also, oh, I know. I'd like to see the original because you could tell it was kind of like probably sent out a bunch. Trishy, the three adults were looking for a facility they couldn't manage apparently. If they had money, the three of them seemed in agreement. That's what I got from the info I listened to. Yeah, it was just hard because, right, it was super expensive. Tony said that. Tony definitely said that. Nice to see so many familiar ones in the chat. Yeah, there's a lot of lot lizards in here, Dawn. A lot of lot lizards. But I sent a blown up pic with a slightly more definition, maybe. No, it was good. It was good, Star. I appreciate it because yeah, I wanted to be able to show you guys like so you could see a little bit better. Um, but yes. All right. And Lisa, opinion now I have seen 3 different pictures. There's one with him walking with a woman who is my opinion looks like Katie from behind. But is Sebastian taller than Katie? I don't know how tall he is. According to the missing flyer, he's 5'5". So 5'5". Oh yeah, there we go, Dreams. Thank you. No, I'm not laughing about anything, guys. I do find humor in different ways. I think it's a good thing. We can't just sit here and, be so grim. We've gotta be positive when we also need to laugh a little bit. We can't take things too seriously. Life's too short. We can't take life so seriously. This is a serious subject. Um, I absolutely don't think there's anything funny about Sebastian. What I do find funny is the ridiculousness that his parents bring into it. Or, well, I shouldn't say his parents, but his stepfather. I mean, he said pervy. He said pervy. We've teased him about it, but he keeps saying pervy, and it's privy. But he just keeps saying it. And even the panel couldn't even get off of it, and they're on his they're on his side. So I mean, you gotta find humor where it is. And when Mr. Chris says that he's not pervy, and he says it very intentfully and very very seriously, I have to laugh. I have to laugh at his ridiculousness. I can't help it. We need a clip of wailing women in the background. We do star. I'm still gonna make that flying monkey one though. I'm gonna make that emoji. I'm excited about that one. You guys will have that tomorrow. And Lisa says, "Well, I don't think you would want to watch Dolly because he's always laughing." No, I think that is why I do watch Dolly. I usually watch him after like a long day of crap going on, and then I'll just kind of watch him, and he's silly and he makes me laugh, you know what I mean? And that's why, I'll tune into him. But here lately I've been just really focusing in on all of this new information, and so I haven't had a chance. And then by the time that happens, I'm conked out and trying to sleep. Um, Elisa says, I know Sebastian's 5'5", but is Katie shorter than him because in the picture she is shorter than Sebastian? Hmm. Hmm. I don't know how tall Katie is. I'm trying to think back if I heard anything. I don't think he's taller than Katie. I don't think Katie's short, which I call myself short, so I don't mean that in any kind of height shaming way. I I mean, I have to use a stool sometimes for stuff, and I'll call myself vertically challenged is what I call myself. Star Star says I'm pervy to the ways of women and chillins. I mean, when he does that, he walks right into it. Like he wants to get upset with the creators for teasing him. Well, then maybe he shouldn't say pervy. And he did it twice in a row, and people were trying not to laugh on the panel. So I mean, we're not the only ones, Star. We're not the only ones. All right, guys, I'm gonna play this last clip for you. Oh boy, you guys are bringing good conversation, but yeah, please don't misconstrue it, guys. When I made fun of, like, I did the wham burger and the French fries, I did that because I was making fun of the other creators that were like whining on panel, and when it's supposed to be about Sebastian, he's out there missing, and they're sitting there whining about how whatever they said got themselves in trouble. I'm like, what do you want us to do about it? It's your fault. And Granny's so hateful, and it's like she's complaining and whining. I'm like, girl, if you were nicer, maybe. I don't know what to tell these people. But no, none of the serious aspects of this case is funny. But then you get Chris Proudfoot, who thinks he's always right, and then he just says pervy left and right, and I don't know. It's hard not to
I can help. I can
laugh.
help answer that very easily. We want to be out there on the major networks, not court TV, not all this crap from, you know, all these
News
whatever
Nation.
shows that are
Yeah.
out there that aren't major, that aren't national syndicate news. Like, okay, NBC, ABC. The closest we've gotten. Katie and I was able to get on Fox News in the morning with Lawrence Jones, Brian Ansley. Like, we got on there. Katie was able to get on Patrol Live and do one. But I feel because of such negativity that has taken place with everybody that surrounds this case, a lot of major news networks don't want to pick it up.
Right.
And
I
that
agree.
is a
But hold on.
disservice to Sebastian.
Hold on though. Y'all, that I gotta challenge you on this one, bro, because y'all turned down 3 interviews now after a court date where y'all could have gone on there and not answered any questions other than speaking to the Sebastian.
Wait a minute. What did I said national news.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
not I'm
wouldn't
not
court
caring.
TV be national news?
No, Court TV is not national news.
Well, and they're
Okay.
biased. Let's be
They're
honest. They're
very
biased.
biased.
No, I don't disagree that they're not biased, but what I'm saying is that not an opportunity to still speak out?
It's that is not a so what we're trying to do, Court TV is not something that somebody turns on in the morning when they're getting their cup of coffee and they're getting ready or they're driving down the road
You need
on
like
the
a Today
interstate.
Show.
Yeah,
Yep.
we want
Yep.
Have you
something
Okay.
reached
that's
out?
major. And I'm sorry, but Court TV is not a major network that will be able to push them. Their narrative on their show is to draw a story, get their viewership. That's what they want. It
Mhm.
doesn't help the situation. We want, I want people from coast to coast, border to border, to be able to hear it on a news. And
Okay.
not all local news networks
All
do
right,
that. So
Chris,
we
you
need
tell
to
Have you
get
us.
the big ones.
have
Hold
you
on,
actively
Chris.
tried?
Hold on,
Yes,
Chris. You
we
tell us.
are currently trying. We are.
Hold on, Chris. You tell us what news network do you want to get on? And there's 2,629 people in here that can send an email to that news source. Let us help y'all get on whatever channel you want to be on.
NBC, ABC, CNN. I don't care how big, as long as it is at one of the big major networks that can get us from coast to coast on all these TV channels. Not your local news.
Mhm.
Local
Right.
news, yeah, they pick it up. I mean, look what's going on. You got Channel 2, you got Channel 5, and but it's not really pushing the case. They just it's the crap. We don't
Would
want
you
Well,
the
Right.
guys
crap. We want
speaking of Channel 2,
Sebastian.
would you guys do like a Dateline type of show?
I would love to get them involved. They've got 60 million followers.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Let's do
Okay.
this.
speaking of Channel 2, or what do you think of the 226 225 155 reward? Have you heard about this now 250 reward that, and I know News 5 actually reported it. What do you think about that?
Hold on. Hold on. I don't want to be rude. And we can go to that question in just a second, Granny. I want
Okay.
to emphasize what we were just talking about, not to cut you off.
No, that's all right.
So, chat, you heard what Chris said, right? So, if one of my moderators or two of my moderators will do me a favor, if you will please find an email for Dateline, a producer, something, and put it in the chat, please. Go ahead,
But
Granny. I
you can
wanted that to be
also,
clear.
I have
sorry, yeah,
contacts at
you can
Dateline.
also,
I have contacts at Dateline. I'm gonna do that tomorrow.
well, that's
Thank you.
awesome. You can also
Thank you.
tweet them.
You know,
Like, I mean,
Granny,
if we all take to Twitter. But yeah, if you don't mind, do you have
That
any
too.
thought on this ever so
yeah,
quickly raising
so
reward?
yeah, so my answer to that reward is real simple. The only actual reward that is known is the $50,000. You've got At Night Media and Dog and all them saying um, that they have X number of dollars. Well, Dog did say on a thing that somebody clipped it, and they have promissory. That I don't really care about a reward, to be honest with you, because God knows if we had the money, I would raise that thing as high as I could. But we don't have the money. FBI put out $50,000. That's what we know of. I don't care to talk about the other group. I really
Okay.
don't.
I understand that. Now, I did find I asked you about, is it true that this could possibly be your mother? And again, if you're not comfortable, but it would help people, but I understand if not. She made a statement about the age of 12 and the age of 20. Can you confirm or not confirm the age of which Seth and Katie met?
I'm not going down that road. I'm not. It
Okay,
doesn't.
I understand.
It, it there's enough of that out there. People are going to come up with their own decisions,
Hmm.
and whatever. In the end, that's between Seth and Katie. It does not necessarily need to be out there for the world to sit here and go back and forth on it. It's not.
Okay. How about a different one? How about the? Can you share the meaning of Sebastian's name?
Like how he was named. Is
Yeah,
that what you
like
mean?
how? Yeah, how did Katie come up with the name Sebastian, and where did Wayne and Drake come from?
So his name came up by both of his parents. Sebastian, which we all say Sebastian, but it's actually Sebastian, from the
Oh,
kid from Never Ending Story.
never ending story, right? Sebastian.
That's where she got
I
Sebastian's
love
first
that.
name.
I love that. I love that.
Um, Wayne, if I remember correctly, I believe is the name of Seth's father. And Drake is something I believe he gave Sebastian, as Drake is also known as a baby dragon. Um, and that's, from what I understood, that's where Seth got that from. And of course, Rogers is his last name.
That's what I
Right.
heard too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong.
It's really
It's
sweet.
individual.
It's
It's
really sweet.
individual and it's unique. Um, Everybody has a reason for picking the names of their children. I mean, everybody's name is unique. Everybody has a reason that their name was named the way they are.
So then what you're saying is that when Seth said that it was based on prior events and losses, that is not true.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, we
Not
don't
true.
know that Seth actually said that. It was rumored.
Uh, okay.
Yeah, what he did say is there were priors, but he didn't say that that's where the name came from. So somebody else said that he said that.
I've always heard the story Chris just told. I've never heard any other story.
Yeah, and look, I
Yeah.
didn't ask that question for drama purposes. I asked that question because it's going around the YouTube right now. Okay, that's why I started with you can answer or not, but let's be honest. This is
Well,
it's what's going around.
I mean, you got two parents that came up with a child's name. I mean,
Well,
There's a
the
lot of
chat,
people that say
the
they
chat,
heard that. Yeah,
yeah,
from
the chat
Seth.
doesn't disagree with me. So
Oh, you guys actually heard him say that?
Yeah, they said
I've
they
only
absolutely heard him say that. I haven't, but that
I
doesn't mean
haven't.
anything.
It's on the
Yeah.
interview with Coffin Daffer.
I think.
Yeah, I recall him mentioning,
Oh,
the
but
the
I
only
wanted
thing
to point,
talks
I
about the
wanted to,
term, but not the
I
name.
wanted to point that out because that goes to the prior conversation we were having. And once again, it is an opportunity to squash some nonsense, but it also brings into conversation why would that story have been created?
I
Right.
will. So my answer to that is real simple. I don't know why what was said was said. What I do know is what I was told, and that's what I've told you is what I was told. I'm not going down this road to say, well, he said this and it meant. I'm not. We're not doing that. Once again, if people ain't figured this out, I'm not gonna do the bash game. I'm not gonna sit here and try to drag parents through the mud for no reason. It doesn't do anything. Grace and compassion is what needs to be put forth in this entire case because one, our son is missing. That's the most important thing.
Well, he seems to need a reminder on that one. Tony, it's good to see you. I'm glad you're back. Glad you're back. Guys, I just wanted to point this out really quick since everybody's pointing stuff out here. So the kid from the Neverending Story, his name's Bastian, not Sebastian or however. See, and this is the reason. This is why you might catch me laughing sometimes because this is freaking ridiculous. Okay, Sebastian. I'm surprised that didn't blow up bigger because what a crock. So his name's Bastian Balthazar Bucks, right? I'm a huge fan of the Neverending Story movies. I grew up with them. And right when they said that on the last time, I was like, his name was Bastian, right? But either way, Wayne is Seth's dad, and then Drake is a baby dragon, Roger's last name. Makes sense. Seth has that logo of the dragon. Um, so I'm gonna go with that. I've never heard. I heard the rumor. I never believed it. I think it's just more or less people trying to pin Seth as someone that he's not, and that's not fair. And just so also, Chris, I'm sorry, but Court TV is a major news network. They specialize in true crime, right? It is on a national level, like people everywhere can view Court TV. And when I wake up and I have my coffee, I watch Court TV. So I guess I don't know what he's talking about. But it is a major network. And my question for them would be, would you guys still think that Court TV is biased if they believe the lies that you put out there? Just say that they believe the lies that you put out there. Does that make them a more credible news source or less biased? I mean, I'm just wondering. Because they're not the only ones. And I just think that they support Seth because they see him out there. And that's what everybody wants to see, is a parent who cares, a parent who's out there trying. Body moving. Now, I'm going to hold her to this, because if I don't see the feet on Dateline in the next couple months, we're going to know. But she says she's got the hookup for Dateline, so we'll see. And then Seth says, I don't want to talk about the other group. I'm guessing he's talking about At Night and Dog. The other group is helping to find your stepson. Katie should be happy to work with them, but she hasn't been. So again, I don't know why, but I don't understand that hostility. They gave you guys a chance. They gave you a fair chance. Okay? You guys are the ones that screwed that up, in my opinion. So, I mean, yeah, they tried to give you the floor, and you didn't take it. Dream says, whoop, WB Tony, me too. Just saw that comment. Frustrating lady is truly a sweetheart and would not be that malicious. She is the kindest heart. Aw, well, thank you. Thank you, Dreams. You guys are awesome. Thank you. And Don says, Lady Freedom's in chat. I hope you all have a wonderful Christmas and a happy new year. And I need to do something because I was scrolling and saw you on. Oh, I'm so glad you're here, Dawn. And you have a wonderful Christmas too. I'm so glad you were able to make it in. I just started doing lives not too long ago. So I'm glad. I'm glad you were able to make it in. Yes. And Margaret says Chris is just making up excuses. I agree, Margaret. I agree. It's always something. It's always something, right? Bunch of bull. It's always something. It's always someone else. It's always someone else's fault. It's always some reason that they couldn't do it. In the beginning, it was law enforcement told them not to. And I would like to see them do. I would be the first one to praise them. You know what I mean? I'd be the first one to come on and say, guys, they're trying. I did that even in the beginning with them. I did when they were doing the live for Duchess for the Missing. I went in there. I participated in their chat. They were giving away T-shirts that they had made for Sebastian, and I did a video on it. And I said that at least they're trying in some capacity, but I haven't really witnessed them doing anything, as of lately. And after that, it was just interview after interview of them disparaging Sebastian, calling him names, saying that he liked to have accidents when nobody would like that. Um, it was ugly. It was very ugly with the way that they portrayed Sebastian. And then you have Seth coming out saying, you'll smile every day if you get to know him. You'll smile because he's the sun that comes through the clouds. I mean, to me, that's kind of what we were going for on the first take. I don't know if the Proud Feet missed the memo or if they really believe that they're good parents, but in my opinion, I don't think that a good parent who cares about their child is going to say these types of things when they're missing. I mean, that's where I have the biggest problem. So if they were to come out and change their tune, I think a lot of people would be accepting of it, and accepting of them. But until Katie starts getting real, people are not going to let up. I mean, and she should know that by now. And she can make excuses and say, "Hey, um, I'm not good at public speaking or whatever." It's not about that. Um, if you can't look into the camera and say, "Hey, I love you. Please come home. If you can hear this, you know, call me." Um, I mean, there's a lot of ways that they can show um, that they care, and they just haven't. They just haven't. And it doesn't bother anybody more than it probably bothered Sebastian. That's his mom. That's his mom and dad, his stepdad. And there's no doubt in my mind that Sebastian, with his loving heart and who he is, he even loved Chris, even though Chris was mean, in my opinion. Um, and to me, that's really, really sad. If we think about that for a second, um, how he probably just wanted his approval and his love, because that's what all kids want. Kids love unconditionally. They love their parents unconditionally. Most of the time, even when things are really, 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 really bad, they're gonna stick up for their parents, no matter what. It's very rare that you'll see a kid talking bad about their parent, and when that happens, there's usually some parental alienation going on. And that's my opinion. Lisa says I do have to put to the side my erroneous bias. Oh, I'm sorry, enormous bias. I do too. I do too, Liza. I do. I have to put it aside, um, because I want to try to bring you guys the information. But also I just know from what I've seen the differences. It's hard to get over it. For me, it is. Chris is the man who lived the last 7+ years with Sebastian, for good, bad, or anything in between. I don't understand that dude, but a lot of people do. Yeah, there are people that do support Chris, and I understand that. You know what? Hey, we all need people. I've said that before. It is important to remember that no one's perfect. There's no perfect parents. Um, even sometimes if you do take a parenting class, it could be something that it helps or it doesn't. Sometimes it takes you a couple of tries. Nobody's just a wonderful parent off the bat. Nobody. And then especially when we have like the divorces and things like that happen, it can get really, really ugly, and it can get really, really, convoluted. Sometimes we don't always act appropriately in those situations, even as adults. We don't act appropriately. And when there's trouble, and it's not just like an amicable divorce, we don't that's a rare thing. I mean, I've said before, I really commend and look up to people that are able to put the differences aside for the kids, because that's the most important thing. Sometimes that's just not a possibility, as much as you want it to be. But I think the biggest thing is just not making sure you don't talk bad about the other parent in front of the kid, and try to put your views onto the kid. I think that's the biggest thing and the hardest thing. Um, and I've told you guys I've been guilty of that too during my divorce. It's just not easy. And a lot of times too, what we were talking about the other night, is, for example, Katie saying that Sebastian would dip behind walls and stuff, which we all thought was a little bit strange. I know I did. I'm like, why would he dip behind the walls and stuff? Well, he might have been trying to eavesdrop on conversations, especially if he knew that the parents were talking about him. They were talking about putting him into a facility, or into a behavioral program, and into a home and stuff like that. And so he might have been dipping behind those walls so he can listen in on things. We don't think that our kids know everything that's going on, but they know way more than we think they do. They're very intuitive, um, and especially when it has to do with them, or if they know that there's issues with the parents and stuff like that. Kids they'll put that on themselves, because a little kid only can really identify, and they will blame themselves. And if another parent is getting bashed by another parent, then they take that like personally, like they did something wrong. It's kind of like when a child, when you tell your children, hey, we're getting divorced. Well, a lot of times kids will be like, well, I'll be good, I'll be better, and it's so sad. Um, because it doesn't have anything to do with them. It's not their fault. It's the adults that can't get their shit together. Um, if I'm being honest about it, no matter what the situation is, it's still on the adults, right? The kids, it's not their fault, but they still internalize it because that's the only way that their brains can process it through it. And especially because they love both of their parents, right? They don't want dad to be a bad person. They don't want mom to be a bad person. They want to love everybody, and they just want things to be all right, so I think that was a major reason why, if what Katie is saying is true, that Sebastian may have been dipping behind walls so he can figure out what's going on. Something's up, but I don't really know what it is. But I'm going to dip behind a wall so I can listen in a little bit. And, you know, um, maybe he was trying to figure out what was going to happen to him sometimes too. Like if he was in trouble and he was trying to eavesdrop and be like, oh, what am I losing out on now? What am I going to be punished? Um, and to me, that's really, really, really sad, you know? Yeah, Lady Tit for Tat. I know well, it just made me think of it the other day, when we were listening, about the different schools and stuff that they were thinking about. Um, it made me think, I was like, oh, that might be why, but I don't know for sure. But it was just kind of like an inference. And Liza says, yes, it's sad. Sebastian probably wanted Chris's approval too. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's what they want. They look to us for that, right? Because that's how they know whether they're doing right or wrong, is because we tell them, right? That's the only thing. That's all they know, is what an adult is going to say, what they're going to, if they approve, then you're doing good. If they disapprove or they're disappointed, then they know that they've done something wrong, and that's just how how they're raised and brought up. But they're so intuitive. They pick up on those cues. They can feel it. Somebody like Sebastian, without knowing him, just seeing his mannerisms, hearing from his parents, it just really seemed like he was a pleaser. He was a person who liked to please others. I know how that is. I know a lot of you do too. That you just want to make people happy and you don't want to stir the pot. Um, but you also, um, one thing about Sebastian that I observed, um, is that he's very strong. He's very smart. He knew how to advocate for himself. Not a lot of people know how to do that. Even adults, it's hard for us to advocate for ourselves. It took me a long time to learn how to advocate for myself and to speak up. But he was doing that. He was speaking up. He was telling people what was happening. Just people weren't listening to him. 5 CPS reports, somebody wasn't listening to him. And he was trying to tell. And I'll be damned, that picture where she said he had chocolate milk on his lip, no. His eyes tell everything. Everything. Margaret says, and kids can be afraid of falling and failing their parents. Absolutely. Absolutely. And, especially when they're younger, when they get to be teenagers and stuff, that's when it gets harder, because they're not as worried about that approval as they were when they were little. They start kind of becoming more independent, and then they're more interested. But the thing about Sebastian is that it's said that he didn't have any friends to, like, hang out with or pal around with or rebel with. I mean, let's face it. Um, you know, when I was younger, it was like smoking cigarettes, like you go have a cigarette and ooh, um, go walk around the block so nobody knows, and all this stuff. And that's what you would do with your friends. You'd kind of rebel a little bit, right? But he didn't even have that chance. And then heaven forbid he breathed wrong. I mean, that's just kind of how it feels. And again, I wasn't living in their household, but um, I'm basing it off of what Chris said. I mean, always saying, he's in trouble, and that was in the second interview with the news. I mean, he said, like, he wasn't even in trouble this time, I mean, gosh, when wasn't he in trouble? That maybe let's start when he wasn't in trouble, and then we can go from there, because from what I can surmise, he's always in trouble, nothing he could do was right over there. And then he got some relief when he'd go to dad's house, and a little bit more freedom, a little bit more independence. Um, but then he'd have to go back, and then um, what really broke my heart was when Seth was like, Chris would get mad if I didn't make him wear pull-ups when he came to my house. Well, what the heck is it to Chris? First of all, Chris, you're the stepdad. Maybe just take a step back, dude. That's the way I look at it. I could never allow anybody to ever treat my kids like that or act like he was the boss, especially when they already have a father. It's different if they don't have anybody, you know what I mean? Like on the opposite parents or whatever. That's a little bit different, because that means that the other person does have to step into that role. And but still, I just would never let anybody put their hands on my kid. I mean, it would be a cold day in hell. And Liza says, that's why I don't think people can change his name and he will keep quiet, hidden in a facility. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't either. I don't either. Hey, Miss Tony. No, I don't see it. I don't see it. Um, I think that the facility would have come forward at this point and said, "Hey, we have him. We have him." You know what I mean? I don't know, but you know what's really odd? I say that, but then I think about when I was passing flyers out in Springfield, Missouri. Not terribly far from Hendersonville, not terribly close either. But not one single person knew who Sebastian was until they were handed the flyer. They were super interested, but nobody was aware. Um, even one of the guys that I talked to, he said he's very interested in true crime. The same guy that said that ain't no trash truck. The second that I was telling him the story, wasn't telling my own opinion or anything. The second I said, he goes, 3 a.m. That wasn't no trash truck. I mean, he was like, was not having it. So, and Carrie says, I missed that pull up thing. I don't remember hearing that. Yeah. So, yeah, Seth had said that. I'm gonna pull in some of Seth's old interviews. I need to pull in some of his interviews so we can talk. I feel like since the craziness was with the Proud Feet so badly that we actually lost sight of some of the really great things that Seth had said about, and not saying that that's a great thing. Don't get me wrong, but some of the things that he was able to bring to the table, that he was able to put into perspective, I think some of them got lost in the mix. So I would really like to kind of go back and just reiterate some of the things. I just remember watching Seth on Pascal, and I remember him calling in for the very first time, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, is this really Sebastian's dad?" Like, I'm like, "Oh, I wonder if someone's trolling Pascal, you know?" And then all of a sudden up pops Seth, and he's like, "Yeah, you know, that's my son, Sebastian," and you know, just talking about him. And he called in quite a bit to Pascal in the beginning. So I remember watching him on there. Um, yeah, yeah, Tony, I don't believe it either. I don't believe it. Hey, Jill, nice to see you. Welcome in. Carrie says at 15 years old, that's interesting. Dream says he could have easily been persuaded that that they were doing the right thing for him, because I do believe that they did change his name without a doubt. Oh, I see, Dreams. Okay, well, that's interesting. Um, I don't know. He just seems so strong-willed to me. And he seems like a stinker. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's because we're both Sagittarius or what, but you know, Sagittarius is we could be jokesters, we could be free spirited is one of our big things, is that we're free spirited. And so I don't know. It's hard for me to, but I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just, I don't know. We're hard to hold. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. That would be an interesting thing if Seth would help us on that one. Because I do think that he's the most truthful parent. You know, like I said before, we all lie, guys. It's just, we're human. We're all human. So not everything, and then sometimes we might recall something being different, and you know, it's not necessarily a malicious lie. It's just maybe it's something recalled, and it um you know, it sometimes it's perspective. Jill says KP and Sebastian, oh sorry, KP said Sebastian has ODD, I'm sorry, obsessive, not that one, I'm sorry. Whoo, it's getting late. Oppositional defiant disorder, so ODD. There is no way he would put up with being called the wrong name. I don't think, and we talked about this before. I do not think that Sebastian had oppositional defiant disorder. I think Sebastian has trauma, and I think that has accentuated his his symptoms of autism. I don't think he was oppositional defiant. No, no. Um, there's a documentary, and I'll have to look it up. I'll have to remember the name of it, but it's about this little girl, and they labeled her like that too. And it was because she had been so severely ABUSED, right? Um, that she was acting out, but she didn't have ODD. It wasn't oppositional defiant. It was because she was literally dealing with such horrible, horrible trauma. Um, and she grew up to be a fantastic member of society, doing just great. But when she was a little girl, she had a lot of issues, and it was because of trauma. And I believe in my heart of hearts that because of Sebastian's trauma, he was acting out. And who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? And I'm glad he did, quote unquote, act out a little bit, because that's probably why he was able to go off and tell the teachers what was happening. You know, Carrie said, I always felt that by reading KP's body language at the Texas Roadhouse, she was watching every move he made and who was watching him eat, which was odd from the get-go. Yeah, absolutely. And then also, like, sending Chris a picture, like, what's it to him? What is he going to do if he's all the way in Memphis? What is he going to do about the fact that Sebastian didn't eat all of his food, or the amount of food that they expected him to eat. Um, to me, something like that, they're making a mountain out of a molehill. So what? The kid didn't eat all of his plate. Big deal. You could tell him you're not having no dessert since you didn't eat your whole plate. I mean, again, be smarter than a fifth grader. It doesn't have to be that extreme. That's just my opinion. I don't try to tell other people how to parent. I hate to do that. But it's just, I don't know. Jill says CP and Sebastian enjoyed messing in his pants. Yeah, or said that yes, 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 he did. Yeah, yeah. Said that on an international platform like YouTube. It's worldwide. And he said that. And then earlier in the evening, Katie sat there and said, well, I just can't, I can't imagine how upset Sebastian's going to be when he finds out how everybody's talking about his parents. He's going to, he's just going to be beside himself or whatever. Well, what about that? Because he went on Terry Lynn's live not 4 hours later, if that, and was saying the most awful things like that about Sebastian, like he liked having accidents. My butt. Come on. It's unbelievable. I can't, I mean, it's just, who does that? Who allows that? And that's on Katie. At the end of the day, Chris is a stepdad, but Katie's his mom. And she allowed her husband to talk like that about her son. And I just can't, I mean, and she also allowed him to flirt with Terry Lynn, you know, while she was sleeping. I mean, and I'm sure she probably saw him winking at the court reporter, during BHB, when she had court. So, I mean, goodness sakes. Judy says, just woke and found you. Oh, oh, awesome, Judy. Nice to see you, and thank you for being here. Love your style and lack of drama. God, bring him home. Oh, yes. I'm praying right along with you. And Carrie says, curious what she tells him. Like, what if she is like, look at everyone, watch you eat this way. Like, what if she wanted to dig in, then shame him? Aw, all my opinion. Oh, Carrie, I don't know. I don't know what more she could be capable of, but I'll tell you, just that interaction was so, like, it made me ill. Like when I watched it, just watching her, and then what, like, gave me shivers down my spine was watching her eat those French fries, because she obviously couldn't eat. She obviously didn't eat. So why not? And Carrie says, curious. Oh, okay. Carrie says, it's all just my opinion because we don't have the answers, so it's speculation and me thinking out loud, no facts. Yeah, absolutely, Carrie. Thank you for saying that. And I mean, what else can we say? You know, there wasn't sound in the video. Obviously, I don't think it would have picked up their table even if there was. So, um, that's understandable. But just the way everything was, just the way everything was. Um, there's just so many, and like I said, I can't wait to watch Jennifer break it down and talk about it, because she's going to be able to be a lot more keen than I would be with all of her training. So those were just the things that I took away from it. But also, she did state in the Court TV interview, which we watched in the beginning, was the fact that, I mean, she was looking around. She does say that she thinks she was definitely looking around, but then she also says in the footage that she watched, somebody else seemed to have been watching them, which again, I mean, it doesn't get scarier than that. Oh my gosh, I know, Margaret. It's totally getting late. It's early. Santa will be here tomorrow night, and luckily I don't have to go to bed early for Santa. And Carrie says, I'm not even a parent, and I agree with you, lady. Aw. Well, you sound like you'd be a good parent, Carrie. Sounds like you'd be a good parent. Carrie says, what broke my heart is that he looked like a normal sweet boy, like a healthy, sweet young man. Yeah, and I mean, he always has been that way. I mean, you could just tell by the way he treats other people, you know? Just like his compassion, just how sweet. He's just a sweet person. You could just tell. I mean, I don't know him, but that's my snap judgment. And Dream says, it's awful. I agree. For the public to know some personal information should have been held close. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and it's just the way he said it too. It wasn't like, well, hey, we've been working with him. He has had some issues. And because Terry Lynn did ask him, she said, hey, what's with the pull ups, blah, blah, blah. Which is fine because he had already brought that up on Smiley earlier. But for him to say it like he did, I mean, talk about trying to embarrass somebody is the way I looked at it. He's deliberately trying to embarrass him. And how do we know that if there was kids around Sebastian, did Seth say some, or excuse me, not Seth, did Chris say some rude things like that in front of those kids and then the kids didn't want to be friends with him? I mean, he says all kinds of horrible things about Sebastian. He has. Margaret says, I just feel like KP wasn't there sleeping. Yeah, I wonder. It makes me wonder too, because I mean, obviously, I mean, it's weird. And it's just weird that she'd be able to be sleeping. Like, I just don't think I would. They'd have to give me something to sleep. I don't think I'd be able to sleep. Obviously, I'm a night owl as it is, but in the same way, um, I do not. Yeah, I don't know that I would be able to do anything besides look, hand out flyers, just anything. Especially with all the technology. And Chris says that they're not rich and stuff. I don't think they are rich per se, but he makes good money. She makes good money. They both work. I mean, I'm not faulting them for that or saying anything bad, by any means. But they have money because they work for it. So they can't pretend that really nice house they live in is cheap because it's not. It's a very nice home. And crane operators make good money. Construction guys make good money. And then they also probably have benefits from the military too. So, and that's the hardest part about this case too, is I do not like ever saying anything bad about people who have served our country. And I said that before, but I might as well just say it again there. I hate that. I hate having to look at them the way that I do, but it's just because of what they've said. Tony says, you don't cherish anything about Sebastian, in my opinion. Yeah, Tony, they don't, and they need to be. They needed to be. Um, I don't know why they didn't. I don't know. I can't for the life of me understand. I just don't know. I don't know. I only have one daughter, and she's everything to me. So I can't, I just, I don't know. Carrie says, and it's odd after Katie in interview talked about snacks and then this and that. Sebastian at Texas Roadhouse was hungry. It was like it was a reward to eat dinner. Well, yeah. And you know what, too? I'm wondering if it was like he was trying to hurry up and eat it so she could take a picture and send it to Chris too. I mean, that you just kind of made it click in my head for a second there when you said that. Like, what if she's like, you better hurry up and eat. I'm going to tell Chris. I mean, and then he's sitting there eating as quick as he can. Um, that's not healthy to do that. It was a very fast dinner, and then her not eating at all. Well, she did. She had some fries, and it looked like a little bit of one of them rolls. Liza says it's totally on KP, but apparently KP had a lot of trauma. Yes, she sure did. I just don't know, but the three of them were at their breaking point when Sebastian vanished. Yes, I believe so. I believe more so that Chris and Katie were at a breaking point. Um, I think their relationship was in turmoil. I think that Chris had done something very bad to Sebastian. I think it was going to come out, and I think that they were in a very bad headspace. I also think that Seth was hopeful, and I think that he was waiting for Sebastian to come live with him. And I think that he was willing to put up with the BS just a little bit longer, so that way he could finally have his son. And I think he was just waiting for that to happen. You know what I mean? But that's just my opinion. Yeah. I think he was waiting. I think he knew that there was issues. Obviously he did, well, from what Tony says, he didn't really know about the CPS stuff. But I think that um it was a Court TV interview. He said that Sebastian told him that Mom and Mr. Chris don't like me very much. It's horrible. And Carrie says, "Grr, this case. Prayers for more to unfold. Maybe it's a blessing. We don't know all the details. Some things we may don't need to know. It would be sudden, or it would sadden us and degrade the victim." Yes, I agree, Sebastian. I agree. I agree. Thank you, Star. And Carrie says, "The fact of the matter, we do not know where Sebastian is, and we may be surprised of the outcome. Absolutely, or very saddening. We're just all trying, in my opinion, to make it make sense. I never want French fries again." Oh, I know. I know. Um, I agree with you there. I agree with you. I think we're all trying to make it make sense. I think some people know more because they're a little bit closer to the case. I think it just depends on which way you look at it. But either way, I just feel like something is going to happen soon. I think that we're going to get some kind of some kind of an outcome. I think the police know a lot more than what they're saying. Um, and that's just my opinion. Star says, "I wonder about KP. Maybe because of her upbringing, she didn't have a lot of nurturing instinct, in my opinion. I think she thought CP would be a good provider, which is some parents translate as a good upbringing." Yeah, I agree with that, Star. I agree. Sometimes people think that because they're financially taken care of, then the person's taken care of. But with people that have autism, it's just they need so much more extra help and extra love and all of that. So it's like I can definitely see what you're saying. Yeah. And then, like you said, Katie thought she was making a good choice for her and her son, but then come to find out 7 years later, not so much. Um, and I think too, I think Katie was very naive, and she was maybe the type of person who thought, I can change him. He's not going to treat me that way. He's just treating Nina that way, but he would never do that to me. And then she found out differently. And Liza says, Seth took too long. He is at fault too. I don't understand how he thought CP was a good guy for his kid to hang around. Both parents are responsible, even if your child doesn't live with you, in my opinion. Yeah, I can see that. Excuse me, guys. Whew. Okay, still a little bit of that cough I had. So excuse me. Yeah, my thing is, and it's just because I've been through a tumultuous a divorce situation. But the problem when you get divorced, and it's one of the bigger ones, I think, you have no control over who is around your child. No control. You can go to the judge in the family court and say, I don't like this person around my child, and the judge is going to say, too bad. You're being vindictive. You're being malicious. You need to get over it. That person can be with whoever they want to be with, and why do you care? You can go to a judge and tell them that, but they're going to look at you sideways. Believe me, I know from experience. You can't control who the other person is with. You can't control when your child is with that other person, that those other people, that like the extended family, like we see in this case, that those are good people. You can't change it. Because if you try to go and kind of how do I say it? What's a good a way to say this? All the family court cares about is the parenting, co-parenting, and all of that. That's all they care about. So as long as um, you're abiding by the schedule that was set forth by the court and all of that, that's all they care about. They're on to the next case, right? Because they're bogged down. People are getting divorced. It's 50%. It's probably even more like 60% nowadays. But 50%, let's just even say that conservatively, 50% of divorces, 50% of marriages end in divorce, right? So just think about how many people are in there. And then we have all the DV situations that go on and things like that. Um, they don't give a crap. They want to know that the child is going to be at mom or dad's, whatever, on this day and this day. You're going every other weekend to mom's or dad's, whichever one it is, that someone is paying child support, and that's all they care about. Now, you can go in for a modification, but you have to present a good reason to do that, right? You can't just go in there and be like, hey, I think that the guy that might, like, say I'm Seth, right? Seth can't just go in there and be like, hey, the guy that my ex-wife is married to, he's an asshole. The judge is going to say, so what? He sees assholes every day in his courtroom. Some of them are worse than Chris. Some of them are not as bad. But to blame Seth, he had no control. He had no control over it. Yeah. No. He was trying to get his son out of there. And that I know for a fact, that he was trying to get him out of there. Um, Star says, I think Seth thought it would be good for Sebastian to have his mom. Yeah, absolutely. And that's another thing that's another huge difference that we see. We have Mr. Chris, who just wants to take that little girl away from her mother out of spite, out of hatred. And then you have Seth over here. Whoop, there we go. Seth over here, who wanted Sebastian to have a good relationship with both of his parents, who still cared for Katie on some level as the mother of his child. And, you know, you have Chris over here causing trouble and pulling Nina back and forth to court all the time, and battling it out through the family courts. It was like a 6-year deal. It was like her whole. It's been her whole life that he's done this. And trust me, he won't. He's not going to stop until that girl's 18. And do you know what my ex-husband did to me when my daughter graduated high school? He turned around and tried to divorce me again in the Catholic Church. He didn't succeed because I got all the, well, there was a nullity of marriage, don't get me wrong, but he ended up being the one that couldn't get married again in the Catholic Church, not me. And it was awful. Like that, talk about pulling out trauma. It was awful. I was divorced from him in 2011 and he did this to me in 2020. So years later, when you're dealing with a narcissist, good luck. You are never going to get away from that person. They're never going to stop because they get off on hurting you. They get off on seeing that begging that she did. Please don't take my daughter. Please, Chris. Please. He loves it. He gets off on it. That's what he eats for breakfast. Freaking weirdo. But that's true. You know? Star. Star, I'm telling you. My ex-husband didn't even show up for mediation. I was the only one that showed. And they were still like super biased. It's just like, believe me, it's, people think it's easy. It is not easy at all. It's terrible. And if the person is that motivated, believe me, they can pull you through, they can drag you through the mud and the muck, and then once you've cleaned yourself off, they'll drag you through it again just for good measure. And it sucks because the family courts facilitate this stuff. That they're not innocent in this. They say that they're in the best interest of the child. They're not. They're not. They're in the best interest of whoever has the most money, whoever can afford the better lawyer. You know, it's a sick, broken system. Until we change it, then it's just going to keep being like that. And you know who really suffers is the kids. Because I was an adult, you know, I can handle it, but it's the crap that my daughter had to deal with. And who is she going to choose and whose side? You know, and he didn't marry a very nice lady either. And there's nothing I can do about it. And her family is a lot like the Sox, you know. So there was that. And I couldn't go to court and say I don't want my child around them. Because guess who would look bad? Me. And they'd look great. Like I was the crazy ex-wife who wanted him back. And that's what they've done to Seth. They act like he wants Katie back at some capacity. Trust me, he doesn't. He wants his son back. That's who he wants back. Not Katie. He just wants Katie to be normal and act right and talk to him and tell him what happened. But we know that's not going to happen, ever. It won't happen. You got a Reno wedding? Oh, I'll tell you, the Catholic Church was amazing. If I wouldn't have had, shout out to Father Mike. I know he's probably not watching, but if I wouldn't have had Father Mike, I'll tell you what, it would have been a much harder road for me. A much harder. Because I had to relive all the crap. Jill says CP could talk a good talk, and then Seth was on a waiting list for the online school. Right, exactly. Like he was doing the best that he could. I really truly believe that. I think that and then also another thing, if you guys aren't familiar, in family court, if you are a single parent and you do not have, if you're not remarried, they look at the other person who is remarried as a better suitable person than you are because you're still single, which I find that to be completely crazy, because the reason why I was still single is because I didn't want to deal with any crap and some man telling my kid what to do and all of that stuff. And no offense to the men out there, I'm not trying to, there's some great men out there, but what I'm getting at is that I wasn't going to just go for the first person and remarry right away, and things like that. But in the family court system, Seth being a single guy and then Chris and Katie being a married couple, he's the one that looked off, not them. They looked great to the courts. It's all the aesthetics. It's all about aesthetics to them. It's like, oh, there's two parents over here and only one over here. Well, we're going to go for the one that has the more stable household. Well, we all see how that worked out, because in my opinion, Seth had the more stable household. Even if he had to work nights, even if Sebastian stayed at home, he at least had his access to his phone. Seth would call him and talk with him. He could call his mom if he needed to. Nothing happened to him. He was not put in a horrible SA situation over at Seth's house, but he was over at their house. So, you know, it's just unfortunate. Yeah, Tony, I do agree. He's a liar. That's my opinion too. Carrie says they matter though, so take notes and journal about it. You never know. Eliza says, did Seth try CP with all his craziness? It's trying. I once overheard an old man telling his elderly father, why didn't you try harder? Oh, that killed me. I will fight. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, Liza. I do. I do. I do see what you're saying. I think he did. I do. I really think that he did try. And believe me, I would be the first one to say if I didn't think he did. But, I value your opinion. So, that's something that it's to be considered. And like you said, like you just said too, it's something that the kids have to carry along with them. It's not it's unfortunate. They're collateral damage, they're collateral damage. And it sucks that it has to be that way. I wish there was a different way. It's hard because the family courts don't have time to go into all of the actual stuff that's happened. Um, they don't have the time. But Star says most custody involves a mediator first and avoid a drawn out custody battle. I imagine they agreed to a schedule early on. As Sebastian got older, the his opinion can be added to the equation. Well, and I wonder, Star, because like his opinion was supposedly going to be added to the equation in Nina's case, where he was supposed to, you know, I don't even know if you would call it testify, but maybe he was going to have a short talk with the judge. How's life living in the house? Little things. They know how to ask kids questions. Sebastian wouldn't be considered a little kid, but we don't know um, what they've said about him to disparage him and to make the judge think that he didn't know what he was talking about. We don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Um, we will. Star, definitely just hit me up. Facebook. And Carrie says, do other states have guardian of light or whatever it's called in court? It helps the kids have a voice. Yeah, Carrie, like they do have guardian ad litems, and it's Latin, that ad litem. but basically it's the lawyer for the kids, the lawyer that represents the children. Um, some are good, some are bad. They're court appointed. Usually the parents have to pay, I think it's like half and half usually, for them to do that. But again, it's just only as good as what they're told. Narcissists are very, very convincing and very, very manipulative. And so a lot of times, like we saw with Mr. Chris, he was able to manipulate the system and manipulate the workers. And, God only knows what he said about Sebastian. God only knows what they said about Seth. They were blaming Seth for everything, and according to what we know about what happened at the parent-teacher conference. Somehow, they were blaming him, and he wasn't even living full-time at Seth's. He was living full-time at their house. So you can't tell me that it was all on Seth, or, I mean, maybe even all on them. It's on all three, really. Um, Oh, you got an annulment too. See, I didn't file the nullity. Like, I thought we were divorced. I was like done with it for years and years. I knew something was going to happen when she graduated, because then he's lost all the control over me, right? Um, but I never thought he would do that. I never thought that was in the Catholic Church. Like, it's a whole process. Like, they give you pages and pages of a questionnaire that they expect you to fill out in detail. And I gave them like 300 pages with receipts. So it was a lot. I had to dig through a lot of paperwork. And it was something that I would never wish on anybody. Tony says there are so many clues on both of them to have them arrested. In my opinion, I think so too. I think so too. And Star says clues aren't the same as solid evidence. Unfortunately, it's up to the DA if there's enough evidence to successfully prosecute, circumstantial or otherwise. They only have one shot. That is true. Yep, there's only one bite at that apple, so they really got to be careful. Um, yeah, I'm just intrigued to know what else they have, because obviously there's a lot more out there. Um, but I wouldn't want it to um, mess with the integrity of the investigation either. So that's the one thing that is very, for lack of a better word, it's kind of like that or phrase, I guess, like a double-edged sword, where if we're not careful, it could really mess things up. But we have to just be really careful and patient. I believe that something is going to happen soon. Chris seemed nervous, and then also he was talking about leaving for Canada. So Tony says, I wonder if Sebastian will get his truck. Oops. When, if he wears the cuffs. In my opinion, wishful thinking. That would be amazing. We can send him a picture of Sebastian driving his truck. Conflicting dichotomy. Yeah, for sure. I know, Star. No lie. Um, it is. So, we just want them to do everything right, especially because Chris is super manipulative, Katie's super manipulative, and even though they say they don't have money, the mom does. They have money. Um, Real estate agents make good money. They just do. Especially when you have like people in the family that have construction business and they throw you a house, or if you know people that, brand new builds. those are like so easy to sell. It's not like selling, a 100-year-old home and trying to find, a buyer, or trying to find someone that'll qualify. Like those people that are looking for brand new custom homes and things like that, they're ready to buy. They're more than qualified. It's just about getting them in there. Um, but well, guys, I better hop off here so I can take a nap, and I want to watch Jen, and then I'll get a show ready for us tomorrow night. I'm going to wear a Christmas sweater, and well, Christmas Day I'll wear my angry cat sweater, but I'm gonna wear a Christmas shirt tonight later, and I'll prepare the rest of the interview here, and I'm gonna pull in some of Jen and the red flags. I don't know. I haven't watched it yet, so I'm sure there's some really good information in there. And like I said, she's done a lot for Sebastian's case. She really has. She's been so great about covering it. Um, and she's smart. She's a smart lady, really qualified. So I think it's going to be a good addition to, and then also just having to listen to that nonsense and then having some reason afterwards. It's just going to be very nice. And I thank you all for being here. I thank you all for being here. I see a whole bunch of new faces and names here. I guess more like names than faces, but um, I'm super excited that you all were here. Miss Margaret, you are loved. You are loved. I know I'm going to snooze too, but I know myself. I'll probably fix myself a cup of coffee and watch Jen. So, but we'll see. But yeah, I will get a good show for you guys tomorrow, and you all have a wonderful New Year, or excuse me, Christmas Eve day. I hope you drink some cocoa, or maybe go see family, or if you guys do a brunch or something like that. I really hope that you make it a great day with your family, and I will talk to you all later. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for being here, everyone. And definitely leave a comment below. Share it out if you'd like to. It's a really, really long live, but you never know. Well, hey, Marcy from Australia. Hello and happy holidays. It's so nice to see you from Australia. Oh, Liza, you're going to a party for the next couple days? Oh, well, good. Yeah, come back, Liza. I really love hearing different perspectives, and I think that you had some very smart things to say, so I appreciate you. Definitely. Yeah. And everybody be safe out there. Um, and just have the best day, and then I will see you. We'll probably do about 9:30 or 10 Eastern time again. All right, you guys have a great day, and merry Christmas Eve.